Chapter 59 Crack. Chapter 59 Crack. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. The Archery secret manual Chen Fei had obtained in Apricot Fen City not only provided him with additional skills, but also brought about a notable change. Chen Fei could now freely shoot arrows while seamlessly integrating his movement technique. The two skills complemented each other without hindrance, ensuring that the accuracy of his shots remained unaffected. Therefore, despite his Yuanqius pursuit, it did not impede Chen Fei from relentlessly eliminating the shallow water gang members below. Gradually, some of the members began to collapse under the torment of awaiting their inevitable demise. A few dared to leap out, attempting to rush toward Chen Fei, but all they received in return were swift arrows. Chen Fei's arrows proved to be lethal, especially to the majority of the shallow water gang members who were merely in the body tempering stage. Even those in the bone tempering realm could not escape Chen Fei's arrows, succumbing to them and falling lifeless to the ground. "Help, gang leader. Could this person be here to save that old guy?" A whispered voice beside Zu Zichuan caught his attention. "In that case, go and hold that old man hostage, using him as leverage to threaten the intruder," Zu Zichuan said, casting a glance at his subordinate. However, the subordinate shrank back, afraid to speak further. Whether Chen Fei was there to rescue someone or not was inconsequential. The shallow water gang members knew they could not expose themselves, for doing so would invite a shower of arrows. Even if they remained hidden, the limited cover they had was insufficient protection, as arrows still managed to find their targets. It had been years since Zu Zichuan had witnessed such exceptional archery skills. In the past, there was a renowned archer named Shi Bencheng in Apricot Fen City, and it appeared that Chen Fei was on par with him. However, Shi Bencheng had eventually departed from Apricot Fen City to seek further advancements in archery. Zu Zichuan did not order his men to charge out and capture Kai Defang. It would be a futile endeavor, courting certain death. Zu Zichuan surveyed his surroundings and noticed an iron hook with an iron chain nearby. It was a loot hook, typically employed for cruel purposes. Zu Zichuan's expression shifted slightly as he seized the peepa hook and hurled it toward Kai Defang. Regardless of whether Chen Fei was present to rescue someone, Zu Zichuan saw an opportunity and was willing to take a chance. Observing his surroundings keenly, Chen Fei spotted the loot hook. In an instant, he adjusted his bow and swiftly shot an arrow that knocked the hook to the ground. Simultaneously, he unleashed another arrow in Zu Zichuan's direction, causing earth and debris to scatter. Zu Zichuan gazed down at the quivering arrows at his feet, his face paling. Thankfully, the cover had been sufficient, and Chen Fei's blind shot had misjudged their position. Otherwise, the arrow would have already pierced through Zu Zichuan's head. Chen Fei's figure blurred, and in a flash, he appeared before Kai Defang. His gaze darkened as he surveyed the injuries covering Kai Defang's body. If he had arrived any later, Kai Defang would have been saved, but left permanently crippled. "Quick, leave Chen Fei," urged Kai Defang, his expression resolute. Although touched by Kai Defang's gratitude, he recognized that venturing here alone was both dangerous and reckless. At the sight of Chen Fei suddenly appearing before him, Zu Zichuan experienced a momentary daze, which quickly transformed into jubilation. From a distance, Zu Zichuan had been powerless against Chen Fei. Charging forward blindly would lead to his demise. But now, the distance between them was a mere few meters. All Zu Zichuan needed to do was intercept Chen Fei's arrow to close the gap. He intended to stall momentarily until Yuanqiu arrived. If Chen Fei dared to flee, Zu Zichuan would act as if he was about to execute Kai Defang on the ground, disrupting Chen Fei's judgment. Simply foolish. Zu Zichuan laughed maniacally inwardly, believing that he had effortlessly coerced Chen Fei into revealing his true motive. He perceived Chen Fei as an imbecile. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zu Zichuan observed Chen Fei drawing his bow and swiftly grew alert. However, he realized that Chen Fei's first arrow was aimed at Yuanqiu. Completely disregarding Zu Zichuan, "You are courting death incensed by being ignored." Zu Zichuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He swiftly advanced, arriving before Chen Fei as he swung a large knife toward Chen Fei's neck. Chen Fei's expression remained unchanged as he promptly activated the clear heart formula. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to freeze. Chen Fei's eyes darted rapidly, assimilating all the information flooding his mind. He Yuanqiu used his hands to block the arrow, but the force caused his body to halt momentarily, disrupting his charging momentum. In various corners of the hall, 5 or 6 individuals lay hidden, their rapid breaths betraying their fear. Despite their best efforts to suppress their breathing, Chen Fei still managed to discern their precise locations. Zu Zichuan's countenance twisted with ferocity, his bloodshot eyes filled with excitement. The veins in his right hand, clutching the knife, twitched due to the intensity of his grip. The shallow water gang members behind Zu Zichuan wavered, torn between advancing to capture Chen Fei or their own trepidation. In the next moment, the world resumed its course, and Chen Fei's expression returned to its calm state. He released the bow and arrow with his left hand while his right hand brandished a long sword. The fire-veined sword erupted as it met Zu Zichuan's blade. Ding! The clash produced a sharp resonance. Chen Fei had merely used the tip of his sword, yet Zu Zichuan found himself unable to maintain his grip. It seemed as though he had lost control of his strength. Continuing the attack would undoubtedly result in a broken wrist. However, Zu Zichuan had cultivated the saber for over a decade. While he may not have been an expert, misusing his strength in such a manner was impossible. Yet, it occurred at this very moment. Zu Zichuan was ruthless and knew the situation was dire. He risked the possibility of crippling his wrist and exerted all his might to hold onto the knife, continuing his slash toward Chen Fei. Nonetheless, it was only accomplished with great effort. The previously smooth saber technique momentarily faltered due to the strain. Before the blade could touch Chen Fei's body, Zu Zichuan witnessed a flash of white light before him, a long sword thrusting toward his throat from an unimaginable angle. Zu Zichuan's widened eyes betrayed his shock as he instinctively attempted to retreat. Yet, his body had already expended all its strength in swinging the knife forward. In this moment, the clash of the opposing forces left his entire body immobilized. Powerless, he could only watch as the blade pierced through his neck. Tisk! Chen Fei retracted his sword, leaving a small fissure in Zu Zichuan's throat. Instinctively, Zu Zichuan used his muscles to staunch the wound from which blood trickling out. Zu Zichuan gazed at Chen Fei, his expression one of disbelief and fear. Zichuan Huanqi's gaze was fixed on Zu Zichuan's wounded throat, shocked at the sight before him. If something were to happen to Zu Zichuan, his own fate would likely be equally grim. However, Huanqi's worry dissipated in the next moment. Chapter 60 Sword 5 Chapter 60 Sword 5 Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation Chen Fei unleashed the fire-veined sword, a powerful sword technique that he had perfected through relentless training. However, the disparity in realms between Chen Fei and Huanqiu was still evident. A single fire-veined sword couldn't bridge that gap unless it was the complete immortal cloud sword technique and not just a fragmentary immortal way. Despite their equal mastery over their bodies, thanks to the clear heart formula, Chen Fei and Huanqiu were evenly matched for now. However, in terms of strength and endurance, Chen Fei was at a disadvantage and would eventually falter. With another clash of swords, Chen Fei skillfully utilized the force to drift backward, bringing him closer to Zu Zichuan. Zu Zichuan's eyes widened, not due to any movement he made, but because he was completely paralyzed. Any attempt to move would rupture the wound on his neck, leading to instant death. No alternative outcome existed. How dare you, Huanqiu exclaimed, astonished by Chen Fei's audacity. He charged toward Chen Fei, but his movements were visible to Chen Fei. Nervousness about Zu Zichuan had caused Huanqiu to exert excessive strength, distorting his otherwise precise technique. While the eagle snatch technique had been well controlled in the past, in Chen Fei's eyes, it appeared less formidable. Sometimes, applying excessive force didn't guarantee superiority. Proper control was paramount. Stepping back with his right foot, Chen Fei summoned a flash of sword aura before Huanqi's eyes. Recognizing the familiar move, Huanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Assuming it was Chen Fei's 3 immortal swords once again, Though this technique was extraordinary, he was prepared to defend against it. However, he underestimated the situation. This single sword strike was far from enough to conquer the world in a single move. Kai kai kai. The sound of a sword slicing through flesh and bone reverberated. Chen Fei's long sword effortlessly pierced through Yuanqius' eagle snatch technique, penetrating all the way to his armpit. It was Sword 5, a technique that harnessed pure strength and speed through the combination of the clear heart formula and immortal way. The immense impact shattered Yuanqius' seemingly invincible metal-like palms. Yuanqiu stared at his arm in disbelief. Although the techniques seemed similar, the difference in power between the two was staggering. Before he could utter a word, Chen Fei swiftly swung his sword across Yuanqius' neck, severing his head. Yuanqius' eyes conveyed bewilderment and regret. Chen Fei took a deep breath, then went to assist Kai Defeng, helping him to his feet. He cast a glance at Zu Zichuan, who still stood nearby, then turned his attention back to Kai Defeng. No need. Kai Defeng understood Chen Fei's intention. Chen Fei was asking if he wanted to exact revenge with his own hands. However, Kai Defeng realized that Zu Zichuan's existence was now worse than death itself. Though it seemed as if Zu Zichuan had a chance to live, his precarious situation left his neck in a delicate balance with no possibility of a cure. Moreover, this state of suffering mirrored the torment Zu Zichuan had inflicted on others in the past. It was as if retribution had finally caught up with him. Chen Fei nodded, respecting Kai Defeng's decision. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he picked up the longbow from the ground and swiftly fired 6 arrows in succession, each finding its mark within the hall. Screams filled the air as no one escaped the relentless onslaught. With the exception of Zu Zichuan, who remained standing, everyone else had been struck down. Before his departure, Chen Fei searched Yuanqius' garments, but found no secret manuals. However, he did discover some banknotes and silver pieces, which left him somewhat disappointed. As for Zu Zichuan, he wore only a single layer of clothing and had nothing of value on him. Although Chen Fei entertained the idea of looting the mansion, the risks outweighed the benefits. The commotion caused by their presence had already attracted attention. It was only a matter of time before someone arrived. Chen Fei was willing to take such a gamble. Taking Kai Defeng back to the rented courtyard, Chen Fei attended to his injuries. Fortunately, apart from the serious thigh wound, most of Kai Defeng's injuries were superficial. With some rest and recuperation, he should be able to make a full recovery. We need to leave Apricot Fen City immediately. It's no longer safe here, Kai Defeng said in a deep voice. Taking a deep breath, I've learned from the market that a merchant group will depart from Apricot Fen City in 2 days. We'll leave the city a couple of days beforehand and try to join the group midway to Immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei proposed. With the leader of the shallow water gang dead, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. However, Chen Fei had received information about Zu Zichuan's father, Zhu Wangliang, an expert in the visceral tempering realm. Zhu Wangliang wielded tremendous influence in Apricot Fen City and had played a crucial role in Zu Zichuan establishing the shallow water gang. It would have been impossible for Zu Zichuan to form a decent gang in Apricot Fen City with just his cultivation base in the bone tempering realm. Furthermore, there was marrow tempering realm expert Yuanqiu working under the gang. Zhu Wangliang wasn't the only powerful figure. By destroying the information selling network, Chen Fei had also drawn the attention of another influential backer. Considering these circumstances, it was imperative for Chen Fei and Kai Defeng to flee Apricot Fen City. Upon hearing Chen Fei's plan, Kai Defeng furrowed his brow. Leaving the city may not be an issue, but joining the merchant group will be difficult. They might secretly inform Apricot Fen City, resulting in pursuit or detention by the group. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Wangliang possessed significant power in Apricot Fen City and would undoubtedly launch a manhunt for Chen Fei and his brother. Attempting to join a caravan for safety carried great risks. Pondering the situation, the two fell into silence, contemplating various potential solutions. Wait, it seems we don't have to leave Apricot Fen City. Chen Fei raised his head and looked at Kai Defeng. Both of us are in disguise, which is quite conspicuous. However, if we reveal our true appearances in here, what could possibly happen? Kaidifeng was taken aback, but he quickly grasped the meaning. While disguises were convenient, they often drew unwanted attention, particularly in a city where indiscriminate searches were being conducted. It felt as though there was no place for silver in Apricot Fen City. On the other hand, with their original appearances, they would blend into the crowd more effectively. Numerous foreigners were already present in Xingfen City, awaiting the Xianyun merchant band. The number of outsiders residing there was considerable, making it difficult for Zhu Wangliang and his cohorts to conduct a thorough search. This was the advantage of operating under the veil of light. At Zu Zichuan's mansion, a figure leaped over the outer wall. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, their expression changed. Relief washed over them when they saw Zu Zichuan still standing. Young master is unharmed. Hurry, inform the elder. One of them rushed off while the rest anxiously surrounded Zu Zichuan, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Satisfied that there were no immediate threats, their attention returned to Zu Zichuan. However, Zu Zichuan's eyes were vacant and bloodshot, his feeble breath almost inaudible. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing blood to spurt from Zu Zichuan's neck, splattering those in proximity, drenching them completely in warm, red blood. Chapter 61 Killing Sword. Chapter 61 Killing Sword. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. In the Gao family's courtyard, within the Zhu family's residence, an air of vigilance permeated the atmosphere, casting a somber tone over everyone present. Inside the hall, Zu Zichuan's lifeless body lay in a coffin. Zhu Wangliang stood beside it, his expression dark as he examined the wound on his son's neck. What a swift and merciless strike, Zhu Wangliang muttered through clenched teeth, causing the temperature in the room to seemingly drop. The servants in the hall held their breath, afraid to provoke any further anger from Zhu Wangliang. Master, you must avenge Chuaner. Zu Zichuan's mother wailed, her voice hoarse and piercing. He took the life of my son. No matter who he is, he will not escape. Just as Zhu Wangliang turned to his butler, the butler swiftly stepped forward and whispered, Old master, I have just ordered an investigation into the whereabouts of all those who held grievances against young master today. If there is any suspicious activity, they will be immediately apprehended. Zhu Wangliang's slap landed on the butler's cheek, sending him crashing into a pillar and spewing a mouthful of blood. The bewildered butler looked at Zhu Wangliang, unsure of his transgression. The surrounding servants trembled, bowing their heads even lower. Capture and interrogate any enemies first, regardless of any unusual movements today, Zhu Wangliang said grimly, gazing down at the butler. Furthermore, detain anyone who has been seen wandering around the estate today. I would rather wrongly punish someone than let a suspicious individual slip away. Do you understand? Yes. 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 I will attend to it immediately. The butler scrambled to his feet, his cheek swollen. Young master has perished, yet you seem devoid of grief. Zhu Wangliang suddenly turned his attention to the servants around him. All the servants quivered, filling the hall with their mournful wails that spilled beyond the confines of the mansion. On the bustling streets of Apricot Fen City, how dare they destroy my shop? Master, everyone inside was slain, killed by a single sword strike. Have you discovered anything? The traces have been completely eradicated. We currently have no leads. Master, I heard that Zu Zichuan met the same fate today. He died from a sword wound, just like Yuan Qiu. Interesting. Master, what shall we do now? We investigate. If we let this attack on our shop go unanswered, others will see us as easy targets. Very well. I shall commence immediately. A tense atmosphere settled over Apricot Fen City. People scurried home, refraining from venturing outside to avoid getting embroiled in the unfolding events. Intermittent cries and sounds of scuffles echoed through certain corners of the city, only to fade away soon after. The other noble families of Apricot Fen City silently acquiesced to Zhu Wangliang's actions. After all, his beloved son had been slain. If anyone were to oppose him at this time, they would undoubtedly become his enemies. Furthermore, Zhu Wangliang had garnered a reputation for avenging even the slightest grievances within Apricot Fen City. If misunderstandings arose, one might escape unscathed for now, but one never knew when Zhu Wangliang's blade might strike. Some noble families weren't fearful, but they also had no desire to stir up unnecessary trouble. The Zhu clan estate. Is he among these people? Zhu Wangliang turned to Wu Chengli, a consecrator from the Kayan clan who had been specially dispatched to assist him. Wu Changli's cultivation was average. Despite being over 50 years old, he had only recently reached the bone-tempering realm. However, within the Kayan clan, Sergeant Wu held a status equivalent to ordinary marrow refinement realm martial artists. This was due to Wu Changli's unique ability to control goo worms. One of the species of goo worms possessed an extraordinary talent for tracking individuals based on the scent of blood. Though the Qian family and the Zhu family were not particularly close, the uproar caused by Zhu Wangliang in Apricot Fen City had prompted the Qian family to send Wu Chengli to assist. Upon hearing Zhu Wangliang's inquiry, Wu Chengli did not immediately respond. Instead, he observed the winged goo worm resting in his palm. The creature hovered there, showing no signs of taking flight. Not among these individuals. Wu Chengli shook his head. The prisoners had endured severe torture, leaving some unrecognizable or on the brink of death. Having overheard Zhu Wangliang's conversation earlier, they had gained a general understanding of the situation. Upon hearing Wu Chengli's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in some prisoners' eyes, and tears of joy began to trickle down their faces. They might finally escape this place. Why are you all so elated? Zhu Wangliang's disappointment transformed into fury. His son had died. Yet these prisoners dared to display such happiness. The prisoners felt as if their throats were being constricted, rendering them silent. There may still be accomplices among them. We must conduct thorough interrogations, Zhu Wangliang declared before exiting the prison. The sergeant involuntarily shrank back and quickly followed suit. Wu Chengli had heard of Zhu Wangliang's temper before, and now he witnessed it firsthand. The prisoners were unfortunate to have crossed paths with Zhu Wangliang. It could only be said that in this world, sometimes simply avoiding trouble was insufficient for a peaceful existence. Can you track down my son's killer? Zhu Wangliang inquired upon returning to the main hall. Seated atop a high chair, he peered down at Wu Chengli. Though he did not exert any overt pressure, Sergeant Wu involuntarily tensed up. If the culprit has not yet left Apricot Fen City, I can attempt to do so, Wu Chengli replied in a low voice. In that case, I entrust you with this task. Revered Elder Wu. Zhu Wangliang's lips twitched. I dare not refuse. I dare not refuse. Wu Chengli hastily waved his hand, eyeing the goo worm hidden within his sleeve. He extracted a small piece of black soil, no larger than a fingernail, from his pocket and placed it before the goo worm with a pained expression. The goo worm leaped onto the black soil, devouring it within moments. Its wings quivered, and it took flight. An hour ago, the goo worm had tasted Zu Zichuan's blood. It was now seeking the same aura, the very same aura that was now lingering upon the sword that had claimed Zu Zichuan's life. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. The World of Youth. Chapter 62. The World of Youth. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Days had passed, but in the world of the goo worm, the scent remained fresh. Interestingly, when blood was spilled on a person's body, the living aura clashed with it, causing the residual aura to dissipate quickly. Zhu Wangliang's expression shifted as he trailed behind Wu Zhengli. Two marrow-tempering realm consecrators from the Zhu family followed closely. If they encountered the murderer, they would swiftly subdue him. Goo worms possessed impressive speed, comparable to that of a person running. After 15 minutes, the goo worm came to a halt in front of a courtyard, poised to enter. Wu Zhengli swiftly shielded the goo worm and glanced back at Zhu Wangliang. Zhu Wangliang surveyed the courtyard before him. It belonged to an ordinary family. His ears twitched, but he heard no sounds emanating from within. In an instant, Zhu Wangliang scaled the courtyard wall, finding no trace of anyone inside. The two Zhu family guardians landed in the courtyard, kicking open the door. It was clean and devoid of any signs of habitation, as if nobody had ever lived there. The sword has been here for a while, Wu Zhangli pointed to a spot, indicating where the aura was most concentrated. It had clearly lingered there for some time. Find the landlord and inquire about the situation here, Zhu Wangliang instructed gravely. Soon, the landlord, known as the Tooth Man, was summoned. He was taken aback upon seeing Zhu Wangliang, well aware of the Zhu family's reputation in Apricot Fen City. Who rented this courtyard? Zhu Wangliang inquired of the Tooth Man. With a sharp memory, the Tooth Man meticulously described the appearance of the person who had rented the courtyard at the time. Sergeant Wu stood by, silent. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely they would discover the culprit's true identity. Most likely, it was a disguise. Zhu Wangliang understood this well, but he refused to let any possibility slip away. After the Tooth Man departed, Zhu Wangliang turned to Wu Zhangli. That weapon was not discarded, which is a positive sign. If the culprit has not left Apricot Fen City, we can find him. Wu Zhangli hurriedly spoke. I must rely on you once more, esteemed Elder Wu. Of course. Of course. Wu Zhangli smiled apologetically and summoned his goo worm. Extending his hand, he pointed forward, and the goo worm circled the courtyard before flying out. The group followed closely, and soon, the goo worm arrived at another courtyard. Zhu Wangliang's brows furrowed. He sensed that there was no one inside the courtyard. He leaped over the walls, confirming his suspicions. This culprit is exceedingly cautious. Zhu Wangliang's words seemed to hang in the air. This wily rabbit had more than one burrow, further fueling his anger. Squeak! The goo worm emitted a long cry. Upon hearing it, Sergeant Li's face brightened. The scent here is 2 days old. It's likely that the person hasn't left Apricot Fen City. Excellent. Zhu Wangliang nodded, and Chang Lai promptly commanded the goo worm to continue tracking. However, after circling the courtyard for a while, it did not fly out. Wu Zhangli's expression changed, and he emitted a strange long cry, similar to the sound of a goo worm. The goo worm responded a few times, and Wu Zhangli frowned. Given the limited intelligence of goo worms, Wu Zhangli could only communicate with them in simple terms. The result of their recent communication was that this was the last place where the goo worm had detected the sword's aura. What's the matter? Zhu Wangliang inquired. It appears that the sword has vanished, Wu Zhangli stammered. This conclusion seemed incredulous, but it was the information he had received from the goo worm. Zhu Wangliang's countenance darkened as if blood was going to explode from his eyes. In the courtyard, Shen Fei practiced a simple sword technique, wielding a tree branch. The blade and longbow had been stored within Chen Fei's space grid. He was unsure if the Zhu family possessed any means of investigation, as the blade would undoubtedly serve as a marker. Chen Fei was worried that disposing of it willy-nilly would only increase the chances of discovery. Melting it down was also risky, as the blacksmith shop might report it. The potential gains did not outweigh the potential losses. He chose to place it in the space grid, confident that the Zhu family had no means to breach its restrictions. Due to the grid's sensitivity, Chen Fei had relocated to another courtyard after saving Kai Defeng. Taking the opportunity to organize the items within the space grid, he spent considerable time there before returning to this courtyard. Chen Fei had refrained from refining pills and assumed the guise of an ordinary martial artist. The Zhu family had sent search parties, but after Chen Fei bribed them with several taels of silver, they left. The search teams of the Zhu family were lucrative positions. Each family would bribe them with a few taels, resulting in substantial earnings. As a result, the search process was mostly ceremonial. They held no hope of finding the culprit through this method. Cultivating Sword 5 can severely injure or even kill someone in the marrow tempering realm. However, it seems a bit exaggerated for someone like He Yuinkyu, who was in the marrow tempering realm. Chen Fei pondered as he observed the branch in his hand. The battle from that day replayed in his mind. In the past few days, Chen Fei had been reflecting upon the gains and losses of the battle, as well as assessing the strengths and weaknesses of his martial arts techniques. Only through real life and death battles could one truly uncover their shortcomings. Creak! The courtyard gate creaked open, and Kai Defeng returned. Even though several days had passed, his injuries had already healed. He occasionally ventured out to procure food and gather information. Chen Fei glanced up and noticed Kai Defeng's slightly furrowed brow. Pingyang County has fallen, Kai Defeng spoke in a low voice. Chen Fei was taken aback. Though he had long anticipated such an outcome, when he heard the news, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. How did you find out? Did someone from Pingyang County manage to escape to Apricot Fen City? Chen Fei inquired. Kai Defeng nodded. Placing the food he had obtained on the stone table, he poured 2 cups of wine, drinking one himself before releasing a long sigh. Chen Fei took a seat and began drinking with Kai Defeng. Chen Fei couldn't even handle a slightly stronger evil, let alone a malevolent storm like the one that had befallen Pingyang County. It was a testament to his own weakness. Despite his knowledge, he was unable to change the outcome. This was the plight of the weak, a predicament faced by most people in this world. Willow blossoms fluttered in the wind, and Wu Jai served wine, inviting guests to partake. As Chen Fei and Kai Defeng were lost in thought, their wine glasses were continuously refilled. Kai Defeng took advantage of the alcohol to recount his story. It was a mundane tale devoid of twists and turns or entanglements. Kai Defeng was simply a young man yearning to explore the world. Kai Defeng spoke intermittently, and Chen Fei listened attentively until Kai Defeng burst into raucous laughter. Leaning on the table, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chaos reigned within the city, and the Zhu family persisted in their search until the arrival of the immortal cloud caravan in Apricot Fen City. 1,000 taels per person. Chen Fei found it incredulous. Kai Defeng nodded in confirmation. Chen Fei gazed skyward, contemplating the situation. The immortal cloud caravan could have resorted to force, yet they chose to sell tickets instead. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Huge Profits. Chapter 63. Huge Profits. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Eventually, Chen Fei and Kai Defeng made the decision to follow the immortal cloud caravan, primarily for the sake of safety. The encounters with the evil beings on their journey to Apricot Fen City had left a deep impression on Chen Fei. He didn't want to experience such danger again. The red tokens used by the immortal cloud caravan cost 1 taels each. If they were to travel with other smaller merchant groups and accidentally use one, it would result in a loss. The immortal cloud caravan clearly understood the value of these tokens, which was why they dared to ask for such a high price. Upon arriving at the base of the immortal cloud merchant band, Chen Fei and Kai Defeng were greeted by a bustling crowd. Most of the people were there to trade with the caravan, while only a small portion intended to follow along. Even so, this small group consisted of nearly 100 people. Just like that, they'd earned more than 100,000 taels. Chen Fei said, a tinge of envy in his voice. Although Chen Fei could already refine the eternal floating pill and the profits were decent, it would still take several months to accumulate such a large sum. Moreover, he couldn't afford to slack off. Additionally, if there were such significant benefits, it would likely attract trouble. However, holding on to the money without utilizing it felt uncomfortable. The immortal cloud caravan will depart in 3 days. It's not just 100,000 taels. Kai Defeng sighed. He, too, had a fondness for money and had managed to save up a considerable amount. However, when compared to the immortal cloud caravan, his savings were insignificant. We'll be leaving at 3 days from now. This token is recognized, but the person is not. A representative from the immortal cloud merchant band explained as he accepted the payment from Chen Fei and the others. They didn't ask for their names or origins, as those details were unimportant to the caravan. Thank you so much. Chen Fei expressed his gratitude, cupping his hands and examining the cloud pattern on the token. Replicating it wouldn't be difficult, but there might be additional features that could be recognized by the immortal cloud caravan. Not many people would dare to use a counterfeit token, as they risked being exposed and facing severe consequences. The two of them left the place. With the arrival of the immortal cloud merchant band, Apricot Fen City, which had been quiet, once again buzzed with activity. The streets were filled with people. Suddenly, a figure appeared to be walking hurriedly and bumped into Chen Fei. Chen Fei swiftly sidestepped and caught hold of the person's hand. Hey! Let go of my hand. What are you doing? Zhu Lia's face turned pale from the pain. He tried to break free, but it felt as if his arm was clamped in a vice, rendering him immobile. Even if you're stealing, you should choose your targets carefully. Chen Fei glanced at Zhu Liu and flung him away with his right hand. Zhu Liu fell to the ground, blood streaming from his head, realizing that he had encountered someone he couldn't handle. Zhu Liu didn't dare to cause a scene. After getting up, he slinked away into the crowd. Dejected, he probably saw our tokens. Kai Defeng chuckled, shaking his head. The Immortal Cloud Caravan only recognized the tokens. Stealing one of these tokens was worth 1,000 taels of silver. If unused, it could be sold for several hundred taels. It was a lucrative business. It seems that there will be plenty of thefts in Apricot Fen City in the next few days. Chen Fei shook his head. Some martial artists would likely rely on their strength to steal directly or even snatch forcefully. The two of them strolled through the streets, making various purchases. The journey to Immortal Cloud City would take more than 10 days, and the Immortal Cloud Caravan wouldn't provide food and water. After taking a few turns in different alleys to lose any followers, Chen Fei and Kai Defeng returned to their courtyard. At the Guest Immortal restaurant, it's an honor to have Supervisor Dong here today. Zhu Wangliang greeted Dong Yi with a cup of wine, displaying his politeness. The caravan still has matters to attend to. If you have something to say, go ahead. Dong Yi responded with an aloof expression. He had been invited to the banquet by a good friend, but had already learned about Zhu Wangliang's recent troubles. He didn't want to get involved unnecessarily. My son was killed, and this grudge is irreconcilable. I seek a favor from Supervisor Dong, Zhu Wangliang said, his expression gloomy. He placed a stack of banknotes on the table, pushing it toward Dong Yi. Dong Yi instinctively glanced at the silver notes. Each one was worth 1 taels of silver, and the stack before him amounted to no less than 10 taels. This was a significant sum, enough to soften Dong Yi's expression considerably. Although the Immortal Cloud Caravan received 1,000 taels per person, earning over 200,000 taels in 3 days, the money belonged to the caravan. Dong Yi, as the overseer, couldn't benefit from it. However, the 10 taels could be his. I've heard about your son. However, the thief is cunning, and you haven't been able to find him despite your efforts for many days. I want to help, but am unsure how. Dong Yi replied. That thief must still be in Apricot Fen City, awaiting an opportunity to leave. If I get close enough, I have a method to find him. Hence, I hope Supervisor Dong can grant me the favor of delaying the caravan for a while, allowing me to locate the thief. Zhu Wangliang explained with a grim expression. Based on Wu Shangli's deductions, Zhu Wangliang had investigated many caravans recently but hadn't found any leads. The most likely possibility was that the person was waiting for the Immortal Cloud Caravan. Wu Shangli claimed that if he could get close enough, the goo worm would be able to locate the person. Thus, Zhu Wangliang invited Dong Yi to the banquet, hoping for his assistance. If it were any other small merchant group, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Zhu Wangliang's own strength would be sufficient to force compliance. However, after the Immortal Cloud Caravan's failure, Zhu Wangliang lacked both the power and audacity to exert force. He could only rely on his connections. The payment from those people has already been collected. You're making things difficult for me. Dong Yi frowned. 1,000 taels per person was already a high price. Selling the slots again 3 days later would be unsightly. Although Dong Yi was a supervisor, he didn't want to do anything that would tarnish the caravan's reputation. I understand that the others in the caravan have been working hard recently. I have no ulterior motives. I just wanted to buy some drinks as a gesture of apology for delaying their time and having them accompany me in the search. These additional 5,000 taels is my way of making amends, Zhu Wangliang said, placing another stack of silver notes worth 5,000 taels on the table. I can't possibly accept this. Dong Yi shook his head, looking at Zhu Wangliang. However, his actions were not slow. He swiftly concealed the third of 5,000 taels in his sleeve. Thank you for your assistance, Supervisor Dong, Zhu Wangliang said with a smile as he watched Dong Yi accept the money. Chapter 64 Chapter 64 Flying Ascent Pill. Chapter 64 Flying Ascent Pill. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Of course. Of course. That thief who killed your son must be an extremely ruthless individual. If such a person were to hide among the others on the caravan, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Now that I have the opportunity to find him early, I should be the one thanking you. Dong Yi chuckled heartily. You're too kind, Supervisor Dong. Zhu Angling replied, quickly pouring a cup of wine for Dong Yi. This is the guest immortal brew. Very well, very well, Dong Yi said with a smile as he picked up his wine glass. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhu Wangliang bid farewell and took his leave. As Zhu Wangliang departed, the smile on Dong Yi's face faded, and he called over his subordinates. 3 days from now, Zhu Wangliang will lead his men in the search for the culprit. When the time comes, take these 1,000 taels, and distribute them to those who purchased the waste tokens as compensation. Understood? Supervisor Ren Yu the subordinate quickly responded, flattering Dong Yi. When the time comes, I don't want to hear any complaints or gossip. That will be all. You may leave. Dong Yi waved his hand, and his subordinate promptly bowed and departed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Zhu family had ceased their city-wide search as if they had given up. During these few days, Shen Fei and Kai Defeng remained within the courtyard and did not venture elsewhere. Kai Defeng took the opportunity to recuperate his body, as he had recently sustained injuries and would soon embark on a long journey, which would be quite taxing. Meanwhile, Shen Fei made the most of his time by cultivating diligently. First and foremost, he had achieved great completion in his mastery of the shocking swallowing art. Not only had his inner strength increased through the circulation of the cultivation technique, but the most significant advantage was that the number of pills he could consume daily had reached a new level. Prior to reaching the bone tempering realm, Shen Fei had been able to consume 4 eternal floating pills per day. After reaching the bone tempering realm, he could now ingest 5 without affecting his cultivation technique's efficiency. Now that the shocking swallowing art had reached great completion, Shen Fei's limit had soared to 7 eternal floating pills per day, thanks to the boost in inner strength cultivation provided by the technique. Although the effectiveness of the eternal floating pills had slightly diminished after breaking through to the bone tempering realm, consuming 7 per day, combined with the inner strength cultivation enhancement from the shocking swallowing art, was still a significant advantage. Based on Shen Fei's estimation, reaching the marrow tempering realm, which required a progress bar of 100, would only take about 1.5 years to complete. Such rapid progress was a result of having a superior cultivation technique. Achieving the marrow tempering realm within a year and a half far exceeded the expectations of ordinary rogue cultivators. Based on Shen Fei's observations, many martial artists were unable to reach the marrow tempering realm throughout their entire lives due to limited talent and inadequate cultivation techniques. Those who managed to reach it were often already quite old. For instance, He Yuanqiu, the man Shen Fei had killed a few days ago, had barely broken through to the marrow tempering realm at the age of 50. However, Shen Fei's cultivation speed was so astonishing that he had to pay a hefty price for medicinal pills. Consuming 7 eternal floating pills in one day was equivalent to 200 taels of silver. In 1 year, this equated to 70,000 taels of silver. This far exceeded the wealth that an average rogue cultivator could accumulate. Only individuals like Shen Fei, who could refine pills themselves, could sustain their cultivation needs and even amass a significant amount of silver. In addition to cultivating his inner strength, Shen Fei made every effort to utilize his time efficiently. He spent his time studying a book on herbs. This was not without reason, as he aimed to deduce the pill formula for the Flying Ascension Pill. The Flying Ascension Pill was the most potent pill among the 5 realms of body refinement. In Apricot Fen City, only a few shops sold it. Its pill formula held significant value and was extremely difficult to refine. Many pill refiners capable of producing eternal floating pills struggled to comprehend the basics of the Flying Ascension Pill. Naturally, the price of the Flying Ascension Pill was exorbitant. Each pill was priced at 100 taels, more than 3 times the cost of an eternal floating pill. Since Shen Fei did not possess any remnant formulas this time, he started studying the herbal book. By gaining a deeper understanding of the herb's medicinal properties, he would have a higher chance of success when deducing the formulas in reverse. Even if not for deducing the flying ascension pill, a better understanding of the herb's properties would enable Chen Fei to directly refine other types of pills. In short, there was no harm in expanding his knowledge in this area. In the early morning, the Immortal Cloud caravan station was already bustling with people. The crowd consisted of itinerant cultivators who had purchased their train tickets. While the Immortal Cloud merchant band did not provide food, they did offer carriages. Although a bit crowded, the cultivators endured it in order to reach Xianyun City. Chen Fei stood amidst the crowd, listening to the conversations around him. Suddenly, the entire caravan fell silent. Chen Fei turned his head to see what had caused the commotion, and his eyes narrowed. He exchanged glances with Kai Defeng. The caravan's manager, Dan Yi, had arrived. Accompanying him were Zhu Wangliang and Wu Changli. Caravans are meant for the righteous, not for evildoers. Someone murdered Brother X's son. I am here to conduct an investigation. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Dan Yi announced loudly. The crowd looked at each other uneasily, unsure of how to respond. If there are murderers among us, then we should investigate as soon as possible. A few voices spoke up from the crowd. Around 20 individuals voiced their agreement, which somewhat eased the discomfort felt by the rest of the people. Dan Yi smiled at Zhu Wangliang, pleased with the response. Zhu Wangliang signaled to Wu Zhangli, who did not dare to waste any time. He summoned the goo worm from his arms. The blood-sensing goo worm Kai Defeng's pupils widened slightly. Struggling to maintain his composure, he refrained from looking in Chen Fei's direction, fearing that it would draw attention. However, he was extremely anxious. Chen Fei heard Kai Defeng's whisper and overheard the surrounding crowd discussing the goo worm. He understood its function to track the scent left on weapons through bloodstains. Chen Fei felt his horizons expanding, and he felt fortunate about his earlier decision. Sensing Kai Defeng's unease, Chen Fei discreetly moved his finger, releasing a stream of energy that gently brushed against Kai Defeng's sleeve. Kai Defeng was momentarily startled before regaining his composure. This was the secret signal they had established beforehand. The goo worm circled in the air for a while, but showed no intention of flying toward the crowd. Instead, it hissed at Wu Zhangli. Wu Zhangli's expression changed, and he stole a glance at Zhu Wangliang. Swallowing nervously, he then proceeded to walk the goo worm past the itinerant cultivators. One by one, the peculiar appearance of the goo worm raised a few eyebrows among the cultivators as it passed them. Wu Zhangli led the goo worm through the crowd, and some cultivators began to frown slightly. However, as the goo worm continued without incident, the discomfort lessened. Kai Defeng, feigning nonchalance, breathed a sigh of relief as the goo worm passed by without any reaction. Even in front of Chen Fei, a short while later, the goo worm reached the end of the itinerant cultivators. Having inspected them all, Captain Wu stood in front of Zhu Wangliang and shook his head. Zhu Wangliang, with a dark expression, looked at the cultivators with a sense of frustration. He had a gut feeling that his son's killer was among them, yet he couldn't identify the culprit. Zhu Wangliang clenched his fists tightly before reluctantly releasing them. We will be departing in 15 minutes, Dan Yi announced, his gaze fixed on Zhu Wangliang. This was the most he could do. Chen Fei observed Zhu Wangliang's receding figure and smiled. 15 minutes later, the Immortal Cloud caravan set off. Chen Fei sat in a corner of the carriage, listening to the conversations around him. An elderly man seated in front of him caught his attention. Judging by your appearances, you're all heading to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, right? However, entering the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect won't be an easy feat. Chapter 65 Phoenix Crown and Royal Cape. Chapter 65 Phoenix Crown and Royal Cape. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Sir, have you visited Immortal Cloud City before? The old man's question filled the carriage with silence. Known to rule over the sects within 1,000 miles radius, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was revered for its incomparable might. Driven by the influential Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, the Immortal Cloud City had slowly prospered into an influential power. The youngsters in the carriage brought up on talks of the legendary sect naturally held a profound yearning for it. In my youth, I did reside in Immortal Cloud City for several years, the old man responded, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. However, it was a hard life, leading me to wander for a while. Lately, chaos has taken over, which made me consider retiring back to Immortal Cloud City. Sir, could you provide some insights into the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect? Are they highly selective when it comes to accepting disciples? A voice implored impatiently. Well, for prodigious martial artists, the standards aren't too stringent. However, for the common folk, it might seem rather daunting. The old man shook his head, continuing, to be a part of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, there are certain prerequisites related to fundamental skills, and comprehension. You either meet all the criteria or possess an extraordinary talent that stands out among others. Without this, the gates of the Immortal Sword Sect remain closed. Could you elaborate, sir? Upon this request, Chen Fei retrieved a bottle of wine from his bag and handed it to the old man. The elder took a sniff of the wine, and his eyes lit up. Young man, your generosity is commendable. He chuckled, taking a gulp of wine. He then turned to the group, saying, you can easily discover these requirements once you reach Immortal Cloud City. Nonetheless, since you express interest now, I shall oblige. The carriage fell silent. All eyes turned toward the old man, basking in the attention. The elder started. First, one has to be under 15 years of ago. Even if one is older, they cannot be more than 20, and they must have reached the marrow tempering realm. Under 20 and at the marrow tempering realm. This information sent shockwaves through the carriage. Even in a city like Apricot Fen, a marrow tempering martial artist was considered an elite. They were honored guests wherever they went. In Apricot Fen City, most marrow tempering realm practitioners were over 40. Anyone in their 30s was deemed an exceptional talent with the potential to reach the visceral tempering realm in the future. Yet, at the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, one had to reach the marrow tempering realm by their 20s. The mere thought was disconcerting. Shen Fei's face clouded over. He was already 23 this year and had already surpassed the cutoff. Having first started as a peasant, he had eventually migrated to Pinyin County to make out a living due to hardship. Yes, indeed, the marrow tempering realm, the old men confirmed, seemingly unfazed by their astonishment. To outsiders, the standards indeed seemed lofty, enough to dissuade most. Sir, you mentioned the age restriction can be overlooked if one's innate ability and comprehension are extraordinarily high. Queried a voice laced with unwilling hope. Indeed, if you possess exceptional innate ability and comprehension, age isn't a hindrance. The elder confirmed, but he added, however, someone with such high levels of innate ability and comprehension would likely reach the marrow tempering realm before their 20s. Wouldn't they? The carriage was silent again. Of course. The old man continued. There are those who commence their martial arts training later in life, and hence, their cultivation may be slightly weaker. Thus, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect docs provide an opportunity for them. If they pass a specific test, they can be accepted into the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. And how would that work? I can't offer the specifics. Much of what I know is hearsay. When the time comes, you'll understand when you visit the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect personally. The elder replied, taking another satisfying swig of wine. Does the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect have a set schedule for accepting disciples? Chen Fei queried. Absolutely. They hold tests every month. Given the number of aspirants, regular tests are necessary to recruit new members. The old man replied. Shen Fei ceased his line of questioning, opting to close his eyes and rest. He was aware of his limitations. He had exceeded the age limit and possessed average innate ability. Yet, he hoped his comprehension ability, honed through the interface's simplified function, might tilt the scales in his favor. His talent in comprehension was exceptional, but he was uncertain if it would compensate for the other deficiencies. In reality, you need not fixate solely on the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, the old man added, seeing the young man's troubled face. Numerous sects around the Immortal Cloud City also recruit disciples. While they may not match the immortal cloud sword sect's reputation, their cultivation techniques are far from weak. What the elder said was true. The immortal cloud sword sect had attracted many fledgling sects to Immortal Cloud City. These sects were well known elsewhere, but paled in comparison to the Immortal Cloud sword sect. The carriage fell quiet as it moved further away from Apricot Fen City, the path becoming increasingly rugged. Jostling the carriage, Chen Fei spent most of his time engrossed in medical books, relishing the understanding of various medicinal herbs' properties. His goal had initially been to derive the flying ascent pill, but now, he found pleasure in acquiring knowledge for its own sake. Look, someone's living there. On the seventh evening, an excited voice broke the silence. To their surprise, they spotted a solitary straw hut on a remote mountain. Don't stare. Get inside quickly, the old man yelled, his face grim. Sir, what's wrong? Someone inquired. Before the old man could reply, another voice exclaimed, the door's open, and there's a bride. Everyone turned to see a woman in ceremonial attire emerge from the hut. So beautiful, an onlooker murmured before reaching up to gouge his own eyes out. Chapter 66 Luo Yang paper is precious. Chapter 66 Luo Yang paper is precious. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Clang. A loud noise echoed from the center of the caravan, its sound waves rapidly reaching every corner. The look of confusion on everyone's faces was immediately replaced by clarity. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Pain screams began to resonate within the caravan, each voice louder than the last. Many within Chen Fei's carriage had their hands over their eyes, seemingly on the verge of gouging them out. It was thanks to the old man's warning that their reactions had been slightly delayed, sparing them from losing their eyesight. What's happening? Some in the carriage shivered, unnerved by the feeling of being utterly controlled. Most importantly, they had all forgotten what they had just witnessed that triggered such reactions. Recollections of a straw hut appeared, but no one remembered what ensued. The screams outside the carriage persisted as the guards of the Immortal Cloud caravan began inspecting each carriage for problems. Meanwhile, they cautioned everyone not to look outside carelessly, else they would bear the consequences. That's bizarre. There's something off about a straw hut appearing in the valley out of nowhere. The old man sighed. When encountering such issues, it's best to see nothing and hear nothing. Our safety is generally guaranteed with the Immortal Cloud caravan's protection. Thank you for the warning earlier. Everyone expressed their gratitude to the old man, who casually dismissed the thanks. He had intended to save himself. Had he been bewitched by the evil, losing an eyeball would have been only the first step. Subsequently, other horrifying things might have occurred in the carriage, leading to an actual disaster. The continuous screams from outside left everyone in a state of fear. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, seated in a corner, furrowed his brow. When the others were looking at the thatched hut, he chose not to. After experiencing a few evil entities, he had nearly summed up his own strategy. However, when someone attempted to poke their eyeballs, Chen Fei's mind was slightly affected. Although the clear heart formula circulated automatically, it failed to immediately dispel the abnormality. In other words, whether he viewed the entity or not, he would still be affected, and the intensity of the impact varied. With regard to the numbness in his arm, he was only starting to feel it. Chen Fei glanced at the old man. He suspected the old man possessed something that could restrain the entities, making him immune. On the other hand, although the clear heart formula was still effective, it seemed unable to handle slightly stronger anomalies. However, this was understandable. After all, it was merely a commonplace cultivation technique. Fortunately, we chose the Immortal Cloud caravan. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, Kai Defeng admitted, still shaken by the recent events. This evil phenomenon had probably only recently emerged. Otherwise, even the Immortal Cloud merchant band wouldn't have been caught off guard and almost suffered a catastrophe. The Immortal Cloud caravan skirted the mountain valley, taking a detour before returning to their original route. Alarmed by the evil event, the Immortal Cloud caravan appeared to have quickened their pace. Their usual routine of taking 3 to 4 rest breaks a day was reduced to 2, and each break was considerably shorter. They wasted no time in continuing their journey. The 8th and 9th days swiftly passed. In the evening, a cheer erupted from the entire caravan. They had caught sight of the immortal cloud city. However, as the old man explained, what they saw was not the immortal cloud city, but a smaller city adjacent to it. They still had a day's journey before they could truly enter the immortal cloud city. Seeing the outline of the city in the distance brought a smile to the old man's face. Being here meant safety. The incident with the monsters 2 days ago was still fresh in his memory. It was only in the city that he could feel more at ease. After another hour, the entire caravan finally entered the city. Some people began to depart from the immortal cloud merchant band. Not everyone was heading to the main city. Shen Fei's destination was naturally the main city. Since the immortal cloud sword sect was near the main city, most people were also heading there. The immortal cloud caravan rested in the city for a day. Shen Fei utilized this time to explore the city. Shen Fei could clearly sense the city's vitality. Just the number of entertainment places, such as brothels, greatly exceeded that in Apricot Fen City. At the same time, the prices of pills and weapons were significantly lower compared to Apricot Fen City. As long as there were sufficient talents, the price of such materials would decrease. In contrast to Apricot Fen City, where marrow tempering realm martial artists were seen occasionally. Here in the city, Shen Fei could vaguely sense the presence of many such individuals on the street. Shen Fei recalled the immortal cloud sword sect's requirement for martial artists to reach the marrow tempering realm below 20 years of age, and pondered silently. Only in such a cultivation environment could the immortal cloud sword sect dare to make such a demand. Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Pingyang County and the rebel army. The rebel army was just a small group among the many rebel soldiers. Their target was a small county like Pingyang County. Reflecting on it now, Shen Fei wondered how many incidents must have taken place in this dynasty for such a vast scale of rebel soldiers to run rampant. It was a turbulent era indeed. The next morning, the immortal cloud merchant band set off again. The old man in the carriage had already left. He believed that while the main city was more prosperous, the pressures of life were also greater. It was better to live in a nearby smaller city, which was more comfortable. Anyway, he was already at this age and had no intentions of going to the immortal cloud sword sect. Shall we rent a courtyard in the city and continue selling medicine when we arrive? Shen Fei asked Kai Defeng during a break. Shen Fei was determined to continue selling pills. After all, it was a quick way to make money, and he was counting on this to save some cash. Of course, he had to be more careful when selling medicine this time. Ideally, Shen Fei would be able to join the immortal cloud sword sect. Then, he would probably have no issues using the sect's name to avoid trouble. He'll certainly continue selling, Kai Defeng answered with a smile. At his age, no sect would accept him. If Shen Fei's medicinal pill business was done well, Kai Defeng would also be able to live a comfortable life. In the evening, Shen Fei caught sight of the immortal cloud city. One look at it left him speechless. He had never imagined that he could see such a magnificent city in this world. It was hard to believe that it had been constructed by human hands. The city gate guards were all at the bone tempering realm, and the sergeant was above the marrow tempering realm. As for his exact realm, despite the help of the clear heart formula, Shen Fei was unsure. The sergeant's aura was cold, and it was evident that his hands were stained with a lot of blood. After saying their farewells to the others in the carriage, Shen Fei and the others found an inn. The price was high, and the food was not cheap either. However, the two of them were mentally prepared. 2,000 taels a year. Shen Fei and the others were brought to a courtyard by the innkeeper the next morning. They were quite satisfied with all aspects, but the price was frightening. Shen Fei initially planned to do as before, to live humbly, but he quickly realized that this was entirely impossible. The cost of living was high, but this was excessively so. Chapter 67 Chapter 67 Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Chapter 67 Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. It's not that I don't want to give you a discount, but there have been too many people coming to the Immortal Cloud City recently. If you wait a few more days, this courtyard will probably be rented out. The toothed man chuckled. In the end, Chen Fei still managed to rent the courtyard, albeit at a reduced price of 1,900 taels per year. Even if Kai Defeng tried to negotiate, the rent couldn't be lowered any further. After purchasing some basic furniture, the two of them officially moved into Immortal Cloud City. Kai Defeng went to gather information about medicinal herbs in preparation for future pill refinement. Meanwhile, Chen Fei explored the city, visiting various shops and restaurants. In addition to learning about the prices of pills in Immortal Cloud City, he also inquired about the recruitment process of the Celestial Cloud Sword Sect. Half a day later, Chen Fei returned to the courtyard with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Kai Defeng looked at Chen Fei, feeling puzzled. It's nothing major. I just heard some news about the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's disciple recruitment process. They've changed the rules again, Chen Fei whispered. During his time in the caravan, an old man had mentioned the rules for accepting disciples, which were set many years ago. Over the years, especially with the increasing influx of people into Immortal Cloud City, the method of accepting disciples in the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had changed almost every month, but the general principles remained the same. What are the new rules? Kai Defeng asked curiously. The last time he heard about the requirement of reaching the marrow tempering realm before the age of 20, he was already shocked. He had been cultivating all his life and had only reached the bone tempering realm. The marrow tempering realm was still far beyond his reach. The fact that the base requirement was the marrow tempering realm was already a heavy blow to his self-esteem. The new rule for the first 2 months is that if you haven't been exposed to martial arts before the age of 13, you can join the sect if you pass the test based on your innate ability and comprehension. If you are accepted as a disciple, you should reach the bone tempering realm by the age of 15 and the marrow tempering realm by 18, Chen Fei explained. Looking up, Kai Defeng was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Then, his mouth hung open wide. The original rules were already stringent enough, but now he realized that he was still far too weak. The new rules were even more demanding. Even in Immortal Cloud City, it's incredibly difficult to reach the marrow tempering realm before the age of 18. Kai Defeng couldn't help but ask. A person's martial arts talent, apart from factors like family background and having martial artist parents, would mostly depend on innate talent. In a city like Immortal Cloud City, genius martial artists would undoubtedly be far superior to those from rural areas. However, reaching the 5 realms of body tempering and the marrow tempering realm was no easy task. Yes, that's why most of those who join the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect are still young. Of course, Chen Fei nodded. By training them from a young age, they will be more loyal and adaptable compared to those who bring their existing skills to the sect. Has the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect been accepting many new disciples recently? Kai Defeng asked, wondering if the sect had tightened its recruitment criteria due to the influx of people. Yes, many people have sought refuge here, Chen Fei nodded, sighing slightly. With so many choices available, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect naturally selected the cream of the crop. Rumor has it that the recruitment rules might change again this month. Despite being a behemoth, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect still needed instructors and resources to distribute. Expanding the sect so rapidly had likely exhausted them to some extent. However, this made it more challenging for older martial artists like Chen Fei to enter the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. This month, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect would begin accepting disciples in 5 days. There were also rumors that the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect might change their recruitment frequency from once a month to once every 3 months or even half a year or a year. Over the next 2 days, Chen Fei and Kai Defeng gathered information in Immortal Cloud City. Kai Defeng found a reliable source of medicinal herbs, while Chen Fei extensively explored more than half of the city, especially areas with a high concentration of shops. Compared to Apricot Fen City, the prices of medicinal pills in Immortal Cloud City had dropped further. Light spirit pills were typically sold for 10 taels of silver, eternal floating pills for 25 taels, and flying ascent pills for 95 taels. The price decline was minimal for flying ascent pills since they were consumed by those in the visceral tempering realm. making them relatively more valuable. Unfortunately, Chen Fei had yet to master the art of refining them. As for pill formulas, Immortal Cloud City had a wide variety available. Even the formula for light spirit pills was too expensive. The formula for eternal floating pills was still relatively confidential. If one wished to learn, one could join a medical hall or a medicine shop and sign a long-term contract to receive training. The requirements for flying ascent pills were even stricter. Immortal Cloud City also had street stalls set up by itinerant cultivators, which were larger in scale compared to Apricot Fen City and bustling with activity. A wide variety of peculiar items were sold there, with over 20 vendors selling medicinal pills, leading to fierce competition. This indicated the considerable number of people and talented individuals who had flocked to Immortal Cloud City from various places. Only those skilled in alchemy could survive in such a competitive environment. On the morning of the third day, Kai Defeng brought a bag of medicinal herbs to Chen Fei filled with the ingredients for light spirit pills. Due to this simplified version of eternal floating pills, refining light spirit pills would provide valuable experience points. Chen Fei estimated that by putting his full effort into refining light spirit pills, he could perfect his proficiency in eternal floating pills in about a month. Moreover, since he had just arrived in Immortal Cloud City, it would be more appropriate to start by selling light spirit pills. Light spirit pills were common in Immortal Cloud City, and while the profit margins were decent, it wasn't an item that would make others envious. The city's market dynamics were different. By controlling the quantity, Chen Fei could test the market to some extent. Of course, it would be ideal if he had a strong backing, such as the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. However, Chen Fei was unsure if he would have the opportunity to join the sect under the current conditions. On the morning of the fourth day, Chen Fei handed Kai Defeng 100 light spirit pills. Some of them were refined in Apricot Fen City and stored in Chen Fei's space grid. There were also some preserved food items from Pinyin County in the space grid, which Chen Fei didn't consume, keeping them as emergency rations. At noon, Kai Defeng returned with a smile on his face. Chen Fei looked at him in surprise. This big city is truly different. A person tested the authenticity of our pills by pricking them with a needle and ended up buying all of our light spirit pills, Kai Defeng said with a smile, handing over the silver notes to Chen Fei. Chen Fei was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Immortal Cloud City to have such advanced methods of testing medicinal pills. In the afternoon, Chen Fei dedicated his time to refining elixirs and practicing swordsmanship and archery. He couldn't deny feeling nervous about his visit to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect the next day. If he could enter the sect, it would mark a significant milestone in his martial path. However, considering the current requirements of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, Chen Fei couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The standards were incredibly high. Early in the morning on the fifth day, Chen Fei woke up and bid farewell to Kai Defeng before setting out. Many others in Immortal Cloud City were also awake early, filled with excitement as they gathered near the foot of the mountain where the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was located. They chatted animatedly, their faces brimming with anticipation as their gazes intermittently drifted toward the sect's gate on the mountain. Chapter 68 Thunderbolt Sword. Chapter 68 Thunderbolt Sword. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei listened attentively to the discussions around him, confirming that more than half of the people present were from other cities. Among them, besides those who aspired to become disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, most were refugees like Chen Fei. Here they come. Soon, a group of figures rushed down the mountain and swiftly stood before the crowd. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed as he observed their movements. Their speed was astonishingly fast. The movement technique that Chen Fei took pride in might not be weak, but it couldn't compare to the agility displayed by the newcomers just now. Judging from their calm postures, it was clear they hadn't exerted their full strength. Let's skip the pleasantries. If you wish to join our Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, you must possess exceptional comprehension abilities. Those below 13 years of age follow my junior brother up the mountain for the test. Those below 15 years old and who have reached the bone-tempering realm also follow my junior brother. Those below 18 years old and who have already attained the marrow tempering realm. Follow me for the test, Fan Xiu announced loudly, pointing at her two junior brothers standing beside her. These are the rules. Let the testing begin. Wait a minute, what about those over 18? Someone shouted in surprise, realizing there were only 3 rules and Fan Xiu was about to ascend the mountain. The sect currently does not accept anyone over the age of 18. Fan Xiu replied with a shake of her head. You mean we don't even have a chance to be tested? What about testing our comprehension and aptitude? As we used to, many people grew anxious, including Chen Fei, who glanced at Fan Xiu. The rules have changed. Today is the day, Fan Xiu stated firmly. This is unfair. We've come all this way and aren't given a chance, some protested. I've only started practicing martial arts recently, but I've trained my body diligently for a year. In a few more months, I will definitely reach the bone tempering realm. Another argued, yes, we've just started learning martial arts, but it doesn't mean our talent and foundation are lacking. Voices of discontent echoed through the crowd. Almost half of the people were shocked, and the scene grew chaotic, with many expressing their indignation. Silence, a thunderous shout reverberated, rendering everyone deafened. Those with lower cultivation levels even stumbled and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the sound. The uproar immediately ceased. Luck is also part of the martial path. Coming into contact with martial arts late means you are unlucky now. Those who meet the requirements proceed up the mountain for testing. The rest of you are dismissed. Fan Xiu scanned the crowd with an imposing aura, causing many to lower their heads in submission. Chen Fei and Fan Xiu exchanged a brief gaze, but it went unnoticed by the others. Chen Fei took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Life is filled with hardships. Chen Fei had envisioned various scenarios regarding becoming a disciple, but he never expected that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect wouldn't even grant him a chance to be tested. As Fan Xiu had emphasized, luck was indeed a factor in martial arts. In other words, luck was a part of life. Sometimes, when there was no opportunity, there simply wasn't one. Those who met the requirements began queuing to ascend the mountain for the test, while the others who fell short refused to leave, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Many thoughts raced through Chen Fei's mind, but ultimately, he shook his head. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect's stance was crystal clear. There was no chance for an older martial artist like him. Why an Immortal Inn? These are the nearby sects where you can seek apprenticeship. Although they may not compare to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, they have a long history. The Tooth Man handed Chen Fei a piece of paper. Chen Fei skimmed through it, discovering 3 sects listed. The paper provided brief introductions about each sect's location and its unique cultivation techniques. You've prepared quite well, Chen Fei remarked, surprised by the Tooth Man's perceptiveness. He had only stopped by the inn for a moment. Yet the Tooth Man instantly saw through his intentions. His business acumen was remarkable. It's all for the sake of earning some money. The Tooth Man chuckled. How much do I owe you? Chen Fei asked. 10 taels of silver. I'll share everything I know once you pay, the Tooth Man replied, his expression turning serious. Please have a seat. Chen Fei called over a waiter and ordered a cup of tea for the Tooth Man. The Tooth Man beamed with delight. The transaction was completed. An hour later, the Tooth Man departed. Chen Fei watched the bustling street and furrowed his brows. The Tooth Man possessed a wealth of information, even if it was publicly available. Nevertheless, it saved Chen Fei considerable time. The Big Dipper Tower, Long Rainbow Sect, and Sunken Water Pavilion were the names of the 3 sects. According to the Tooth Man, these 3 sects possessed similar strengths, each with its own distinctive cultivation techniques. Apart from these 3 sects, there were smaller sects in the vicinity of Immortal Cloud City as well. However, they were considerably weaker. Some of them had enjoyed glory in the past, but lost their inherited cultivation techniques or encountered other setbacks. The Sunken Water Pavilion exclusively recruited female disciples, making it irrelevant for Chen Fei. The Long Rainbow Sect focused on spear techniques, which wasn't particularly appealing. Additionally, they only accepted those below 13 years old and didn't admit disciples who already possessed their own martial arts skills. The Big Dipper Tower's ascetic monks were forbidden to marry. as their cultivation technique required them to maintain their virginity. Marrying would disrupt their cultivation progress and, at worst, cause a regression in their cultivation realm. After listening to the descriptions of these three sects, Chen Fei felt disheartened. It became apparent why these three sects couldn't compare to the Immortal Sword sect. The restrictions imposed, and their cultivation techniques paled in comparison. How could they possibly match up? I didn't expect to be unable to join my first choice, then my second choice, and now I'm left with the third choice. Chen Fei murmured to himself. He hadn't anticipated this outcome before coming to Immortal Cloud City. The Primordial Sword Sect, I'll give it a try. Thoughts of the Primordial Sword Sect flashed through Chen Fei's mind. It possessed a respectable heritage, comparable to the Sunken Water Pavilion and the other two sects. The only drawback was that no one had managed to attain great completion of their most renowned cultivation technique, Thunderbolt Sword, in many years. Consequently, the sect's overall strength and top-tier combat prowess were slightly weaker compared to the other three sects. Moreover, the current sect leader seemed to struggle with management. What connection does the Thunderbolt Sword have with the Thunderous Sword Force? Chen Fei had asked the Toothed Man previously. The similarity in names intrigued him, especially considering the fame of the Thunderous Sword Force and the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. I don't know. The Toothed Man was about to shake his head, but when he saw Chen Fei produce another 5 taels of silver, he immediately changed his tune and whispered, I heard that the founder of the Primordial Sword Sect deemed the Thunderous Sword Force to be extraordinary. In response, he created the Thunderbolt Sword to counter it. But the Thunderbolt Sword has certain flaws, making it extremely challenging to cultivate. I truly don't know. The Toothed Man chuckled, refusing to divulge further. Chen Fei finished his wine and left the restaurant. 2 hours later, Chen Fei arrived at the entrance of a mountain gate. Today was also the day for the Primordial Sword Sect to recruit disciples. However, compared to the bustling scene at the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, the number of people present was considerably smaller. Nonetheless, there were still a handful. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei possessed a waste token and a manual on their cultivation technique. He had paid 100 taels of silver for these items. Chen Fei now held the status of an outer sect disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect. By diligently cultivating the sword technique within the manual and reaching its peak within half a year, he would have the opportunity to truly become a disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect. Chen Fei gazed at the manual, his expression filled with complexity. It felt as though he had entered a large martial arts club. Chapter 69 Primordial Sword. Chapter 69 Primordial Sword. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Have you entered the palace? Kai Defeng asked hurriedly when they returned to the courtyard of Immortal Cloud City and saw Chen Fei. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect didn't give me a chance, so I went to the Primal Star Sword Sect. Chen Fei shook his head and briefly explained what had happened that day. At the same time, he showed his waist token of the Primordial Sword Sect. It has become stricter, Kai Defeng commented. Upon hearing that Chen Fei was unable to join the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, Kai Defeng felt pity for him. After all, it was the most powerful sect in the vicinity. The sect offered the best choice in terms of cultivation techniques and backing. There are too many people, Chen Fei said regretfully. His previous target was the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, and he had even learned a few moves from them. Learning the moves of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect made Chen Fei understand their power. It was a pity that they were unwilling to accept him, and he had no choice. The status of the two parties was not equal. Primordial Sword Sect, I've heard of it. Is there something called the Great Thunderbolt Sword in their inheritance? Kai Defeng asked. Great Thunderbolt Sword? Isn't it called the Thunderbolt Sword? Chen Fei asked in surprise. Why was the Thunderbolt Sword called by such a name? Why did they add the word great to it? I heard it from people outside, Kai Defeng replied, also somewhat puzzled. Chen Fei opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Why did this Great Thunderbolt Sword sound like it was intentionally suppressing the Thunderbolt Sword? After spending a few hours refining the Light Spirit Pill for today and handing it over to Kai Defeng, Chen Fei took out the secret manual given by the Primordial Sword Sect. Now that he had joined the Primordial Sword Sect, Chen Fei needed to consider how to obtain an even stronger cultivation technique inheritance in this sect. The primordial sword sect appeared to be a large martial arts school, and it had its benefits. As long as you paid, they would accept you. Once you showed enough talent, you would be immediately drawn into the true inheritance. Primordial sword, that was the name of the secret manual. Chen Fei spent 2 hours reading through the Chaiyuan sword, and he was a little surprised by what he discovered. Although the primordial sword sect accepted anyone who paid, they didn't scam people. The primal sword was the basic sword technique of the sect, and though it was the foundation, its power was not weak at all. Furthermore, it could perfectly integrate with the sect's inheritance. From Chen Fei's current feeling, this primordial sword was only slightly weaker than Chen Fei's fire vein sword. One must know that the fire vein sword was formed after Chen Fei fused many sword techniques. Besides the fact that the primordial sword was weaker, the sword technique that Chen Fei had obtained in Pingyuan County was indeed a little weak. It was almost overtaken by a beginner sword technique. Discovered cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 80 taels of silver to simplify the primordial sword? The beginning sword is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Primordial sword. Chen Fei looked at the simplified result with surprise. It wasn't that wielding a sword was difficult, but it was rare to see a successful simplification like this. Chen Fei went to the courtyard with his longsword. Chen Fei had an idea when he encountered the goo worm in Apricot Fen City. After arriving at the Immortal Cloud City, he specifically bought some medicinal herbs and mixed them into a potion that could directly wash away the remaining aura on the sword. There was also a large bottle in the space grid for future use. Chen Fei performed the fire vein sword with his hands and quickly immersed himself in practicing the sword technique. After some time, Chen Fei stopped and let out a breath of turbid air. Cultivation method primordial sword master 1,021,000. Looking at the information on the interface, Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. Compared to mindlessly slashing the sword, it was naturally more interesting to directly practice the sword technique. Moreover, he could learn new things from the past. At this rate, if Chen Fei was a little more diligent, he would probably be able to cultivate this set of primordial sword to the realm of perfection in a few days. At that time, he would be able to apply to enter the inner sect. Wouldn't that be too obvious? Chen Fei had thought about this problem initially. After all, the primordial sword sect had given him half a year. However, did he have to waste his time and wait there just to be mediocre? It was just a set of introductory sword techniques. Chen Fei's goal was to obtain a stronger cultivation technique as soon as possible so that his strength could rapidly increase. As long as his cultivation realm increased fast enough, even if danger came, he would have enough strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In those 7 days, Chen Fei refined pills in the morning, cultivated inner strength techniques in the afternoon, and practiced the bow technique. The rest of the time was spent cultivating the primordial sword. There were no problems with the sale of pills for the time being. Chen Fei was also more cautious, and he controlled the number of pills he sold each day to below 100. It could only be said that Immortal Cloud City was relatively large. They either didn't care about the profit of those medicinal pills, or they were still investigating Chen Fei's background. In the long run, there would still be people who targeted Chen Fei and Kai Defang. After all, they earned a few hundred taels every day, which was quite impressive. Thus, Chen Fei wanted to join the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and settle this once and for all. Now that entering the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had failed, the Primordial Sword Sect could be their new backer. However, being an outer sect disciple was far from enough. Chen Fei needed to become an inner sect disciple or even a true disciple. Early in the morning, Chen Fei arrived at the main gate of the Primordial Sword Sect. He had already cultivated the Primordial Sword to great completion. Chen Fei would be taking the assessment today to officially become a disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect. "Are you here to take the test?" the deacon disciple asked when Chen Fei handed over his waist token and looked at the carved numbers on it. He looked up at Chen Fei in surprise and said, "Are you a beginner?" "Yes." Chen Fei nodded. "It seems that you have learned the primordial sword before. All right, follow me." The deacon disciple nodded. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. After obtaining the primordial sword, quite a number of people immediately came to take the test. But thinking about it, it was normal. The primordial sword could be learned with money. The primordial sword sect had never intended to keep it a secret. Perhaps the primordial sword sect was purposely casting a wide net to recruit disciples. If many people were interested in the sect, they could learn it well first and then come over. This way, the half-year deadline was even omitted. Chen Fei followed the managing disciple and enjoyed the scenery of the primordial sword sect before arriving at the hidden dragon palace. Senior brother Yan. This junior brother Chen is here for the advancement test, the executing disciple said, cupping his hands and speaking in a low voice. Someone else is here again recently. Our sect's population has grown a lot. Yang Chuanjin said, closing his eyes to rest. When he heard the voice, he raised his head to look at Chen Fei, and a warm smile appeared on his face. It's all thanks to the sect leader's leadership. The managing disciple hurriedly smiled and said. Yan Chuanjin nodded, stood up, and walked in front of Chen Fei. He sized him up and said, the primordial sword is the foundation-building sword technique of my primordial sword sect. It focuses on foundation and practice. Junior brother Chen, have you thought about taking the test today? If you fail the test, you'll have to wait another 3 months. If you don't pass in that 3 months, you'll have to wait for a year. Please enlighten me, senior brother Chen Fei said, cupping his hands seriously. All right, please step onto the martial test stage. Yang Zhao waved his right hand, and Chen Fei stepped onto the stage with his right foot. With a faint smile, Yang Quanjin's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Yang Quanjin's movement technique. It was a good technique. If he could practice it after entering the inner sect, it would definitely improve Chen Fei's movement technique. Junior brother, please use your full strength to unleash the primordial sword. Don't worry, Yang Chuanjin said. I won't hold back, Chen Fei replied. Yang Chuanhan had at least the cultivation of the marrow tempering realm. Unless Chen Fei used Sword 5, he wouldn't be able to hurt Yang Chuanjin at all. Chapter 70 Chapter 74 Peaks and 3 Lineages. Chapter 74 Peaks and 3 Lineages. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Stepping forward, Chen Fei approached Yang Quanjin. The long sword in his hand flashed as he aimed for Yang Quanjin's chest. Good, Yang Quanjin exclaimed. With just one sword move, he could already discern Chen Fei's foundation in sword technique. Clang! Yang Quanjin effortlessly deflected Chen Fei's attack with his sword. And in return, he launched a backhand attack using a sword move from the primordial sword. Chen Fei's expression remained unchanged as he instinctively blocked Yang Chuanjin's attack with his own sword. In just a few breaths, Chen Fei and Yang Quanjin had already exchanged dozens of moves. Their exchange was intense and evenly matched. Watching from below the stage, the deacon disciple's initially relaxed expression gradually turned serious. His seriousness, however, wasn't directed toward Yang Quanjin but rather toward Chen Fei. Although Yang Chuanjin had suppressed his cultivation of the bone tempering realm, his understanding and mastery of the primordial sword surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Normally, it would only take a few sword strikes to determine the stronger combatant when facing cultivators of the same level. But as they fought, Chen Fei appeared calm and composed, making the deacon disciple question his own eyesight. Regardless of how much he had practiced beforehand, without the guidance of the sect, it was extremely difficult to cultivate primordial sword to such a high level. Among the outer sect disciples who took the test, those who had grasped the primordial sword to such a degree were as rare as phoenix feathers and dragon scales. Clang! With a resounding clash of swords, Chen Fei's figure slid back a few steps before finally stopping. His long sword trembled slightly in his hand. You win. I was only using the power of the marrow tempering realm, Yang Quanjin said, looking at Chen Fei with a smile. If he had continued suppressing his realm, Yang Quanjin suspected that he would have been injured, which would have been quite embarrassing. Congratulations, junior brother Chen. The deacon disciple waved his hand and said with a smile, Junior brother Chen, please follow me. The managing disciple's attitude was noticeably gentler. An inner sect disciple was already considered a true member of the primordial sword sect, and held a higher status than an outer sect disciple. Thank you for your guidance, Chen Fei said, cupping his hands toward Yang Quanjin. He then followed behind the managing disciple, leaving the hidden dragon palace. Yang Quanjin stood in his original spot, his smile gradually fading and his face turning cold. His previous enthusiasm was completely replaced by a different demeanor. After registering his name and receiving a new waste token, the managing disciple led Chen Fei around the primordial sword sect, introducing him to the various facilities. When our primordial sword sect was at its peak, we had 4 peaks and 3 lineages. The sect's signature technique, the primordial sword scripture, was a technique refined from the 4 peaks and 3 meridians. Its power was unparalleled and shocked the world. The managing disciple proudly shared while they walked. Chen Fei listened quietly, not saying a word. However, in recent years, we have faced significant challenges. Although the sect has survived, some of the inheritances have been lost. The deacon disciple's voice became somber. Which lineage can I learn? Chen Fei asked. It's too early to say which lineage. You have to wait until you become a true disciple of the sect to be exposed to the true inheritances. The deacon disciple smiled. Many new disciples desired to learn profound cultivation techniques, but without passing a test, the sect would not grant them access to top-notch inheritances for fear of entrusting them to the wrong person. What about me? Chen Fei inquired. According to the order, the sect has already arranged for Martial Uncle Feng to be your master. From now on, Martial Uncle Feng will be responsible for your cultivation. The managing disciple explained as he led Chen Fei to a courtyard. Is Martial Uncle Feng here? I would like to pay my respects, the deacon disciple called out from outside. What is it? A figure silently appeared at the door. When he saw Chen Fei, he furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Recently, the sect has already assigned 18 disciples to me. I can barely handle them alone. Why are they assigning another disciple to me now? Martial Uncle Feng, please calm down. This is the sect's arrangement. I have no authority to question it. The managing disciple replied with a bitter smile. HMPH Feng Zipu grunted in dissatisfaction and took the paper containing Chen Fei's information. Feng Zipu's frown deepened when he saw Chen Fei's age and bone-tempering realm cultivation. However, his expression eased slightly as he observed Chen Fei's performance in the advancement test. Show me the primordial sword once, Feng Zipu instructed, his gaze fixed on Chen Fei. Yes. Master Chen Fei nodded and raised his longsword, demonstrating the primordial sword technique on the spot. Having already cultivated the primordial sword to perfection, every move and style had become instinctual for Chen Fei. As he performed, his sword technique appeared elegant and agile, embodying the essence of the primordial sword. Feng Zipu's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he watched Chen Fei, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Even if Feng Zipu were to use the primordial sword technique that Chen Fei had displayed, his execution would only be average. The frustration he had felt when the sect assigned more disciples to him earlier dissipated at this moment. Feng Zipu didn't know how long Chen Fei had spent cultivating this sword technique, but seeing how he could grasp the primordial sword to such a level, it would be much easier for him to cultivate the other sword techniques of the sect. However, Chen Fei's cultivation was still too weak. He had only just entered the bone-tempering realm at his age. If he wanted to make progress in the future, his prospects seemed slim. Alright, that's enough. Stop, Feng Zipu said after a while. Chen Fei sheathed his sword and stood to the side. From now on, I have many disciples under my guidance, and I can't always be available to guide your cultivation. Most of the time, you'll have to work hard on your own. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to come and ask me, Feng Zipu instructed. I understand, Chen Fei replied, cupping his hands. Feng Zipu was quite satisfied with Chen Fei's performance and nodded slightly. He led Chen Fei to the study and handed him a secret manual. Take the secret manual and study it for a few days. Return it to me afterward. By the way, come to my place tomorrow morning. You can also meet your senior brothers then, Feng Zipu informed. Thank you, Master Chen Fei expressed his gratitude and received the secret manual with a happy expression. He had finally obtained a cultivation technique. Although this secret manual was not the top inheritance of the primordial sword sect, Chen Fei was no longer a rogue cultivator. He didn't need to search for cultivation methods everywhere. With the sect's guidance, he could focus on cultivating. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei bid farewell and left. Feng Xiupu watched Chen Fei's departure and shook his head slightly. Due to Chen Fei's display of the primordial sword, Feng Xiupu couldn't help but assess Chen Fei's aptitude. However, he couldn't directly discern it. Feng Xiupu was surprised to learn that Chen Fei had reached the bone-tempering realm. With his current age and foundation, even if his comprehension was slightly stronger, his future prospects on the martial path would be limited. Chen Fei returned to the room assigned by the sect and closed the door with anticipation. He looked at the secret manual in his hands. Origin Connection Technique. Chapter 71 Chapter 71 Great Strength. Chapter 71 Great Strength. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei spent 4 hours reading through the secret manual in his hands several times. Afterward, he rubbed his dry eyes and set the manual aside. Lost in thought. The Origin Connection Technique was a cultivation method practiced by all inner sect disciples of the primordial sword sect. Only by mastering this technique could one compete for the true inheritance of the primordial sword sect. The Origin Connection Technique consisted of 5 stages. Currently, Chen Fei only possessed the cultivation steps for the first stage. However, even this initial level was on par with the cloud swallowing art. Only Chen Fei's shocking swallowing art was slightly stronger, particularly in removing the pill's restrictions, where the Origin Connection Technique fell short. Nevertheless, each stage of the Origin Connection Technique grew progressively more difficult yet more effective than the previous one. Upon reaching the 3rd level, the technique would automatically manifest a unique characteristic, similar to the benefits gained from perfecting the clear heart formula. Today, Chen Fei realized that the measure of a good cultivation technique lay in the number of characteristics it produced. These characteristics were far from mere embellishments, but rather elevated the power of the technique to a higher level. For instance, the clear heart formula's characteristic of bullet time significantly increased Chen Fei's strength. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the Origin Connection Technique, Chen Fei would acquire the first characteristic, tremendous strength. The second characteristic, iron bones, would manifest at the 5th level. However, Chen Fei only possessed the cultivation method for the first stage. To obtain the subsequent stages, he had to cultivate the first stage to perfection. The requirements were strict, and the treatment he received was incomparable to that of the primordial sword. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Fei attempted to channel his inner strength and follow the circulation route of the Origin Connection Technique. Initially, he encountered some confusion, but after an hour, Chen Fei was able to completely circulate the first level of the Origin Connection Technique. Cultivation Method. Origin Connection Technique Stage 1 11,000. The proficiency level is not divided according to the entry level. Could it be because the cultivation technique is divided into 5 levels? Chen Fei was surprised as he observed the interface. He had assumed that each level of the Origin Connection Technique would be similar to before. The current display was somewhat unexpected. Perhaps it was due to the incomplete version of the Origin Opening Technique that Chen Fei had obtained. If he had the complete set, the cultivation progress would likely range from beginner to perfection. Fusing the shocking swallowing art. Cultivation Method. Origin Connection Stage 1 6 MIV 9 31,000. Chen Fei felt a surge of comprehension flowing into his mind. After the fusion, most of the shocking swallowing art was discarded, retaining only its essence, such as pill refinement and rapid circulation. The primary focus remained on the Origin Connection Technique, so even the name of the cultivation technique remained unchanged. A cultivation technique has been discovered. Do you want to spend 1,000 silver taels to simplify the first stage of the Origin Connection Technique? The price keeps increasing. Chen Fei couldn't help but grin upon seeing the cost. Commencing the first stage of Origin Connection Technique, simplification was successful. Origin Connection Technique Stage 1 Shocking Swallowing Art. With the success of the nesting doll, Chen Fei only needed to cultivate the shocking swallowing art to its peak to complete the first level of the origin connection technique. Then, he could proceed to cultivate the second and third levels. Along the way, Chen Fei returned to Immortal Cloud City and explained the situation to Kai Defeng, instructing him to come to the Primordial Sword Sect to collect the pills. Although it caused Kai Defeng some inconvenience, it ensured greater safety. When others saw Kai Defeng going to the Primordial Sword Sect daily to obtain pills, they became curious and conducted further investigation. As an inner sect disciple of the Primordial Sword Sect, Chen Fei now possessed a strong backing that could intimidate smaller factions. However, his identity as an inner disciple alone was far from enough for complete stability. Chen Fei needed to establish connections on another level, such as with his current master, Feng Zupu. Rushing such matters would be unwise. Though, Chen Fei still did not fully understand the type of person Feng Zupu was. Mishandling the situation could attract trouble rather than benefit. Therefore, careful consideration was necessary. The next morning, Chen Fei arrived outside Feng Zupu's courtyard and noticed a crowd already waiting there. As many people saw Chen Fei, they couldn't help but glance at him curiously. "Are you the new disciple of Master? What's your name?" Someone suddenly approached Chen Fei and inquired. "I'm Chen Fei. I just joined the sect yesterday and was fortunate enough to be accepted by Master." Chen Fei replied with a smile. "So, you're the junior brother. My name is Liuo Jun. You can call me senior brother Liuo." Liuo Jun's face brightened. He was no longer the youngest member. "Hello, senior brother Liuo," Chen Fei said, somewhat bemused, not understanding the reason behind Liuo Jun's excitement. "Ha ha. Greetings, junior brother. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Liuo Jun patted Chen Fei's shoulder and assumed an older brotherly stance. "Thank you, senior brother Liuo." Chen Fei shook his head and chuckled. Liuo Jun seemed to be an interesting person. After a short while, Feng Zupu appeared before everyone and introduced Chen Fei to the group. Then, he began explaining the crucial points of cultivating the origin connection technique. Perhaps due to his attention to Chen Fei or the presence of numerous new disciples, Feng Zupu primarily focused on elucidating the contents of the first stage of the origin connection technique. The origin connection technique is our fundamental cultivation technique. Without a stable foundation, progressing to the subsequent levels will be futile. I hope you all understand. 2 hours later, Feng Zupu stood up and addressed the group. "We will follow Master's teachings," the disciples replied promptly. "The rest of you may leave now. Return in half a month. Chen Fei and Guo Linshan, please stay behind." Feng Zupu gestured, and the other disciples left while respectfully cupping their hands. "Master, junior brother." Guo Linshan, a burly man with tiger-like eyes and a curly beard, greeted Chen Fei. Chen Fei just joined the sect, so he likely has many questions regarding cultivation techniques. Master is usually occupied and finds it challenging to provide individual guidance. If Chen Fei has any inquiries, please do your best to answer them. Feng Zupu looked at Guo Linshan, quite satisfied with his progress. Among the disciples he had taken in, Guo Linshan had the highest cultivation level, already at the peak of the marrow tempering realm. With further training, he could attempt to break through to the visceral tempering realm. Moreover, Guo Linshan had already cultivated the origin connection technique to the 4th level and comprehended the characteristics of great strength, making him qualified to guide the new disciples in their cultivation. "Master, don't worry, I will take good care of our junior brother," Guo Linshan said with a sincere smile. Feng Zupu nodded and turned to Chen Fei. "Remember, the origin connection technique values both talent and diligence. Spend more time contemplating the profound aspects of the cultivation method. When you encounter something you don't understand, seek guidance from others. Only through such efforts can you progress further on the path of martial arts. Thank you for your guidance, Master." Chen Fei lowered his head, knowing that Feng Zupu had accepted him wholeheartedly and didn't treat him as an outsider. However, he didn't hold high expectations for himself. After all, his talent and age posed significant hurdles that ordinary individuals couldn't easily overcome. Chapter 72 Chapter 72 Such a Bully. Chapter 72 Such a Bully. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Alright. If there's nothing else, you can leave, Feng Xiupu said, nodding, and returned to his room. Little junior brother, focus on your learning. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me anytime, even if you don't have any problems. You're welcome to visit me, Guo Linchen said with a simple and honest smile. He patted Chen Fei's shoulder firmly and turned to leave. Chen Fei cupped his hands and planned to return to his place. According to the time, Kai Defeng should have arrived by now, so he could go and receive them. Junior brother. Over here. Over here. A voice called out as Chen Fei walked out. He turned around to see Luo Jun. Senior brother Luo, Chen Fei said, looking at Luo Jun, who was hiding in the tree crown, with a puzzled expression. Just now, did Master ask you to seek eldest senior brother's help if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation? Luo Jun jumped down from the tree, looked around, and asked with a smile. Chen Fei nodded, not understanding what Luo Jun was implying. I was in the same situation before. Remember to bring something with you when you visit eldest senior brother. No one told me about it back then, and I was ostracized by everyone for a long time. It was really uncomfortable, Luo Jun said mysteriously. Chen Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. A gift? Would he be shunned by everyone if he didn't bring one? How much is required? Chen Fei asked curiously. The minimum is 100 taels. If it's less than that, eldest senior brother will tell you that we're all fellow disciples, and giving it to him would only drag him into trouble, Luo Jun replied, sounding pained. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes. A greeting gift of 100 taels? Does this mean he would have to pay a fee every time he seeks guidance on cultivation techniques in the future? Does Master know about this? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. I'm not sure if Master is aware of this. When I gave it to eldest senior brother, he initially refused for a long time before reluctantly accepting it, saying he would keep it for me, Luo Jun replied, giving Chen Fei a knowing look. Chen Fei's eye twitched slightly. The term safeguard was quite fitting. Luo Jun winked at Chen Fei and said, don't tell anyone that I told you. I'll leave now. Let's go to the Drunken Red Pavilion together next time. Chen Fei watched as Luo Jun left. He stood there, pondering for a moment, before going to receive Kai Defeng. After handing over the medicinal pills and herbs, Chen Fei inquired about the situation at the stall. Fortunately, there had been no one following Kai Defeng recently. Recently, there have been a few more stalls selling medicinal pills on that street. I went to take a look. The pills sold are quite varied, but their quality is decent, Chen Fei remarked. That works in our favor. Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. If there were too many people selling medicinal pills, it could be detrimental to their business. It might even affect the prices of medicinal pills. However, Chen Fei hoped that more stalls would appear, as it would decrease the chances of Kai Defeng being noticed. Moreover, the light spirit pills that Chen Fei refined had reached its peak in terms of appearance and medicinal effects. Once someone purchased them, they would be able to recognize the quality. As a result, the medicinal pills Chen Fei produced each day could still be sold smoothly. After seeing off Kai Defeng, Chen Fei spent 6 hours refining pills. Most of them were light spirit pills, and some were eternal floating pills, which Chen Fei mainly consumed himself. Chen Fei walked out of the house and looked at the sky. After hesitating for a moment, he headed towards Guo Linchen's residence. As a new disciple, Guo Linchen had a much better living environment than Chen Fei. Guo Linchen was a little surprised to see Chen Fei, but he warmly invited him into the house. 2 hours later, Guo Linchen saw Chen Fei off. Little junior brother, your understanding is truly extraordinary. Those difficult points are impossible to grasp unless you have been cultivating the origin connection technique for a long time, Guo Linchen said, looking at Chen Fei with amazement. However, he also expressed some concern, saying, but your current cultivation level is still low. You've just entered the bone tempering realm. You need to work harder to break through to the marrow tempering realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, your future cultivation will become even more challenging. Thank you for your advice. Shen Fei replied, cupping his hands. Senior brother, please wait. There's no need to send me off. Oh, by the way, there's a mission in the sect a few days from now, and it happens to be in our area. Although you're new, you'll have to come with us. Junior brother, I'll explain the details when I have the time. Guo Linchen suddenly mentioned. A mission. Shen Fei was taken aback but nodded in agreement. Take care, junior brother, Guo Linchen said with a smile. Shen Fei waved his hand and walked back to his house. He hadn't brought any gifts or made things difficult for Guo Linchen, yet he had answered all the questions he had. Shen Fei even tried to mention offering some local specialties, but Guo Linchen's expression changed instantly. This man was not someone to be trifled with. What does Liu Jun want? Does he want me to be beaten up by senior brother? Guo Chen Fei thought of Liu Jun's words in the morning and furrowed his brows. If he were to force a gift, he might genuinely be expelled by Guo Linchen. Shen Fei decided to confront Liu Jun tonight. Such behavior was unacceptable. Night fell. Knock. 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 Who is it? It's so late, came Liu Jun's impatient voice. He opened the door, and before he could see who it was, a black shadow attacked his face. Liu Jun's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively blocked the attack. However, the black shadow seemed to anticipate his move and slightly adjusted its attack, dodging his arm. Bang! Liu Jun felt a sharp pain on his cheek and involuntarily fell backward. Before he could get up, a sack fell from the sky and covered him. At the same time, Liu Jun heard the sound of his door being forcefully shut. Panic surged within Liu Jun. Was someone trying to kill him? Who is it who dares to harm someone in the primordial sword sect? Do you want to die? Liu Jun shouted loudly, attempting to tear the sack apart with his arms. However, in the next moment, a barrage of attacks rained down on him. Liu Jun couldn't react in time, and he was mercilessly struck repeatedly. Don't hit me, stop, I haven't offended anyone. Stop attacking initially, Liu Jun shouted defiantly. But soon he began screaming in pain. The assailant specifically targeted his head and face, causing excruciating pain that made Liu Jun beg for mercy. Liu Jun's cries gradually subsided as he was continuously pummeled, rendering him unable to muster the strength to shout. He was beaten until he fainted multiple times, only to wake up in agony. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Jun slowly regained consciousness. He instinctively recoiled, realizing that the beating had ceased. Liu Jun's body ached all over as he removed the sack covering him, revealing a face so disfigured that only his mother could recognize him. Who did this? You're going too far. Liu Jun sat on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. The tears flowed over his wounds, causing him unbearable pain. His facial features were distorted from the swelling. It hurt so much. Chapter 73 Alchemist Alliance. Chapter 73 Alchemist Alliance. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Ever since Shen Fei had a good talk with Liu Jun that night, he hadn't seen Liu Jun for a few days. Perhaps Liu Jun realized that he had done something wrong and was too embarrassed to show up. During this time, Shen Fei had been diligently practicing the first level of the origin connection technique while occasionally seeking guidance from Guo Linchen. Every time, Shen Fei would ask about the key points of the origin connection technique. These were crucial aspects that one could only grasp through deep cultivation. As a result, Guo Linchen always felt a sense of satisfaction when he provided answers. He treated it as a chance to display his knowledge and teaching abilities. If Shen Fei asked simple questions, it would be an insult to him, but when Shen Fei asked profound questions that he happened to know the answers to, it brought him a great sense of accomplishment and helped strengthen their bond. Despite frequently visiting Guo Linchen for guidance, Shen Fei remained diligent in his own practice. Guo Linchen never grew impatient with him, and in fact, he had developed a growing admiration for Shen Fei's ability to comprehend the teachings. However, Guo Linchen couldn't help but feel regretful about Shen Fei's innate talent. Just like Fang Xiupu had sensed before, Shen Fei possessed extraordinary comprehension abilities. If only Shen Fei had Liu Jun's innate talent, he would have started his cultivation at the marrow tempering realm or even surpassed Guo Linchen. After answering today's questions, Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei with a tinge of regret and said, "Junior brother Chen, if you had Luo Jun's innate talent, your current cultivation would have started at the marrow tempering realm, or even surpassed mine." Chen Fei smiled and replied, "Isn't the origin connection technique supposed to continuously accelerate one's cultivation speed?" Guo Linshan nodded but explained, "As you progress further in the origin connection technique, cultivation becomes increasingly challenging, especially at the 5th level. I've been stuck at this level for nearly 2 years." Guo Linshan spoke in a low voice. In order to compete for the position of a true disciple, one had to cultivate up to the 5th stage of the origin connection technique and reach the visceral tempering realm. Only then would they have a chance to access the true inheritance of the primordial sword sect. The primordial sword sect might not be as formidable as the immortal cloud sword sect in terms of top inheritance or combat strength. But it was not to say that the primordial sword sect was weak. It was just that the immortal cloud sword sect was exceptionally powerful. Either way, Senior Brother Guo, you mentioned a mission a few days ago. What is it about? Chen Fei brought up the topic. "Oh, that mission. It's not a difficult task. The immortal cloud sword sect needs some medicinal herbs for pill refinement, and they have requested us to collect and deliver them." Guo Linshan explained with a smile. "The immortal cloud sword sect needs medicinal herbs, and they want us to collect them?" Chen Fei asked, curiously. "Yes," Guo Linshan confirmed. "Ever since I joined the sect, the immortal cloud sword sect has always assigned us tasks according to their needs." Chen Fei's eyes twitched slightly. So, this had been an ongoing arrangement. Considering the strength of the immortal cloud sword sect, they could have monopolized the resources around Immortal Cloud City. Yet, they allowed the existence of the primordial sword sect. It seemed that they did so in order to have the sect at their disposal whenever they needed it. "Fortunately, I didn't directly provide them with the pills," Chen Fei muttered quietly. The Immortal Cloud City was close to the mountain range, which was rich in medicinal herbs. Harvesting them wouldn't be a difficult task. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect doesn't trust our pill refining standards, so they only want the raw ingredients," Guo Linshan added. Chen Fei blinked his eyes in response. It seemed that the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect looked down on the sect's capabilities in pill refinement. They deemed their standards to be too low and preferred to handle the refining themselves. There was nothing wrong with it at all. "Senior Brother Guo, I have a concern and wanted to find a solution," Chen Fei said, changing the topic to the sale of medicinal pills. After spending the past few days with Guo Linshan, Chen Fei had developed a good understanding of his character. Guo Linshan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" "I have the ability to refine pills and usually sell them in Immortal Cloud City. But in the long run, I'm worried that others might become jealous and cause trouble," Chen Fei whispered. "Junior brother can refine pills?" Guo Linshan was slightly surprised, considering Chen Fei's comprehension and the alchemical atmosphere around him. It was something unbelievable. However, professional pill refiners were not uncommon in the primordial sword sect. There were many inner sect disciples who specialized in pill refinement. It was just that most cultivators focused on martial arts, and their talents lay there rather than in alchemy. "I can refine light spirit pills," Chen Fei confirmed. "Junior brother Chen can already refine light spirit pills. That's quite impressive," Guo Linshan remarked with surprise. This level of skill was considered remarkable among secondary cultivators. Guo Linshan pondered for a moment and said, "Selling pills in Immortal Cloud City isn't dangerous. After all, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. However, if you have concerns, there is a safe option." "What is it?" Chen Fei asked, sitting up straight. "Joining the Alchemist Alliance. It's a gathering place for alchemists," Guo Linshan explained. Taking a sip of tea, the Alchemist Alliance was originally established by a rogue cultivator who felt that alchemists were often oppressed. It started as a support association, but after more than 100 years, it has developed into the current Alchemist Alliance. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. During his previous research, he had focused on information about sects and completely overlooked this aspect. The influence of a mindset had escaped his attention, but it was not too late to know about it now. After joining, He'll be protected by the Alliance, Chen Fei asked. Of course, what would be the point of the Alliance if it didn't provide protection? Not only does it offer protection, but it's also a place for alchemists to exchange knowledge and improve their skills. The current Alliance Master of the Alchemist Alliance is Wei Xingxian, who is also the Peak Master of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's Pill Peak. Guo Linchen explained. Recollecting the information, Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. The Alliance Master had a powerful background. It was almost inevitable for the leader of a rogue cultivator Alchemist Alliance to eventually join a sect. But don't get too excited. There are certain requirements to join the Alchemist Alliance. Guo Linchen chuckled upon seeing Chen Fei's eager expression. Is it the age requirement? What's the age limit for alchemists? Chen Fei asked. It's not the age. I heard that you have to refine pills of a certain standard before you can join. Guo Linchen laughed involuntarily. Many people in our sect can't meet the criteria. Chen Fei nodded in understanding. After chatting with Guo Linchen for a while longer, Chen Fei bid farewell and left. He quickly packed his belongings and left the sect to return to Celestial Cloud City to find Kai Defeng. Together, they inquired about the location of the Alchemist Alliance. If we can join the Alchemist Alliance, we won't have to worry about selling pills in the future, Kai Defeng whispered as they observed the people entering and exiting the Alliance's headquarters. Kai Defeng knew that Chen Fei could refine the eternal floating pills. Compared to the light spirit pills, the eternal floating pills commanded a much higher price. With the size of Immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei would easily be able to sell all the eternal floating pills he produced. It would be a substantial amount of money while he had refrained from profiting before. Now he finally had the opportunity. Non-alchemists are not allowed to enter. Just as they reached the entrance, a guard abruptly halted Chen Fei and Kai Defeng. I'm an alchemist and wish to join the Alchemist Alliance, Chen Fei announced, cupping his hands. The guard glanced at Chen Fei and replied, to enter the Alchemist Alliance, you must pass a test. Are both of you alchemists? I'm not. I'm his friend, Kai Defeng quickly clarified. In that case, you can't enter. Please wait outside for now. If this young master passes the test, then you can accompany him inside later, the guard instructed in a firm tone. Kai Defeng nodded and headed to a nearby tea house to wait. Chen Fei followed the guard into the building. Inside the Alliance residence, many people were engaged in lively conversations, discussing various aspects of pill refinement. The air was filled with a subtle medicinal fragrance, as if Chen Fei had stepped into a vast pill refining chamber. Chapter 74 Grade 9 Pill Refiner. Chapter 74 Grade 9 Pill Refiner. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Are you here for the Alliance entry test? The guard led Chen Fei to a location where a female deacon awaited him. Yes. I was wondering if there are any requirements for the test, Chen Fei inquired. Of course, Qin Jinglan replied, nodding slightly with a warm smile. Recently, many people have expressed interest in joining the Alchemist Alliance. The requirements have become more stringent. Candidates must successfully refine the light spirit pill, and the quality of the pill must be excellent. In that case, can I take the test today? Chen Fei asked eagerly. You need to submit an application and pay a test fee of 1,000 taels. If you pass the test, the fee will be refunded. Otherwise, it will be used for the Alliance's development, Qin Jinglan explained. Chen Fei's expression shifted slightly, realizing that this measure was in place to prevent those who were not strong enough from wasting the Alliance's resources. All right, Chen Fei agreed without objection. Qin Jinglan led Chen Fei to the counter, where he paid the registration fee. After a while, she guided him to a row of closed pill rooms, presumably where alchemists were refining medicinal pills. Please note that if you fail the first test, the next opportunity will be available only after 6 months, and the test fee will be doubled. Qin Jinglan reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Fei responded with a smile. Qin Jinglan nodded and took Chen Fei to one of the pill rooms. She instructed, please refine the light spirit pill within an hour. Exceeding the time limit will result in failure. Looking around, Chen Fei noticed various medicinal herbs scattered about the room, requiring him to sort them out himself. He glanced at Qin Jinglan. who held a photo stone in her hand, signaling that he could begin. The photo stone would remain in the pill room to prevent favoritism and allow verification at any time. Chen Fei confidently found the necessary medicinal ingredients for the light spirit pill among the assortment. After briefly cleaning the pill furnace on the ground, he started a fire and waited for the furnace to heat up. He then added all the herbs for the light spirit pill into the furnace. Observing from the side, Qin Jinglan frowned slightly. Chen Fei's actions seemed to be correct, but his movements appeared somewhat rough, lacking finesse. Additionally, the order in which he placed the herbs was incorrect. Pouring them all in at once resembled the work of a novice. Another crucial issue was that the fire beneath the furnace was too intense. Refining pills required precise control of the fire. While a larger flame accelerated the pill formation, it exponentially increased the difficulty of control. Hence, the Alliance provided an hour for the test, allowing alchemists to work without haste. Indeed, when it came to alchemy, meticulous work produced superior results. Qin Jinglan anticipated that Chen Fei's pill furnace was likely to explode. Unaware of Qin Jinglan's thoughts, Chen Fei followed his usual rhythm, adjusting the changes in medicinal properties within the pill furnace with his inner strength. This was the most effective method Chen Fei had devised for himself. It allowed for the fastest pill production without compromising quality. He couldn't be sure if it was suitable for others, but it worked for him. After all, he wouldn't have been able to produce nearly 100 light spirit pills in a few hours if the process hadn't been efficient. Even with a high pill production rate, efficiency was their goal. Under Qin Jinglan's gaze, awaiting the impending explosion, a faint medicinal fragrance began to permeate the pill room. Qin Jinglan sniffed the air, her expression registering surprise. The scent indicated that the furnace was not about to explode. Even after years of exposure to medicinal aromas, she sensed that the quality of this batch of pills was likely exceptional. Qin Jinglan looked at Chen Fei in astonishment, her expression slightly changing. Alchemy couldn't be fate. Discarding her initial bias, Qin Jinglan reevaluated Chen Fei's alchemical movements. Surprisingly, he appeared agile and composed. Bang! Just 15 minutes later, Chen Fei slammed his palm on the furnace lid, emitting a muffled sound that snapped Qin Jinglan out of her thoughts. "Is this acceptable?" Chen Fei asked, placing the finished medicinal pill on a nearby plate and handing it to Qin Jinglan. Examining the light spirit pill on the porcelain plate, Qin Jinglan couldn't conceal her admiration. Without a complete understanding of the pill formula, refining a pill of this caliber would be impossible. Qin Jinglan had witnessed numerous trials, but she could count the instances of encountering such a high-quality light spirit pill on one hand. Moreover, Chen Fei's speed of production was remarkable. "I still need to verify it," Qin Jinglan said, bowing slightly as she stored the photo stone. Her attitude had shifted considerably as she continued. "Please follow me." Chen Fei smiled and followed Qin Jinglan to a counter. She handed over the porcelain plate and the photo stone. After some time, the medicinal pill and the photo stone were swiftly verified. The Alliance's representatives confirmed the information with Chen Fei and placed a jade card in front of him. "This is your proof of identity in the Alchemist Alliance." Qin Jinglan respectfully presented the jade token to him. Chen Fei accepted it, observing the pill furnace carved on the jade pendant with a smile. Finally, he had a backing. He could now sell the eternal floating pill without worrying about unwelcome visitors. "By the way, does the Alliance sell pill formulas?" Chen Fei turned around and inquired. "They are not available for sale." Qin Jinglan shook her head. "However, you can use your contribution points to obtain them." Contribution points. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. "By completing missions assigned by the Alliance, you can earn contribution points. You can also contribute your own pill formulas to the Alliance, which, upon evaluation, will reward you with contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for pill formulas, and with enough points, you can even issue missions. As long as the mission does not harm others, it can be released," Qin Jinglan explained. Chen Fei suddenly understood. This system was similar to a sect's approach, aiming to foster loyalty among its members. Otherwise, obtaining gratitude for various free offerings would prove challenging. Is there a difference in status between being able to refine the light spirit pill and the eternal floating pill? Chen Fei inquired. Of course. There is a difference. If you can refine the eternal floating pill and its quality and efficacy meet the requirements, you can advance from a level 9 alchemist to a level 8 alchemist. Some alliance missions have restrictions that only high-grade alchemists can accept. Qin Jinglan responded, her eyes sparkling with a trace of unfamiliarity. Such a young level 8 alchemist. Chen Fei was a little taken aback, but he had a tall and well-proportioned figure. Upon closer inspection, he appeared quite handsome. Chen Fei suddenly realized that there was indeed a ranking system for pill refiners. Considering the significant disparity in the number of medicinal ingredients used in the eternal floating pill compared to the light spirit pill, as well as the greater difficulty of refining it, such a system made sense. It allowed for clear differentiation between the pill refining skills required for the two types. This system facilitated the management of the alliance as well. I would like to apply for the level 8 alchemist examination, Chen Fei announced, looking at Qin Jinglan. After consistently refining light spirit pills during this period, Chen Fei had attained a level of proficiency with the eternal floating pill that bordered on perfection. It was time to showcase his skills. Please wait a moment, young master, Qin Jinglan said, walking away and returning after a considerable time. Young master, please follow me. Qin Jinglan bowed slightly and led Chen Fei to the pill room. They arrived, finding an elderly pill refiner already present. The assessment for a level 8 alchemist has become even more stringent, Qin Jinglan stated softly in the pill room. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Fei felt that Qin Jinglan's voice had become significantly softer. It was pleasant to the ear. Sounded good. Chapter 75 Roping him in. Chapter 75 Roping him in. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. In contrast to Qin Jinglan's amiable expression, the old alchemist Duan Zhili remained completely impassive. The reason for having an additional person in the level 8 alchemist examination was to make the process more rigorous and cautious. Duan Zhili, being a level 8 alchemist himself, was more than qualified to serve as an examiner. However, when Duan Zhili saw Chen Fei's youthful face, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, among martial artists, Chen Fei was considered a mature youth, having just entered the bone-tempering realm. The major sects in Immortal Cloud City didn't pay much attention to him, considering him a disciple with little potential. But among alchemists, Chen Fei was still young. Alchemists valued comprehension and experience, and as one grew older, even with mediocre comprehension, they could accumulate experience and achieve perfection through practice. Duan Zhili himself had average talent in alchemy, but after so many years, he had become quite adept at refining the eternal floating pill and other pills of the same grade. On the other hand, his success rate with the flying ascent pill was low, and the quality of the pill was not particularly good. Therefore, Duan Zhili felt a twinge of discomfort seeing someone as young as Chen Fei taking the level 8 alchemist examination. Lately, there had been an influx of young individuals attempting the pill refining mastery examination. Chen Fei began by selecting the medicinal herbs, then proceeded to light a fire and prepare the furnace. He poured all the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace, and the scorching flames licked its base. Chen Fei used his inner strength to control the medicinal properties, and soon the pill furnace emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Qin Jinglan's beautiful eyes shimmered as she observed Chen Fei. Initially, she thought his pill refining movements were rough and unrefined, but now, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he didn't fuss over trivial matters and exuded confidence. Compared to those who were overly cautious in their pill refining, this seemed to be the true essence of pill refinement. Duan Zhili caught a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, and his expression changed slightly. This batch of eternal floating pills would be of exceptional quality, surpassing the level of pills he had refined over the past few decades. In fact, in certain aspects, they might even be superior. Bang! After just 15 minutes, Chen Fei slapped the furnace lid, causing the pill fragrance to intensify. Unable to resist, Duanjili stepped forward to examine the few eternal floating pills resting quietly inside the pill furnace, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. Have you succeeded? Qin Jinglan couldn't help but ask softly. It awaits confirmation, but I believe there shouldn't be any problems, Shen Fei replied. Duanjili took the porcelain plate and closely inspected the quality of the eternal floating pill. Indeed, it was refined better than his own. This kind of medicinal pill had tapped into the full potential of the eternal floating pill in terms of medicinal efficacy. Junior, would you like to take the test? Duanjili raised his head to look at Chen Fei. Given that the eternal floating pill had been refined to such a level, the quality of the flying ascent pill was likely to be commendable as well. This was because the foundation was incredibly solid. Qin Jinglan widened her eyes as she gazed at Chen Fei. Could it be that he could take the Level 7 Alchemist examination? A Level 7 Alchemist held considerable status even in the vast immortal Cloud City. Their standing was much higher than that of an ordinary visceral tempering realm martial artist. I don't possess the recipe for the flying ascent pill, Shen Fei replied, shaking his head. Although he had read numerous medical books and purchased the flying ascent pill for study, deducing the pill formula had proven to be a challenging task. Based on his current progress, if Shen Fei wanted to derive the flying ascent pill successfully, it would take at least 6 more months, which was considered relatively smooth progress. Duanjili nodded in understanding. It was true that itinerant pill refiners from other regions rarely possessed the recipe for the flying ascent pill. With this level of alchemy, it was unlikely that they would be able to reach immortal Cloud City. They would be besieged by aristocratic families in various regions. There was no way they would let him go so easily. Senior, would you be willing to sell the recipe for the flying ascent pill? Chen Fei asked hopefully. As long as the price wasn't too exorbitant, it would be best to obtain it directly. After all, Chen Fei would be able to earn back the money quickly once he refined it himself. My pill formula was obtained through exchange within the Alliance. Private transactions are not allowed. Duanjili shook his head. Using contribution points to exchange for pill formulas within the Alliance is strictly regulated. If anyone is caught engaging in private transactions, both parties will face severe punishment, Qin Jinglan quickly explained. Shen Fei nodded, understanding the situation. After all, if private transactions were allowed, the contribution points within the Alliance would lose their value. Pill refiners wouldn't be motivated to complete the Alliance's missions. If such a scenario were allowed, the Alchemist Alliance would become a laughingstock. If you change your mind one day, feel free to come and find me, young friend. Duanjili nodded before walking away. Qin Jinglan bowed slightly to Chen Fei and led him to the counter, where she handed over the porcelain plate and the photo stone. The verification process took some time. At the same time, she sought Duanjili's opinion. As Duanjili didn't voice any objections, Chen Fei smoothly passed the Level 8 Alchemist examination. He received a new jade token, which had been warmed up for a while and had a different design from Qin Jinglan. Examining the patterns on the jade token, Chen Fei noted that they were more exquisite compared to the previous ones. The surrounding cloud patterns were denser as well. I usually sell medicinal pills on North Street. Can I display the logo of the Alchemist Guild? Chen Fei asked after receiving the jade token. After stowing away the jade token, he turned to Qin Jinglan. She stared back at him, and when Chen Fei suddenly met her gaze, her face involuntarily reddened. Yes, the Alliance has a special medicine bottle that only authorized pill refiners can use. This way, others will know that you're from the Alliance, Qin Jinglan replied, her voice soft. Chen Fei looked at Qin Jinglan, slightly puzzled. Could it be that this woman was harboring ulterior motives? Why was she blushing? 15 minutes later, Chen Fei left the Alliance and found Kai Defeng. How did it go? Kai Defeng asked eagerly upon seeing Chen Fei. While Chen Fei was in the Alliance, Kai Defeng had taken the opportunity to gather information about the Alchemist Alliance and had gained a rough understanding of their strength. Essentially, once someone became a pill refiner recognized by the Alliance, ordinary forces wouldn't deliberately cause them trouble. There would be no need for Chen Fei to worry about selling pills on North Street. The Alchemist Alliance was quite well known in the vicinity of Immortal Cloud City. From now on, You can use my jade token to buy medicine bottles from the Alliance. A smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. Chapter 76 Initial Appearance of Comprehension. Chapter 76 Initial Appearance of Comprehension. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Switching from the light spirit pill to the eternal floating pill. Although the refining time was slightly longer and the yield per furnace was slightly reduced, Chen Fei could earn over 1,000 taels of silver a day after deducting the cost of the medicinal ingredients. The best part was that he didn't have to worry about any trouble with this income. Chen Fei felt that he was on the verge of becoming very wealthy. He finally had hope of cultivating the suppressing dragon elephant, which had always been his trump card. Chen Fei only needed to save money for about a month to unveil the true potential of this cultivation technique. Great Kai De Feng's face lit up with a smile as he looked at the jade token in his hand. Now, he and Chen Fei were in the same boat. If Chen Fei succeeded, he would succeed too. Several days flew by in the blink of an eye. In addition to his daily alchemy practice, Chen Fei dedicated most of his time to grinding the proficiency of the origin connection technique. After many days of hard work, Chen Fei had finally reached the peak of the first level. Cultivation Method Origin Connection Technique Stage 1 10,001,000. Curious about the effects of perfecting the first level of the origin connection technique, Chen Fei conducted tests. While the effect of swallowing the medicinal pill remained unchanged, the cultivation effects provided by the technique itself increased by approximately 10. The increase wasn't very noticeable since Chen Fei primarily relied on consuming medicinal pills for rapid cultivation. However, considering this was only the first level, weaker effects were expected. Carrying a pot of wine, Chen Fei knocked on Guo Linshan's door. This wine was from an ordinary inn in Immortal Cloud City, but Guo Linshan particularly enjoyed it. He wasn't fond of more expensive wines. Junior brother. Guo Linshan opened the door and saw Chen Fei with a pot of wine, his face breaking into a smile. After a few interactions, Guo Linshan had developed a good impression of Chen Fei. You didn't have to bring anything. Guo Linshan welcomed Chen Fei inside. I had to bring some wine to moisten my throat after bombarding senior brother with so many questions, Chen Fei said with a smile. Placing the wine pot on the table, Guo Linshan found 2 bowls and poured wine into each. The fragrance of the wine made his smile even wider. He truly enjoyed this wine. Senior brother Guo. Master only taught me the origin connection technique. When will he teach me the other, sword techniques, and movement techniques? Chen Fei seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been on his mind. There's no need to rush. Master treats everyone the same, Guo Linshan replied, thinking that Chen Fei was concerned about potential bias from Feng Zupu. Every month, Master tests our martial arts progress. If you perform well, he will consider teaching you other techniques based on your abilities. What is considered outstanding performance? It's hard to say for others, but for someone like you who has just entered the sect, as long as you cultivate the origin connection technique well, your performance will naturally be considered outstanding. Guo Linshan replied, finishing the wine in his bowl. You've perfected the first level of the origin connection technique. Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan and asked, yes. If you can cultivate it to perfection, it will indeed be considered outstanding. Guo Linshan nodded. I see. Chen Fei extended his hand, and his right index finger became slightly transparent as if a layer of light was about to burst out from it. Guo Linshan, still with wine in his mouth, was taken aback when he saw the phenomenon with Chen Fei's finger. He nearly spat out the wine. The origin connection technique allowed the internal force to travel from top to bottom. After reaching the peak of the first level of the origin connection technique, the force could be transmitted to the fingertips, as Chen Fei had just demonstrated. Have you cultivated the origin connection technique before? Guo Linshan's initial reaction was that Chen Fei had learned it before. Otherwise, how could he progress so quickly? Guo Linshan himself had spent more than a month to reach the same level of cultivation. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Chen Fei's comprehension of the primordial sword suggested that mastering the first level of the origin connection technique in a few days was not impossible. Of course, it could also be attributed to natural compatibility. After all, there had been many such examples in the sect over the years. Chen Fei smiled and shook his head. Senior brother, you must be joking. The origin connection technique is an inner sect cultivation technique. How could it be circulated outside? Moreover, Master has already tested my aptitude. If I had learned it before, he would have detected it. That's true. Guo Linshan agreed. It was unlikely for the origin connection technique to be leaked to outsiders, although it wasn't impossible. Furthermore, if Chen Fei had truly learned it secretly, he would have kept it hidden. There was no reason for him to reveal it like this. If Guo Linshan reported this to Feng Zupu, the master would likely test Chen Fei's internal strength again. After all, there were still differences in internal strength cultivated through the origin connection technique, especially in the presence of someone like Feng Zupu, who had reached the peak of the 5th tier. So, did Chen Fei genuinely master the first level of the origin connection technique in just a few days? If that were the case, even if his innate ability was slightly weaker, he might still have a bright future. Let's go find Master, Guo Linshan said eagerly, standing up and leading the way. Chen Fei followed closely behind. In no time, they arrived outside Feng Zupu's courtyard. Master, disciple Guo Linshan requests an audience. Guo Linshan announced loudly. What is it? Feng Zupu, who hadn't left his courtyard that day, happened to be there and was puzzled when he saw Guo Linshan and Chen Fei approaching. Master, junior brother has perfected the first level of the origin connection technique, Guo Linshan whispered to Feng Zupu. Feng Zupu was taken aback. Looking at Chen Fei extended his palm, and his 5 fingers emitted a faint glow. Surprise flickered in Feng Zupu's eyes. His initial reaction was that Chen Fei had learned it before, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Considering Chen Fei's comprehension of the primordial sword, it seemed plausible that he had mastered the first level of the origin connection technique in a few days. Naturally, this could also be attributed to his compatibility with the technique. After all, there had been similar cases in the sect before. Come in. Feng Zupu invited them into his study. He took out the secret manual for the second stage of the origin connection technique and began explaining the cultivation steps and key points. 2 hours passed, and Feng Zupu concluded his explanations. Chen Fei checked the interface. Cultivation method origin connection stage 2 12,000. Feng Zupu asked in a low voice. How many days do you think it will take for you to perfect the second level of the origin connection art? Chen Fei estimated the speed at which he was gaining proficiency points and looked up at Feng Zupu. Within 10 days. I believe it should be possible. Guo Linshan, who had been listening for 2 hours, was no longer feeling drowsy after hearing Chen Fei's words. Feng Zupu, too, looked at Chen Fei in shock. He had estimated it would take at least a month. Chen Fei had shattered that expectation by more than half. Chapter 77 The Starry Night. Chapter 77 The Starry Night. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Junior brother, are you serious? Guo Linshan couldn't help but ask. Aware of the records left by the sect's previous disciples. Is it too fast? Chen Fei asked tentatively. In truth, given a choice, Chen Fei would still prefer to quietly cultivate the origin connection technique until reaching the 5th realm. However, the way the primordial sword sect imparted their cultivation method left him with no other option. Actually, most sects taught cultivation techniques in a similar manner. Only rogue cultivators would casually hand you a secret manual and let you cultivate on your own. Firstly, the sect had to take responsibility for you. Secondly, they needed to assess your character and loyalty before deciding whether to teach you the cultivation technique. Unless Chen Fei was willing to delay his cultivation progress, there was no way for him to hide it. After observing for the past few days, Chen Fei realized that he didn't need to hide anything. Feng Zupu was strict, but he wasn't a bad person. Moreover, after becoming his disciple, Chen Fei had actually become bound to Feng Zupu's branch. Even the fastest disciple took more than a month. Guo Linshan grinned, sensing that his junior brother was showing off. In the end, whether it takes 10 days or a month, it will depend on the results. Feng Zupu waved his hand, providing a rough estimate. Master, can I learn other cultivation techniques? Chen Fei suddenly asked. What cultivation technique do you want to learn? Feng Xiupu didn't immediately refuse. Curious about Chen Fei's request. Sword techniques. Movement techniques. Archery techniques. I have dabbled in all of them. Junior brother. You've learned a lot before. Guo Linshan couldn't help but laugh. Rogue cultivators always pursue a variety of methods. Shen Fei chuckled. I haven't touched archery. If there's an opportunity in the future, you can explore the sutra library. Now that you have cultivated the origin connection technique quite well, I can teach you a sword technique and a movement technique. Feng Xiupu pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 secret manuals from the bookshelf and placing them on the table. The Starry Night Sword Master. Isn't this sword technique a little weak? I haven't seen any other disciples practice it for a long time. Guo Linshan glanced at the secret manual, puzzled. The Starry Night Sword is not focused on offense, but rather on defense. Shen Fei's current cultivation realm is still insufficient. No matter how strong his sword technique is, if his cultivation cannot keep up, it will be useless. It's better for him to prioritize self-defense when facing danger. That's the best choice. Feng Xiupu explained. Guo Linshan considered Chen Fei's cultivation base, which had just entered the bone tempering realm, and found the explanation reasonable. Although the Starry Night Sword was not particularly adept at attacking, its defense was remarkably strong. It was indeed more suitable for Chen Fei. The soul-chasing step is similar. It's not particularly versatile for swift movements or climbing, but it excels in long-distance attacks. If you encounter danger, don't always think about resisting. If you can run, just run. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Feng Xiupu smiled. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Feng Xiupu's words resonated with him. If they encountered someone they couldn't defeat, running away was the natural course of action. Chen Fei had been thinking that it would be best if he could acquire a technique that excelled at long-range attacks. The martial artists he encountered were either at the marrow tempering or visceral tempering realms, all of them from sects. Compared to wandering cultivators, these sect martial artists were undoubtedly much stronger. If Chen Fei still wanted to jump realms to fight, the chances of success were extremely low. Therefore, it was crucial for him to be able to escape swiftly when unable to win. Thank you, Master. Chen Fei expressed his gratitude. Feng Xiupu waved his hand and opened the Starry Night Sword manual. Currently, very few disciples are cultivating the Starry Night Sword, besides its lack of offensive power. The difficulty of cultivating it is also extremely high. You need to listen attentively to my explanations. If you come across anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Chen Fei nodded, and Feng Xiupu began explaining the steps for cultivating the Starry Night Sword. Compared to the sword techniques Chen Fei had cultivated in the past, the difficulty of the Starry Night Sword was much higher. Additionally, most of the sword techniques were primarily defensive, with only 1 or 2 active moves. As the explanation went deeper, Chen Fei gradually let go of other distractions and devoted himself to learning. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would immediately ask questions. In the blink of an eye, 2 more hours passed before Feng Xiupu finished explaining the Starry Night Sword. Have you learned it? Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei and inquired. Chen Fei glanced at the interface. The Starry Night Sword was already at the beginner level. However, the progress bar was a bit different from previous cultivation techniques, requiring more proficiency. Cultivation technique Starry Night Sword Beginner 1300. Yes, I have learned it, Chen Fei replied, raising his head to look at Feng Xiupu. Feng Xiupu nodded slightly. He glanced at Guo Linshan and saw his interest. Rather than sending him away, he picked up another secret manual, the soul chasing step. Another 2 hours of explanation passed, with Feng Xiupu occasionally pausing to perform a few steps. Compared to the difficulty of cultivating the Starry Night Sword, the soul-chasing step was just as challenging, if not more. Chen Fei looked at the interface. He had also grasped the basics of the soul-chasing step and noticed that the required proficiency was the same as for the Starry Night Sword. Deep in thought, Chen Fei realized that the interface's assessment criterion seemed to assign the same proficiency requirement to cultivation techniques of the same level. It didn't appear to consider the subjective difficulty of cultivation. Today, I have gained valuable insights into the Starry Night Sword and the soul-chasing step. I still have much to learn. If you have any questions, feel free to find me anytime, Feng Xiupu said, handing the 3 secret manuals to Chen Fei, who accepted them eagerly. Thank you, Master. Feng Xiupu nodded slightly and engaged in further conversation before Chen Fei and the others bid a hasty farewell and left. Feng Xiupu watched Chen Fei's departing figure and smiled. Previously, he thought that Chen Fei's martial arts accomplishments in this lifetime would likely be mediocre at best. However, he was pleasantly surprised. By specially teaching Chen Fei the Starry Night Sword and the soul-chasing step, Feng Xiupu wanted to test his comprehension abilities. Apart from the reasons he had mentioned earlier, if Chen Fei's aptitude was merely highly compatible with the origin connection technique, then although his achievements wouldn't be bad, there would still be a limit, such as reaching the visceral tempering realm. However, if Chen Fei's comprehension abilities were truly outstanding and not solely reliant on the compatibility of the cultivation technique, then his potential limit would undoubtedly be much higher. The visceral tempering realm was the final stage of the 5 realms of body tempering, but the path of martial arts was not limited to the body tempering realm. I feel rather guilty for keeping senior brother for so long today, Chen Fei said, looking at Guo Linshan. Junior brother, you don't have to be so polite. Besides, I had the opportunity to listen to our master explain the intricacies of the cultivation techniques. How could I consider waiting a little longer a waste of time? Guo Linshan laughed and patted Chen Fei's shoulder. His words were sincere. Although the Starry Night Sword was not his main cultivation technique, the principles of the techniques were sometimes interconnected, and there was no harm in listening and learning more. By the way, the mission's timing has been set. It will commence in 5 days. Junior brother, be prepared, Guo Linshan suddenly mentioned. Understood. I hope senior brother will guide me when the time comes. Chen Fei nodded. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Chen Fei returned to his room, closed the door, and focused his attention on the panel. Chapter 78 Bully. Chapter 78 Bully. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. In a single day, Chen Fei had acquired 3 top-notch cultivation techniques, which was a significant harvest. Cultivating these 3 techniques to perfection would elevate his strength to a new level. Chen Fei's first step was to integrate the 3 cultivation techniques with his original ones. Discovered a cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 500 taels of silver to simplify the second stage of the origin connection technique? Discovered a cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 1,000 taels of silver to simplify the Starry Night Sword? Discovered a cultivation technique. Do you want to spend 1,000 taels of silver to simplify the soul-chasing step? The price for simplifying the second stage of the origin connection technique had increased. The Starry Night Sword and the simplified version of the soul-chasing step were also expensive, but within Chen Fei's acceptable range. Simplify. The second stage of the origin connection technique is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Second level of the origin connection technique GT. First level of the origin connection technique. The Starry Night Sword is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Starry Night Sword Primordial Sword. The soul-chasing step is being simplified. Simplification was successful. Soul-chasing step GT. Cloud Ascending Step. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei knew it was time to gain experience once again. He set a small goal for himself to achieve great completion on the soul-chasing step within 5 days. Days passed, and Chen Fei spent his mornings refining pills and his afternoons grinding the proficiency of the origin connection technique and the soul-chasing step. He didn't step foot outside the main gate, completely engrossed in his cultivation like an ascetic monk. Even as night fell, Chen Fei continued his cultivation without a pause. At a certain level, martial artists could replace sleep to some extent with cultivation. Of course, it wasn't as comfortable as sleeping, but Chen Fei couldn't miss the opportunity to stay up late, especially when it serves such a meaningful purpose. In the blink of an eye, the 5th day arrived. Chen Fei joined Guo Linshan and others as they ventured into the mountains. The team was large, with most members being hired herb gatherers. Their main task would be to supervise and transport the medicinal herbs once they were collected by the herb gatherers. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger in the mountains. However, one must always be alert to unexpected situations. If we're fast, we can return in no more than half a month. Guo Linshan addressed the disciples loudly upon reaching the mountain encampment. This mission was compulsory for all inner sect disciples of the primordial sword sect. Failure to complete it would result in severe punishment. Yes, Senior Brother Guo, everyone shouted in response before spreading out to their assigned positions. Overseeing the herb gatherer's progress. Junior Brother, it's been a while. Liu Jun suddenly walked up to Chen Fei with a smile. Chen Fei turned to look at him. Although he had already seen Liu Jun earlier, he hadn't considered whether he should greet him. After all, he had just beaten him up. While his primary goal was to prevent Liu Jun from making such jokes in the future, Chen Fei still harbored some personal grudges. I've been busy with cultivation recently and haven't gone out much, Chen Fei replied, examining Liu Jun's face. There were no scars, and he seemed to have recovered quite well. Liu Jun thought that Chen Fei had heard about his sneak attack as he observed his face. It seems that Junior Brother also knows about the incident. If I find out who that person is, I won't let them off the hook. This matter is not over, Liu Jun said angrily. In truth, Liu Jun had suspected Chen Fei before. After all, he had teased him during the day and ended up getting beaten up at night. Chen Fei was highly suspicious. However, the strength displayed by the assailant made Liu Jun realize that Chen Fei was unlikely to be the culprit. Chen Fei had only just entered the bone tempering realm, and it was impossible for someone with such limited strength to beat Liu Jun so easily. Since Liu Jun had offended many people with his sharp tongue, he quickly shifted his suspicion to others. Senior Brother is right. Chen Fei nodded in agreement. Liu Jun and Chen Fei chatted for a while before returning to their respective positions to oversee the herb gatherers. As the day drew to a close, the herb gatherers had collected a substantial amount of medicinal herbs thanks to the presence of supervisors and the generous payment they received. Whether due to the fertile soil or other factors, the medicinal herbs grew remarkably fast in these mountains. Despite the increasing population around Immortal Cloud City, the production of medicinal pills remained unaffected. In the evening, the medicinal herbs were secured onto carriages and transported down the mountain. Everyone appeared relatively relaxed. At this rate, they would likely complete the mission in around 10 days, sparing them from enduring the harsh outdoor conditions. Chen Fei paced around his designated area, not just to oversee the herb gatherers, but also to cultivate the soul-chasing step. Despite staying up all night and practicing day and night, he still needed a little more time. He required a few hundred more proficiency points to achieve perfection in the soul-chasing step. Nevertheless, even though he hadn't reached perfection yet, Chen Fei's speed had significantly increased compared to before. If he managed to reach perfection, there would likely be further room for improvement. With a few hundred more proficiency points, Chen Fei could probably achieve his goal today if he worked diligently. As for the second level of the origin connection technique, he was more than halfway proficient, which was on par with Chen Fei's initial estimation of 10 days. Progress with the Starry Night Sword, often practiced alongside the soul-chasing step, was also impressive. Nearing great completion, Chen Fei continued to walk around the mission area, his figure occasionally flickering. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the distance. Chen Fei turned around to see the source, discovering it was the sect's encampment on the mountain. Without hesitation, Chen Fei swiftly returned to the encampment. There, he found Shida lying on the ground, covered in blood. Chen Fei focused his gaze and recognized him as one of the herb transporters from earlier. What happened? Chen Fei turned to Liu Jun, who was already present. Somebody ambushed our herb transport convoy. Brother Shi risked his life to break free and inform us. Senior Brother Guo and a group of disciples have already gone to rescue them. Liu Jun replied in a hushed tone. Chen Fei looked up and saw that the senior brothers in the marrow tempering realm were absent. Those present were all bone tempering realm disciples, including Chen Fei. Shida, lying on the ground, had consumed some pills to stabilize his injuries, allowing him to fall into a deep sleep. An hour passed, and everyone anxiously awaited Guo Linshan's return. The news had been sent back to the sect using carrier pigeons, and the sect would likely dispatch experts to assist. Although the carriages bore the primordial sword sect's markings, someone dared to attack them, indicating a lack of respect for both the sect and its disciples. "Have mercy, spare me!" A voice pleading for mercy suddenly rang out. All heads turned to witness a herb gatherer being held by the neck, dragged towards them. Within moments, they reached the encampment, and the assailant threw the herb gatherer to the ground. Long Rainbow Sect. Everyone immediately recognized the tattoos and the distinctive spear, identifying the intruder. "Why did you harm my herb gatherer?" Luo Jun looked at the fallen herb gatherer. Realizing they were from his area, he intruded into my sect's mission area. I could have even killed him. Yet, I must ask you, are you bullying my Long Rainbow Sect simply because there's no one else around? Quang Dingbo shouted angrily. His spear rested firmly in his hand, his aura exerting dominance over the surroundings. Chapter 79 Divine Flame Sect. Chapter 79 Divine Flame Sect. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. The disciples of the primordial sword sect exchanged dismayed glances. Among the sects assigned missions by the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, Long Rainbow Sect was one of them. While the herpicking areas were predetermined, the divisions were only rough estimates. It made sense in theory that herb gatherers might accidentally cross into other sects' areas. However, in reality, the division was vague, and the herb gatherers were not foolish enough to intentionally venture into other sects' territories for herbs. The risk outweighed the potential reward, making it highly unlikely. "Senior brother, I believe there might be a misunderstanding," someone spoke up, wearing a pleasant expression. "Just because you say it's a misunderstanding, does that mean it's a misunderstanding? I personally witnessed him crossing the border to steal medicinal herbs. That's what I saw. And there might be many more instances I didn't witness." Quang Dingbo sneered. I didn't. The herb gatherer, terrified, quickly defended himself loudly. If this crime was confirmed, he might be beaten to death. "Did I ask you a question?" Quang Dingbo suddenly appeared in front of the herb gatherer and kicked him in the chest. The herb gatherer spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying toward a nearby table. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shen Fei caught the herb gatherer's body, cushioning the impact and saving his life. Despite Shen Fei's intervention, the herb gatherer continued to cough up blood from his mouth and nose. His survival now depended on his resilience. Quang Dingbo's words and actions provoked the anger of the primordial sword sect disciples. The attack on the herb transport convoy had already infuriated them. "Why do you want to fight?" Quang Dingbo stared defiantly at the crowd, his eyes filled with a thirst for battle. "If you can't explain yourselves properly as martial artists, then let's fight. The winner will naturally be in the right. What is it that you want?" Wan Ziqian stepped forward, locking eyes with Quang Dingbo. Guo Linshan and the other Marrow Tempering Realm senior brothers were absent, making Wan Ziqian the most senior disciple present. Quang Dingbo seemed eager for a fight and had found a justification for it. Under normal circumstances, they could engage in battle. However, the problem was that they were outmatched. Setting aside Quang Dingbo's attitude, his cultivation was in the Marrow Tempering Realm. He would have no problem contending against these Bone Tempering Realm cultivators, even if they had greater numbers. Sometimes, higher martial realms held the upper hand, not to mention the sect disciples, who cultivated top-notch martial arts and cultivation techniques. "I don't want anything. I'm here for justice." Quang Dingbo chuckled, surveying his surroundings. "How about this? Each of us will choose a representative for a fight. And to make it more interesting, why not wager a few cards of medicinal herbs?" Shen Fei's eyebrows raised slightly, realizing that the lengthy discussion was about these medicinal herbs. Considering that the sects had been assigned missions this time, failing to collect enough medicinal herbs would mean prolonging their stay on the mountain. While the mission wasn't complicated, it was tedious, and everyone wanted to return as soon as possible. It was only natural for Long Rainbow Sect to be interested in Primordial Sword Sect. After all, Long Rainbow Sect was undeniably stronger. You're only in the marrow-tempering realm. Yet you dare to bully us in the bone-tempering realm. Wen Zixian furrowed his brows. I can suppress my cultivation level. Huang Dingbo glanced at Wen Zixian and said, and if that's not enough, I can find a junior brother in the bone-tempering realm. We do have a few of them. Why would you need someone in the bone-tempering realm? It won't be a fair fight. A voice boomed as Guo Linshan approached from a distance. In a matter of moments, he had arrived at the encampment. Without uttering another word, Guo Linshan unsheathed the broadsword and clashed with Huang Dingbo. Perfect timing. Huang Dingbo burst into laughter. His long spear resembled a flood dragon thrashing through the sea as it collided with the edge of Guo Linshan's sword. However, Huang Dingbo's expression soon changed as the tip of his spear bent under the force. Bang! With a muffled sound, Huang Dingbo was involuntarily forced back. Guo Linshan was not about to let him off easily. His broadsword unleashed a cries of strikes, completely enveloping Huang Dingbo. While spear wielders were typically formidable and highly effective in combat, it was Huang Dingbo who found himself on the receiving end of a relentless beating. Guo Linshan's swordsmanship was bolder and more uninhibited than Huang Dingbo's. Each strike thoroughly suppressed Huang Dingbo, leaving him utterly defenseless. Boom! Huang Dingbo slid back several steps before coming to a halt. Guo Linshan also took a step back, a scar appearing on his cheek. The two appeared to be evenly matched. To determine a victor, they would likely need to exert their full strength, a potentially life-and-death battle. Congratulations! Your tremendous strength and iron bones are on the verge of breaking through to the visceral tempering realm. Huang Dingbo narrowed his eyes and addressed Guo Linshan, offering a cup-at-hand salute. Enough with the pleasantries. If you wish to fight, continue. Guo Linshan waved his hand, extending an olive branch. We're done for today. We'll compete another time. Huang Dingbo hesitated briefly before uttering those words. He vanished from the spot in a flash. Eldest senior brother, you're finally back. How did it go? All the disciples crowded around Guo Linshan, their expressions filled with relief. Had Guo Linshan not returned in time, the situation would have been far more difficult to handle. Their cultivation levels were inferior, and they were at a disadvantage in terms of strength against other sects. They couldn't defeat them, and their words held no weight. It was a frustrating situation. I didn't make it in time. My two junior brothers are dead. Guo Linshan's voice grew somber. Though he hadn't spent much time with these junior brothers, they were still fellow sect members. Yet now, they were gone. The loss of those herbs paled in comparison. The disciples who had been smiling froze. While they had anticipated the news, it was still difficult to accept upon hearing it. This mission was meant to be dangerous. It involved escorting medicinal herbs near the immortal Cloud City. Yet, two of their fellow disciples had already perished on the first day. Such losses were unacceptable. Senior brother Guo, did you see who attacked? Wen Zixian gritted his teeth and asked. Based on the evidence, it appears to have been the Divine Flame Sect, Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. Chapter 80 Starry Night Sword and Shield. Chapter 80 Starry Night Sword and Shield. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Divine Flame Sect. Aren't they targeting the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect? Why did they suddenly attack us? The uproar among the group was palpable. Shenfei's brow furrowed upon hearing the name Divine Flame Sect. This sect was notorious in the vicinity of Immortal Cloud City and had a long-standing enmity with the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, making them bitter enemies. Known for their elusive nature, the Divine Flame Sect lacked a fixed sect base, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. However, whenever they surfaced, they brought trouble upon the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Despite the latter's attempts to encircle and annihilate them on multiple occasions, the Divine Flame Sect always managed to rise again, seemingly impervious to destruction. It was as if the members of the Divine Flame Sect were indomitable. The Divine Flame Sect has always been unpredictable. Guo Linshan sighed and shook his head. In the eyes of the Divine Flame Sect, the Primordial Sword Sect could be considered an offshoot of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Killing some of their members was nothing out of the ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Flame Sect feared being surrounded by the other sects, it was likely that no other sect would live in peace either. A few moments later, the remaining marrow tempering realm disciples returned, bringing back the bodies of the 2 fallen disciples. Senior Brother Guo, do you suspect the Long Rainbow Sect's involvement? Chen Fei asked, taking a seat next to Guo Linshan. Soon after the attack on their convoy, members of the Long Rainbow Sect had arrived to cause trouble, making the connection easy to establish. I cannot say for sure, Guo Linshan replied, shaking his head. However, the Long Rainbow Sect has a tendency to exploit us during our missions. They see our primordial sword sect as an easy target. Guo Linshan's voice carried a bitter smile. While the primordial sword sect was not weak, it still fell short compared to the other 3 sects. The Immortal Cloud's sword sect had the privilege of first selection when it came to recruiting talented individuals near Immortal Cloud City. Those not chosen would naturally seek opportunities elsewhere. The Long Rainbow Sect, in particular, only accepted individuals below the age of 13, and they were stronger than the primordial sword sect. Consequently, the remaining candidates often opted for the Long Rainbow Sect. After multiple rounds of selection, the disciples who ended up in the primordial sword sect were indeed less talented compared to those of other sects. Although Quang Dingbo had been arrogant, he had a point. Very few Long Rainbow Sect disciples who were allowed to venture outside the sect due to their age had reached the bone tempering realm. They were a minority within a minority. However, the primordial sword sect boasted a considerable number of bone tempering realm inner sect disciples. Shen Fei belonged to the older generation, and there were many other youths like him in the primordial sword sect. Senior Brother Guo, I heard you have perfected the 5th stage of the origin connection technique. Shen Fei changed the topic. Yes. Luckily I succeeded in doing so recently, Guo Linshan replied, glancing at Shen Fei and chuckling softly. I have you to thank for that. Your perfect cultivation of the 1st stage of the origin opening technique served as my motivation. Shen Fei was left speechless. He had only provoked himself. After this mission, I will prepare to break through to the visceral tempering realm. That will be my chance to compete for the legacy of a true disciple. Guo Linshan spoke with anticipation evident in his tone. As martial artists, everyone aspired to cultivate profound martial arts techniques to advance their own realms, and Guo Linshan was no exception. Martial Uncle Kaian. Martial Uncle Kaian is here, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, catching the attention of Chen Fei and the others. They stood up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the encampment. He bore the appearance of a Confucian scholar, yet his countenance exuded an air of solemnity. Martial Uncle Kaian. Guo Linshan hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him. Tell me everything that happened. Leave nothing out. Kaian Lindu spoke with a grave expression. Yes, Martial Uncle Kaian. Guo Linshan proceeded to recount the events, detailing the attack on the convoy and the findings at the scene, including the presence of Quang Dingbo from the Long Rainbow Sect. After finishing his report, Guo Linshan fell silent. Kaian Lindu furrowed his brow slightly, his expression serious. Continue gathering the medicinal herbs. I will personally escort the herbs several times, Kaian Lindu declared solemnly. If the Divine Flame sect had indeed set their sights on them, the current disciples would be incapable of protecting themselves. Should the Divine Flame sect launch a major offensive, the disciples in this area would likely be in grave danger. However, the probability of this was relatively low, unless they were directly confronting the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. The Divine Flame sect rarely acted so ruthlessly against other sects. Agreeing with Kaian Lindu's decision, Guo Linshan nodded. Kaian Lindu then left the encampment, intending to visit the other sects and ascertain whether they had also been attacked or if their sect alone was targeted. Night descended, and the herb gatherers returned. Given the reduced visibility and increased danger, they ceased their herb-picking activities for the night. Around the rising bonfire, hushed conversations filled the air. Meanwhile, Shen Fei practiced his movement technique in the nearby forest, his long sword flashing incessantly. Seated on the ground, Guo Linshan observed Shen Fei cultivating in the distance, nodding approvingly. Such dedication made Guo Linshan feel somewhat inferior. Previously, Guo Linchen had heard rumors that Chen Fei secluded himself in his room to cultivate and seldom indulged in leisurely activities. Initially, he thought the rumors might be exaggerated, but witnessing it now, he felt they might have actually been an understatement. It's just that his foundation is somewhat lacking. Life can be so unfair, Guo Linchen muttered to himself. Some individuals possessed exceptional talent, easily surpassing others without much effort. Meanwhile, some, despite diligent and tireless work, would see little change in their results. However, there was little one could do about it. That was the nature of the world. Consequently, some people resigned themselves to their fate, living their lives aimlessly. Others, however, refused to admit defeat and persevered in their efforts. Undeterred by minimal progress, they did not entertain thoughts of giving up, leaving the outcome in the hands of fate. Fortunately, Junior Brother has a good grasp of the origin connection technique, so his advancement to the visceral tempering stage should proceed smoothly. Moreover, his comprehension is not lacking, suggesting potential for further progress in the future. Guo Linchen murmured softly. He closed his eyes and began circulating the origin connection technique, aiming to reach the 5th level of perfection. Breaking through to the visceral tempering realm would then become a matter of course, with no obstacles impeding his progress. As the night grew deeper, Chen Fei's figure continued to flash. In a sudden moment, he vanished from his original position, reappearing on a distant treetop. Cultivation method soul chasing step great completion. A smile graced Chen Fei's face. He had finally perfected this movement technique to its pinnacle. The perfected soul chasing step did not disappoint, significantly augmenting Chen Fei's speed. Living up to its name. Compared to before, his swiftness had increased severalfold, and he truly embodied the title of Soul Chaser. Chen Fei gazed at the long sword in his hand, standing on the treetop. His sword emanated a dazzling light, seemingly forming countless shields enveloping his body. With agile footwork, Chen Fei's body traversed the treetops, effortlessly crushing any leaves or branches that approached him. Tisk! A sword light erupted from the shield of swords, instantly leveling a tree crown several meters away. Cultivation technique Starry Night Sword Great Completion. Chapter 81 Chapter 81 Pounced. Chapter 81 Pounced. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei couldn't help but smile as his face lit up. However, instead of resting, he immediately returned to the encampment and sat down to continue his cultivation. Crossing his legs, he still had unfinished inner strength cultivation tasks and needed to improve his proficiency in the 2nd level of the origin connection technique. Resting was not part of his plan. He was determined to stay up all night. The next morning, the herb gatherers resumed their work, and the disciples dispersed to supervise them. The morning passed without any other incidents, and the encampment was now filled with carriages overflowing with freshly picked medicinal herbs. It was crucial to transport them back to Immortal Cloud City promptly for processing. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect held a superior stance towards other sects when it came to pill refining, which meant they had stricter requirements for medicinal ingredients. Daily transportation of medicinal herbs was therefore necessary. Marshal Uncle Kayan. Everything is ready. Guo Linchen approached Kayan Lindu and whispered, you stay here, and I'll bring a few marrow-tempering disciples with me. Kayan Lindu nodded. Yesterday, Kayan Lindu had visited the other sects to inquire. It turned out that not all sects had been attacked, only the Big Dipper Tower had suffered an assault. Due to their cultivation technique, members of the Big Dipper Tower were known for their hot temperaments. Only those who had reached a higher realm could keep them calm. Therefore, the Big Dipper Tower had already launched a vigorous search for the attackers. They were determined to find them and perhaps prevent any members of the Divine Flame sect from showing up that day. In less time than it took to brew a cup of tea, the carriages were prepared and set off. Disguised as an ordinary disciple, Kayan Lindu joined the convoy while the rest of the people in the encampment carried on with their usual tasks. An hour later, a messenger pigeon arrived, and Guo Linchen retrieved the message attached to its foot. Senior Brother Guo, what's the situation? A few disciples couldn't help but surround him, eager for news. The convoy has safely arrived at Immortal Cloud City. Martial Uncle Kian and the others didn't encounter any attacks. Guo Linshan raised his head and replied, "That's good." The disciples nodded, their emotions mixed. On one hand, they hoped that such attacks wouldn't happen again, as casualties were a possibility. On the other hand, they secretly wished that members of the Divine Flame sect would continue to come. With Kian Lindu present, there might be a chance to avenge the two disciples who had lost their lives the day before. Shen Fei happened to be nearby and noticed the calm expressions of Guo Linshan and the others. It seemed that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The collection mission proceeded smoothly, and the convoy was no longer attacked. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Kian Lindu had asked the other sects, and they hadn't encountered any more attacks. It appeared that the incident on the first day was merely a surprise attack by the Divine Flame sect. However, the Divine Flame sect was known for such tactics, often launching sudden attacks without warning. Sometimes, when the situation seemed favorable, and others expected the Divine Flame sect to continue their pursuit, they would suddenly withdraw. At other times, even when they were on the brink of defeat, the Divine Flame sect would go berserk and send their members to their deaths. It was quite puzzling. Under the night sky, Chen Fei sat in meditation with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his arm. Opening his eyes, he examined his arm and noticed that the gangrene was becoming active. Standing up, Chen Fei scanned his surroundings. But there was nothing unusual, and the gangrene activity was still low. However, Chen Fei was unfamiliar with such phenomena, so he decided to report it. Senior brother Guo Chen Fei walked over to Guo Linshan and called out in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Guo Linshan opened his eyes and looked at Chen Fei curiously. "There might be something evil nearby. Should we inform Martial Uncle Kian?" Evil Guo Linshan stood up in surprise. Chen Fei nodded and extended his arm, revealing a faint black mark. "Is that gangrene?" Guo Linshan recognized it and finally understood the situation. "Yes, I was marked by an evil creature. Later on, I discovered that this gangrene poison is very sensitive to unusual auras, so I left a trace of it on my body." Chen Fei explained briefly. "Junior brother, you're quite fortunate. That evil thing didn't target you?" Guo Linshan asked courteously. "No, that monster had a larger target." Chen Fei shook his head, thinking about Pingyan County. Observing Chen Fei's expression, Guo Linshan refrained from asking further questions. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since your gangrene is reacting, there must be some evil things nearby, but they shouldn't be powerful. For the safety of the encampment, well, investigate. If the danger becomes too great, well, retreat." As Guo Linshan spoke, he took out a red candle from the bag behind him and added, "With this, even if we encounter something evil, we can hold out for a while. Senior brother, I have my own method as well." Chen Fei looked at the red candle and produced one from his sleeve. "Haha, then we have nothing to fear." Guo Linshan couldn't help but laugh. Chen Fei nodded, and they both began searching based on the intensity of the gangrene's reaction. The gangrene's response was indeed weak. Compared to the evil Chen Fei had encountered before, it was much milder. This is why Chen Fei agreed to take the initiative to investigate. They moved cautiously, alternating between walking and stopping. The evil presence seemed to be on the move as well. Before long, they had traversed nearly 10 miles. No need to pursue further. That evil thing is either passing by or someone is controlling it. Besides, at this distance, it would be challenging for them to pose a threat to our encampment. Guo Linshan halted. It wasn't necessary to kill the evil as long as it didn't endanger them. There was no need to take any risks. Chen Fei nodded, about to speak when he suddenly stopped. His ears twitched as a faint voice reached his ears from a distance. Chen Fei turned to Guo Linshan, who had clearly heard the sound as well. "Senior brother, is that the temporary encampment of some sect?" "No, it's in a shady area over there. This time, there are no herb-growing sites or sects stationed there." Guo Linshan shook his head. "Could it be the Divine Flame sect?" Chen Fei suggested suddenly. Guo Linshan's eyes brightened. That was highly probable. However, If they wanted confirmation, they would have to investigate further. Junior brother, your cultivation level isn't sufficient. Go back and find Marshal Uncle Kian. Guo Linshan looked into the distance and spoke in a deep voice. Senior Guo, do you want someone to go and check? It's too dangerous. Chen Fei couldn't help but voice his concern. It's all right. I'll simply observe from a distance without taking any risks. We need to understand the situation, otherwise it will be even more dangerous when Marshal Uncle Kian and the others arrive. Guo Linshan reassured him with a smile. Chen Fei opened his mouth to protest but eventually nodded. It was the most appropriate course of action. Determined not to waste any time, Chen Fei sprinted back in the direction they came from. The sooner they returned and informed the others, the less danger Guo Linshan would be in. Chen Fei's feet flew like the wind. However, after running a few miles, his expression suddenly changed. The gangrene that had been dormant began to show activity once again. Another evil creature was nearby. Moreover, the intensity of the mark's activity was increasing. The creature was heading straight for Chen Fei's location. Chapter 82 Bottomless. Chapter 82 Bottomless. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei cursed inwardly as he felt the sudden increase in strangeness on the mountain. It seemed that not just one, but two evil creatures had appeared simultaneously. Knowing that he couldn't afford to encounter the evil creature, Chen Fei pushed aside the thoughts of the encounter and focused on running back to the sect's encampment to report the news. After running for a mile, Chen Fei felt the activity of the mark on his arm decrease, indicating that the evil creature was moving further away and couldn't catch up to him. Relieved, Chen Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dealing with evil's unpredictable abilities was always unnerving, and it reminded him of his own cultivation level, which still had room for improvement. With his powerful blood and Kai, ordinary evil creatures couldn't come close to him. Surveying the terrain around him, Chen Fei estimated that he had covered about half the distance back to the encampment. Another 5 miles, and he would reach safety. Young master, why are you in such a hurry on this long night? A seductive voice echoed, and a figure appeared on a hill, blocking Chen Fei's path. Startled, Chen Fei realized that the mark on his arm hadn't reacted to this presence. It wasn't the evil creature he had encountered earlier. With this realization, Chen Fei quickly changed his appearance to resemble Zhu Wangliang from Apricot Fen City. Young master, I feel a slight pain here. Could you come and take a look? Shizukin's voice was enticing, and she casually revealed her shoulder, exposing her fair skin. A low murmur echoed in Chen Fei's ears, stirring up desire within him. His eyes clouded over, and he unconsciously started walking toward Shizukin. Young master is so kind. Unlike the others who didn't lift a finger to save me, I appreciate your help in advance, Shizukin said, bowing slightly with a charming smile. In Chen Fei's eyes, it was the most beautiful smile in the world, capable of making him brave any danger. Bzzt. Suddenly, the clear heart formula kicked in, and Chen Fei's mind regained clarity. Although the seductive murmur still lingered, with the help of the clear heart formula, Chen Fei was no longer ensnared. Chen Fei felt a cold sweat forming on his back. Not only was he bewitched, but his previous appearance had already partially reverted. If he had awakened a moment later, his true identity would have been exposed. Without changing his steps or expression, Chen Fei maintained the same blank gaze, and the frequency of his appearance changes remained consistent. A while later, Chen Fei transformed his appearance again, resembling Quang Dingbo from the Long Rainbow Sect. What a handsome appearance. Young master, why did you pretend to be an old man earlier? Shizukin laughed softly, her laughter so alluring that even Chen Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A greedy and fanatical look appeared on his face, and he quickened his pace. Soon, Chen Fei reached Shizukin's side. Shizukin raised her right index finger slightly, and a sharp light glimmered at the tip. Young master, it's late. Did you discover anything while you were wandering outside? Shizukin leaned forward, and Chen Fei instinctively lowered his head, catching a glimpse of a bottomless abyss. His breathing grew heavier, regardless of anything else. Based on Shizukin's figure alone, Chen Fei felt that the seductive emotions he experienced were spot on. A few fellow disciples sensed something amiss and went out to investigate. Moreover, a struggle appeared on Chen Fei's face as if he wanted to break free from the enchantment. "Young master, take your time. I'm listening," Shi Zuqing said, looking straight into Chen Fei's eyes. Her eyes were as dark as an abyss, captivating anyone who gazed into them. "There's also a junior brother. He's heading. Veins bulged on Chen Fei's forehead, and his trembling left hand rose as if he wanted to point at a specific location, where Shi Zuqing's body leaned forward involuntarily, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. Here, the clear heart formula surged, forcefully interrupting Shi Zuqing's enchantment. She couldn't help but groan. In Chen Fei's eyes, everything around him seemed to slow down. Shi Zuqing's head tilted slightly backward, her hair fluttering in the air. However, her right hand instinctively swung towards Chen Fei's head, attempting to crush his neck. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Fei's starry night sword blocked Shi Zuqing's attack. The immense force sent Chen Fei flying backward, unable to withstand the impact. "How dare you hurt me, I'll kill you," Shi Zuqing screamed with fury. Chen Fei didn't even have time to withdraw the dagger before witnessing Shi Zuqing's hand swiftly approaching his head. Boom! Chen Fei's starry night sword clashed with Shi Zuqing's attack. But the force was overwhelming, and his entire body was forced backward. "You think you can escape?" Shi Zuqing consumed a pill and tended to her wound, trying to stabilize it with her strength. Logically, Shi Zuqing needed rest due to her injuries. However, she couldn't bear to let Chen Fei escape so easily. If she didn't kill him today, she wouldn't be able to accept it, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 83 Scared Off. Chapter 83 Scared Off. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei exerted all his might in using this soul-chasing step, with the trees on both sides flashing past him. However, despite his efforts, Shi Zuqing continued to follow closely behind. Frowning slightly, Chen Fei realized that this was the first time he had fought against a visceral tempering stage expert, and it had truly expanded his horizons. Even with her injuries, Shi Zuqing's speed and agility remained remarkable. In other words, if Chen Fei hadn't injured Shi Zuqing earlier, he wouldn't have been able to escape even if he wanted to. It wasn't just her movement technique that impressed him. If it weren't for the fact that his starry night sword had reached great completion, Chen Fei would have been injured. The longsword he had used for a long time was damaged as a result. Chen Fei might still be able to endure a few more attacks, but his longsword would likely be destroyed. Without a weapon, Chen Fei's bare hands wouldn't be enough to block Shi Zuqing's attacks. It would probably only take a few moves to bring him down. From this, it was evident that there was a significant gap between the two, specifically between the bone tempering realm and the visceral tempering realm. The progression in martial arts couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hidden weapons flew in from behind. Chen Fei wielded the longsword in his hand like countless shields, providing him with protection against the incoming projectiles. When the hidden weapon struck him, Chen Fei used the momentum to run even faster, unaffected by the attacks. This was the synergy between the perfected starry night sword and the perfected soul-chasing step. Every force that circulated was like a finger guiding Chen Fei. Gritting her teeth, Shi Zuqing marveled at Chen Fei, a mere bone-tempering martial artist who had surprised her numerous times. First, he resisted her charm. Then he suddenly produced a sword, rendering her chase futile. Now, his movement technique was so exceptional that it rivaled that of an average visceral tempering realm cultivator. In fact, in a certain aspect, he surpassed an ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivator. Shi Zuqing was highly skilled in movement techniques. Despite her injuries, she was confident in being faster than martial artists of the same rank. However, she couldn't catch up to Chen Fei. It was simply unbelievable. "Do you think you can escape?" Shi Zuqing asked, taking deep breaths before spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the blood mist dispersed, her speed suddenly increased. The distance between her and Chen Fei was cut in half as if she would catch him in the next moment. Fleetfoot, feeling the overwhelming aura behind him, Chen Fei was startled. The force within him circulated, making his body light and agile. In the next instant, he had already rushed further away. Tisk! Sharp claw marks appeared where Chen Fei had been standing. Shizukan observed Chen F's sudden increase in speed and tightened her grip. This kid had a secret technique. How had he cultivated it? His cultivation level wasn't high, yet he possessed numerous cultivation techniques. With such potential, he could greatly improve his cultivation realm. If Chen Fei had reached the marrow tempering realm, Shizukan wouldn't have been so careless in dealing with him. Because of Chen Fei's lower realm, Shizukan couldn't help but let her guard down, resulting in her current situation. Shizukan watched as Chen Fei's figure ran farther and farther away. Anger and anxiety surged within her, causing her to spit out another mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. Already heavily injured, her condition worsened due to the use of a secret technique. Martial Uncle Kyan. Help, a demoness is trying to kill me. Chen Fei's voice echoed from a distance, extinguishing Shizukan's desire to pursue. With her severe injuries, encountering a martial artist of the same rank would mean certain death. Fiercely glaring at Chen Fei, Shizukan memorized his appearance, vowing not to let this matter go easily. She would undoubtedly repay him doubly for today's revenge. In an instant, Shizukan vanished from her spot. Chen Fei shouted several times. Realizing that the aura behind him had disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. Being pursued by someone at the visceral tempering realm was a terrifying experience. Despite preplanned traps and inflicting severe injuries on each other, Chen Fei couldn't prevail. It left him feeling helpless. Furthermore, Chen Fei was unaware of the secret techniques used in the visceral tempering realm. He feared that Shizukan would recklessly chase after him, intending to eliminate him entirely. In such a scenario, Chen Fei might not be able to escape. Therefore, Chen Fei resorted to shouting from afar, scaring away potential threats. After running another mile, Chen Fei noticed Kyan Lindu, who had rushed towards them even before they reached the encampment. Apparently, he had indeed heard Chen Fei's cry for help. Visceral tempering realm martial artists were at the peak of their stage. Their facial senses were remarkably acute. "Did you call for me just now?" Kyan Lindu asked, frowning, as he approached Chen Fei. "It's me, Martial Uncle Kyan," Chen Fei replied, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Senior brother Guo and one felt something was amiss earlier, so we went to investigate. We discovered a group of people camped 10 miles away, and we suspect they are from the Divine Flame Sect." Divine Flame Sect. Kyan Lindu's eyes widened. Chen Fei proceeded to describe the location and terrain, explaining that it was an unfamiliar area where they hadn't collected medicinal herbs. Hence, they suspected it was the Divine Flame Sect. Senior brother Guo remained behind to gather more information and instructed Chen Fei to inform Kyan Lindu upon his return. "Where is he now?" "Never mind. I'll take you there. You can guide the way," Kyan Lindu said after a moment of contemplation. He returned to the encampment briefly to inform the other disciples before grabbing Chen Fei and rushing ahead, leaving unique marks along the way for the others to follow. "Martial Uncle Kyan, I encountered a demoness earlier. She possesses a captivating charm, so her cultivation level should be at the visceral tempering realm," Chen Fei informed as they hurried along. A demoness. Kyan Lindu mulled over Chen Fei's earlier cry for help, which mentioned a demoness. This was why Kyan Lindu had ventured out alone to provide assistance. "She appeared to be injured, and fortunately, I managed to escape," Chen Fei added, refraining from mentioning that he had severely wounded Shizukan. It would be difficult for others to believe, considering the two-level difference between the bone tempering realm and the visceral tempering realm. Chen Fei leaping realms to fight would sound like a baseless claim. Thus, he chose not to disclose it and instead emphasized the injuries inflicted on the opponent. Kyan Lindu nodded. If it truly was the Divine Flame Sect's encampment, encountering formidable experts was to be expected. Kyan Lindu hoped that Guo Linshan hadn't acted impulsively, as it could potentially place him in grave danger. 10 miles wasn't a great distance, and Kyan Lindu covered it swiftly. However, Guo Linshan was nowhere to be found. Instead, chaos reigned over the campsite in the distance. The sounds of battle filled the air, creating a cacophony. "You stay here and await the others," Kyan Lindu instructed, setting Chen Fei down before rushing toward the commotion. In Qian Linda's estimation, Chen Fei's bone-tempering realm cultivation was too low to be of much assistance. In fact, he might end up being a liability if he got involved. Chapter 84 Who is this woman? Chapter 84 Who is this woman? Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei pondered for a moment before deciding to follow Qian Lindu. In close combat, Chen Fei's cultivation level limited him to showcasing his strength mainly against opponents of the same level. If he were to face someone in the marrow-tempering realm, he would likely have to rely on sneak attacks. However, his soul-chasing step allowed him to move freely, given the circumstances. How could Chen Fei remain indifferent when he knew that Guo Linshan was in danger? Didn't I ask you to gather the others? Qian Lindu turned around. Sensing someone behind him, he frowned upon seeing Chen Fei. Martial Uncle Qian, my movement technique is not bad. Perhaps I can be of help, Chen Fei whispered. Qian Lindu was about to speak when Chen Fei stepped forward and passed by him. Determined to join the battle, Qian Linda's words caught in his throat. Chen Fei's movement technique was indeed extraordinary. Even if the situation became chaotic, it would be enough to protect themselves and potentially aid Guo Linshan. The two of them stood at the edge of the battlefield. Observing from a distance, they noticed a cave in the vicinity, likely the hideout of the Divine Flame sect. It's the Big Dipper Tower. Qian Lindu expressed surprise at their early arrival. Martial Uncle Qian, senior brother Guo is there, Chen Fei said, scanning the scene and spotting Guo Linshan engaged in combat. Guo Linshan wielded a broadsword, fending off the Divine Flame sect disciples, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. We are on the verge of victory. The Divine Flame sect lacks experts here. Qian Lindu assessed the situation below and swiftly descended, his figure resembling an eagle. Chen Fei wielded his sword and joined the battle, protecting Guo Linshan with his Starry Night sword, deflecting incoming attacks. Junior brother, you're back, Guo Linshan exclaimed upon seeing Chen Fei and Qian Lindu. He smiled, but his expression froze as he noticed Chen Fei's sword technique Starry Night sword. Guo Linshan blinked, confused. If his memory served him right, he had only recently taught Chen Fei the Starry Night sword a few days ago. Had it been 10 days already? Guo Linshan felt a sense of haziness, unable to recall the exact time frame. However, he was certain that it had been an incredibly short period. It was so short that Guo Linshan began to doubt his own perception of time. Perhaps the intensity of the battle had caused him to have illusions, making him believe that Chen Fei had cultivated the Starry Night sword to great completion within a few days. Senior brother Guo, be careful, Chen Fei shouted as he deflected an attack aimed at Guo Linshan. In response, Guo Linshan roared like a tiger, swiftly rushing forward and striking down a Divine Flame sect disciple. The enemy hadn't even landed when he spat out blood midair. By the time he hit the ground, his breath had already ceased. Impressive, Chen Fei inwardly praised. With the 5th rank of the Origin Connection technique maximized and the support of the tremendous strength and iron bones characteristics, Guo Linshan's strength surpassed that of martial artists at the same level. If Chen Fei were to face Guo Linshan's sword strike, even with the Starry Night sword, the result would likely be the same as his encounter with Shizuken. He would struggle to parry and would have to retreat. Of course, it wasn't that Guo Linshan was stronger than Shizuken. They simply excelled in different areas. If Guo Linshan were to face an expert like Shizuken, he would need to advance to the visceral tempering realm at the very least to determine who was stronger. With Qian Linda's assistance, the resistance of the Divine Flame sect quickly crumbled, and the battle concluded within a short span. Many thanks to the Primordial Sword sect for your help. The representative of the Big Dipper Tower stepped forward and greeted Qian Lindu. They conversed for a while before starting to search for any traces left behind by the Divine Flame sect, hoping to find valuable information. However, just like the Divine Flame sect's previous actions, any captives were poisoned on the spot. The location of the poison remained unknown, even if their mouths were sealed shut. The scene was meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace of information. The disciples from the Primordial Sword sect arrived late and were astonished upon witnessing the aftermath. An hour later, at the Primordial Sword sect's encampment, I observed for a while and intended to take the risk and investigate further. But before I could do anything, the Divine Flame sect seemed to receive some news and began to retreat. Guo Linshan recalled the situation and continued. However, as they were retreating, the people from Big Dipper Tower appeared, and a battle broke out. I went to assist, and that's when I saw Marshal Uncle Kayan arrive. Retreat, it's likely the demoness went back to report. Kayan Lindu commented gravely. Demoness Guo Linshan was puzzled. On my way back, I encountered a demoness. Fortunately, she was injured, and I managed to escape. Shenfei explained from the side, leading Guo Linshan to realize the connection. Alright, everyone is exhausted. Let's rest. I have already sent a message to the sect about the situation here. Reinforcements should be on their way. Kayan Lindu dismissed the group with a wave of his hand. Given the numerous casualties caused by the Divine Flame sect, it was imperative to request additional assistance from the sect. Otherwise, everyone present would be in grave danger. The disciples dispersed, and Guo Linshan pulled Chen Fei aside. Senior brother Guo. What's the matter? Chen Fei asked, slightly perplexed. Have you truly mastered the Starry Night Sword to great completion? Guo Linshan whispered. No, senior brother must have seen it wrongly. How can one cultivate a sword technique so quickly? Chen Fei shook his head. Guo Linshan rolled his eyes. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Yet Chen Fei denied it. Senior brother, I have only grasped a few moves of the Starry Night Sword. Not all of them. Chen Fei casually demonstrated, summoning a few sword shields around him. Unlike paragons, whose bodies were enveloped in swords and shields, Chen Fei's manifestation was limited to a specific number of locations. Guo Linshan blinked, having only taken a few glances previously and thus feeling uncertain. Nevertheless, it made sense that Chen Fei had only mastered a few moves to perfection. Understandable. Your cultivation speed is still impressive, just not as exaggerated as before. Guo Linshan remarked. Senior brother, do you recognize this person? Chen Fei retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to Guo Linshan. On it was a portrait of Shizukin, drawn based on his memory. Who is this woman? She looks quite stunning. Guo Linshan commented, gazing at the portrait. The witch who pursued me, Chen Fei whispered. Then the other party may have disguised themselves. Guo Linshan frowned. I don't believe she disguised herself. Chen Fei shook his head. How do you know? Guo Linshan looked up at Chen Fei, nearly taking a step back in fright. At that moment, Chen Fei's face bore a resemblance to his own, as if they were blood brothers. Because I possess the knowledge of disguise, I can discern it. Chen Fei explained with a smile. He wiped his face, reverting to his original appearance. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. You have misunderstood. Chapter 85. You have misunderstood. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Little junior brother, you actually know how to disguise yourself. Did you draw that portrait just now? Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei in shock. Setting aside sword techniques and movement techniques. As far as Guo Linshan knew, Chen Fei was also skilled in archery and alchemy. Moreover, he had even joined the Alchemist Alliance with his alchemy skills, something that many professional alchemists couldn't achieve. And now, he possessed a disguise technique as well. Chen Fei seemed to be all-rounded, making Guo Linshan feel somewhat useless in comparison. Rogue cultivators always have more tricks up their sleeves. Otherwise, it's very easy to encounter danger. Chen Fei replied with a smile. Junior brother, do you have some misconceptions about rogue cultivators? Guo Linshan wanted to roll his eyes. If rogue cultivators were so versatile, what would happen to the disciples of their sects? Moreover, was the outside world so dangerous now that they needed to learn so many things? It's not a burden to have more skills. Chen Fei laughed. Did that witch see your real appearance? Guo Linshan asked, looking at the vivid portrait in his hand. With such drawing skills, would his junior brother be able to draw anything he wanted to see in the future? Thinking about this, Guo Linshan couldn't help but feel a little envious. What was going on? When I saw someone blocking the way, the first thing I did was change my appearance. Chen Fei explained, shaking his head. Very cautious, Guo Linshan couldn't help but praise him. Then, he asked curiously, so, who did you transform into? It became him, Shen Fei replied, wiping his face from top to bottom and changing into Quang Dingbo's appearance. It wasn't an exact replica, as it was quite difficult to achieve muscle movement, but it was still imaginative. This is good. Guo Linchen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chen Fei's transformation. He could instantly recognize it as Quang Dingbo, thinking that Quang Dingbo might be targeted by the Divine Flame sect. Guo Linchen felt much relieved. Senior brother Guo, I'll leave this portrait with you. If there's any news, remember to let me know, Chen Fei said after some thought. All right, I'll discreetly inquire about it. Guo Linchen nodded. Whether it was the sect being cautious or reporting it to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, he would handle it. The night quickly passed, and the next morning, many people from the Primordial Sword sect arrived, including Feng Xiupu. Master Guo Linchen and the others respectfully bowed upon seeing Feng Xiupu. I know what happened. You all did well. Feng Xiupu glanced at the disciples and praised them. To prevent the Divine Flame sect from seeking revenge, we will stay here for the next few days. Everyone smiled. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the Divine Flame sect, and their safety would be ensured. As usual, Feng Xiupu and the others supervised the disciples during the gathering of herbs, escorted the convoy, and guarded the camp to prevent any surprises from the Divine Flame sect. A day passed quickly, and night fell. How has your cultivation been recently? Have you been slacking off with nothing else to do? Feng Xiupu began to test the disciples' cultivation progress one by one. In no time, he stood in front of Chen Fei. Coincidentally, Guo Linchen was also standing beside him. Master, your disciple has already mastered the 5th stage of the origin connection technique and will soon break through to the visceral tempering stage. Guo Linchen respectfully informed him. Feng Xiupu's eyes lit up. Considering Guo Linchen's age, reaching the 5th tier of the origin connection technique was commendable. Once he broke through to the visceral tempering realm, he would have a chance to compete for the legacy of a true disciple. If he succeeded, it would bring recognition to their team. Moreover, as a teacher, Feng Xiupu always hoped that his disciples would excel and become true disciples of Primordial Sword sect. Even if they didn't stand out, Feng Xiupu's years of guidance wouldn't be in vain. Very good. When we return, you must break through to the visceral tempering realm. With your 5th tier of the origin connection technique, breaking through should come naturally, Feng Xiupu said with a nod. Yes. Master Guo Linchen nodded solemnly. How's your cultivation been recently? Feng Xiupu smiled as he looked at Chen Fei. The Starry Night Sword and the soul-chasing step are extremely difficult to comprehend. If you have any doubts about the cultivation techniques, feel free to ask. Also, although you are compatible with the 2nd level of the origin connection technique, pay attention to the key points. Master, I'm not familiar with the soul-chasing step, but little junior brother has cultivated the Starry Night Sword quite well. Guo Linchen interjected before Chen Fei could respond. Oh, how so? Feng Xiupu asked courteously. Little junior brother, show master what you can do. Guo Linchen winked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei shook his head and laughed, then took his long sword and moved to an empty space nearby. Master, please give me some guidance, Chen Fei requested. Feng Xiupu nodded, indicating that Chen Fei could proceed. Chen Fei pointed his long sword at the ground. In the next moment, the sword disappeared, and small sword shields emerged around Chen Fei's body, forming a protective barrier. Chen Fei only demonstrated the perfected Starry Night Sword, keeping his great completion abilities hidden. Feng Xiupu's eyes widened as he observed the sword shields surrounding Chen Fei. He almost thought he was seeing things, just like Guo Linchen when he first saw Chen Fei. Feng Xiupu was equally astounded. However, Feng Xiupu managed to remain composed. Though surprised, his expression didn't change much. After a moment, Chen Fei stopped and looked at Feng Xiupu. It's quite good. While the circulation of some sword forms is still a bit sluggish, with more practice, I believe you can cultivate them well. Feng Xiupu pretended to be calm and nodded. Guo Linchen had been discreetly observing Feng Xiupu from the side. Seeing his master maintain composure throughout, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. His master truly possessed great knowledge. I understand, Chen Fei said, cupping his hands. Now, what about the soul-chasing step? Feng Xiupu asked with a smile. Guo Linshan looked at Feng Xiupu strangely. His master's attitude was unusually kind. It had been a long time since he had seen his master behave this way. I've also gained some insights into the soul-chasing step, Shen Fei replied. With that, his figure flashed, and he moved 10 meters away before swiftly returning. Feng Xiupu's lips quivered slightly, almost losing control. Guo Linshan's eyes widened. What did he just witness? Why did his junior brother's speed seem faster than his own? Wasn't his junior brother only in the bone-tempering realm? Could the soul-chasing step be this fast? Had his junior brother already cultivated it to great completion? There are still some areas that I haven't fully comprehended, Chen Fei said with a smile. The soul-chasing step he displayed was still at the perfected stage. Shen Fei had concealed a portion of his abilities and didn't reveal all his secrets. It wasn't a matter of trust, but rather Chen Fei's own character. Apart from not wanting to astonish others too much, he had no intention of learning new sword techniques or movement techniques recently. Chapter 86 Marrow Tempering Shortcut. Chapter 86 Marrow Tempering Shortcut. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. His cultivation level was too low. At the bone tempering realm, despite his proficiency in the Starry Night Sword and soul-chasing step, Shen Fei could sense that he was still unable to unleash the full power of these two techniques. When one's cultivation level is too low, certain aspects of cultivation techniques cannot be fully utilized. At the very least, reaching the marrow tempering realm is necessary to fully exhibit the potential of these two techniques. Given this circumstance, there was no urgent need to learn new sword or movement techniques. Instead, Shen Fei could allocate more time to other areas, such as inner strength cultivation and archery. Your cultivation is impressive. Feng Xiupu's face was beaming with a smile that he barely managed to contain. If he didn't restrain himself, he might burst out laughing. Initially, Feng Xiupu had assumed that Chen Fei's compatibility was limited to the origin connection technique. However, it seemed that Chen Fei's comprehension ability was remarkably high, surpassing even some core disciples. If this trend continued, as long as Chen Fei reached the 5th stage of the origin connection technique, even with mediocre innate ability, it would be natural for him to advance to the visceral tempering realm, although the progress might be a bit slow. And Chen Fei would be older by then. With his exceptional comprehension, his chances of competing for the legacy of a true disciple might surpass those of Guo Linshan. The prospect of having 2 core disciples among his students filled Feng Xiupu with joy. How could he not be happy about it? However, you must not become complacent. Especially in regards to your inner strength cultivation, you must strive to catch up despite being highly satisfied with Chen Fei's progress. Feng Xiupu cautioned him. Also, keep your rapid comprehension of the cultivation technique a secret for now. Your current cultivation level is still too low. Genius is often attracted to envy, and Chen Fei's cultivation was not yet at a level where he could fend off potential schemes from various sources. It would be better to cultivate quietly and bide his time until the day when his abilities could truly shine. I understand. Chen Fei nodded in acknowledgement. How is your progress in the origin connection technique? Feng Xiupu inquired with curiosity. Guo Linshan also looked on, remembering that Chen Fei had mentioned 10 days previously. Though the timeline seemed exaggerated, their anticipation was evident. I'm just a little short. I should be able to cultivate it fully tomorrow, Chen Fei replied in a hushed tone. Although they had anticipated this, Guo Linshan couldn't help widening his eyes upon hearing Chen Fei's response. It felt as though tears were welling up at the corners of his eyes. Chen Fei's progress was simply astonishing. What had happened to all his years of hard work? Feng Xiupu, too, was taken aback. Chen Fei's talent in the origin connection technique was truly extraordinary, far surpassing the sword and movement techniques he had displayed earlier. In that case, come find me tomorrow evening. I will teach you the 3rd level of the origin connection technique. It's getting late now, so rest up, Feng Xiupu instructed in a deep voice. Yes. Master Chen Fei respectfully cupped his hands as he watched Feng Xiupu depart. Guo Linshan approached and sat beside Chen Fei. With a smile, he asked, "Master is going to teach you the third level of the origin connection technique." "Yes. I am grateful to Master," Chen Fei replied, genuinely appreciative. Since becoming his disciple, Feng Xiupu had treated him well, patiently answering his questions and guiding him through his cultivation technique. Encountering such a master, Chen Fei felt incredibly fortunate. Guo Linshan's smile widened upon hearing Chen Fei's gratitude. His eyes revealed a touch of nostalgia. If his master hadn't experienced that incident back then, where would he be now? Perplexed, Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan, wondering what he wanted to say. "You should know that once you reach the peak of the 5th level of the origin connection technique, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm will be a breeze." Guo Linshan changed the topic. "Yes, my fellow disciples have mentioned it." Chen Fei nodded. As the name suggested, the origin connection technique facilitated smooth advancement to the visceral realm by channeling force throughout the body. With this cultivation technique, as long as one had sufficient comprehension and diligence, achieving the visceral tempering realm within the primordial sword sect was highly likely. The primordial sword sect had established a firm position in Immortal Cloud City largely due to this cultivation technique, attracting numerous disciples. In truth, once you cultivate the origin connection technique to the 4th level, you can greatly accelerate your progress toward the marrow tempering realm. Guo Linshan whispered. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Was there such a benefit? He had always assumed that the origin connection technique merely eased the difficulty of breaking through cultivation barriers. Based on Chen Fei's estimation, reaching the marrow tempering realm would require at least a year of inner strength accumulation. Even if he perfected the origin connection technique, it might slightly shorten the time, but it would still take around a year. His pace was by no means slow, considering he had only recently begun cultivating. Yet, in this dangerous world, Chen Fei couldn't help but desire to expedite his realm advancement and enhance his sense of security. Observing Chen Fei's expression, Guo Linshan couldn't help but smile as he continued. Very few disciples are aware of this, as they have already reached the marrow tempering stage by cultivating the origin connection technique to the 4th level. You are the exception. Chapter 87 Green Ridge Sword. Chapter 87 Green Ridge Sword. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. By focusing on grinding origin connection technique's proficiency, he estimated that he could reach the peak of the 3rd level in approximately 20 days. Unless he took a meridian protecting pill, he couldn't speed up the process any further. I've never heard of such a pill before, but Immortal Cloud City might have something like that, Chen Fei thought to himself. Realizing he could visit the city's medicine shops or seek out similar pills and formulas in the Alchemist Guild. Little did he expect that his compressed cultivation time was the main reason for his accelerated progress. After a peaceful night, Chen Fei simplified the 3rd level of the origin connection technique and began to cultivate diligently. The following day was uneventful. It seemed that the Divine Flame sect had truly withdrawn. However, the primordial sword sect members at the camp remained vigilant, continuing to protect the convoy and uphold their previous arrangements. Time flew by. Days passed, and the number of collected medicinal ingredients quietly increased by over half. Though they still maintained caution, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. However, they didn't neglect any necessary precautions. Feng Xiupu and others even ventured out a few times to check for any signs of activity from the Divine Flame sect, but they found nothing. At night, Chen Fei sat cross-legged, focused on cultivating the technique. The energy within his body fluctuated rapidly, shaking his bones and muscles. Whiffs of hot air emanated from him, distorting the air in the surroundings. An hour later, Chen Fei exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. His meridians were slightly swollen, indicating the need for a brief break before continuing cultivation to avoid potential injuries. Standing up and surveying the camp, Chen Fei noticed that most people were sitting cross-legged. This allowed them to cultivate while replacing sleep, ready to react at a moment's notice. About to take a few steps to relax, Chen Fei suddenly saw a figure leap up. It was his master. Feng Xiupu. Bzzz. The sword in Feng Xiupu's hand emitted a trembling sound. Initially soft, it soon became deafening. Everyone snapped out of their daze and looked at Feng Xiupu in confusion. There's trouble? Stay alert. Everyone. Feng Xiupu's expression turned solemn as he gazed into the distance. His brows furrowed tightly, and the jade sword in his hand continued to tremble as if sensing something. There's evil. Guo Linshan appeared beside Chen Fei. Looking at him, did your gangrene react? Evil Chen Fei was surprised. As he was about to shake his head, he felt a chill on his arm. He rolled up his sleeve and discovered that the gangrene had become active. Seeing Chen Fei's expression, Guo Linshan understood the situation. Senior brother Guo, how did you know? Chen Fei was puzzled. A few days ago, he had informed Guo Linshan. But now Guo Linshan had discovered it before him. It's the green ridge sword. When it senses something strange, it will react automatically. Guo Linshan explained, his expression serious. Not all evil occurrences will trigger the green ridge sword. But if it reacts, the strangeness must be significant. All disciples, escort the herb gatherers down the mountain. Qian Lindu commanded. The green ridge sword trembled more and more, and his face changed. He shouted loudly, then flashed in front of everyone, his eyes fixed ahead. That's where the Big Dipper Tower is stationed. Qian Lindu and the others approached Feng Xiupu, speaking with a deep voice. This evilness is targeting our sects. Let the Big Dipper Tower bear it for us initially. Well, stay behind and buy some time for the disciples. Feng Xiupu took a deep breath. Understood. Qian Lindu and the others nodded. Faced with such a degree of strangeness, the chances of ordinary disciples and herb gatherers surviving would be slim. Perhaps the marrow tempering realm would fare slightly better, offering some assistance. However, for those below that level, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against the strange creatures. The herb gatherers rushed down the mountain desperately. Though Feng Xiupu had instructed his disciples to escort them, the herb gatherers knew that if they encountered overwhelming danger, the primordial sword sect disciples would prioritize their own safety. They would undoubtedly leave first. The fact that the primordial sword sect didn't abandon them at the first sign of trouble was already considered responsible. Senior Guo, if you encounter danger, don't worry about me. I'm quite fast, Chen Fei said to Guo Linshan in a low voice. Yes, Guo Linshan nodded, though it was unclear if he truly listened. Running for less than 15 minutes, a sharp roar suddenly erupted from behind. The sound pierced through eardrums, disorienting anyone within miles. Without hesitation, the herb gatherers increased their speed. Many even discarded their tools to run faster. Curious, Chen Fei turned his head to look. A tinge of blood tainted the distant sky. It was alluring, yet suffocating. The green ridge sword is a spirit sword. Master will be safe, Guo Linshan reassured, just as Chen Fei was about to ask what a spirit sword was. The mark on his arm grew increasingly active. His expression changed as he glanced around and caught sight of a pair of scarlet eyes to his right. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he quickly suppressed it with the clear heart formula. Aware of the strangeness, Chen Fei had been practicing the clear heart formula continuously. Otherwise, a moment's delay could cost him his life. Senior brother, be careful, Chen Fei warned. The black shadow emerged silently behind one of the herb gatherers, opening its mouth wide and swallowing the unfortunate individual whole. Chen Fei and the others had no time to intervene. In that instant, Chen Fei clearly saw the appearance of the black shadow. It was green, with layers of stacked skin, a thin body, and a single, bulging eye. Its stomach was disproportionately large, almost touching the ground. Attack, Guo Linshan bellowed. In a blink, he reached the green creature and struck it with his sword. The green creature stared at Guo Linshan without expression. Guo Linshan hesitated for a moment, and in the next instant, the green creature widened its mouth. The herb gatherer it had just swallowed was spat out toward Guo Linshan. Clang! Metal clashed as the herb gatherer's claws met Guo Linshan's broadsword, nearly reaching his face. But before Guo Linshan could rejoice, the severed shoulder of the green creature regenerated in the blink of an eye, and a new arm sprouted. Senior brother Guo Let's go. Chen Fei grabbed Guo Linchen's shoulder and started descending the mountain. Without warning, 2 more green creatures appeared, blocking their way. They couldn't hold them off any longer. Chapter 88 Undeterred. Chapter 88 Undeterred. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Guo Linchen also noticed the peculiar surroundings and couldn't help but gasp. He had initially thought that the green creature they encountered earlier was just a minor threat, but now it seemed that there were far more of them than they had anticipated. Junior brother, let go of the disciple. It might affect your movement technique, one Guo Linchen said. Turning to Chen Fei, I'm fine. Senior brother one Chen Fei replied with a smile. Carrying someone wouldn't significantly impact his soul-chasing step, perhaps only reducing its speed by about 10. Junior brother, what fine. Guo Linchen wanted to mention that his own movement technique was not slow either, but when he observed the speed at which the people around them were retreating, he couldn't help but hold his tongue. Chen Fei's movement technique was far superior to his own. He could easily compete with an ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivator. Was the soul-chasing step really that useful? Guo Linchen couldn't help but ponder. After all, there were other disciples in the sect who cultivated this technique. How did Chen Fei manage to reach such a high level? The 5 green creatures trailing behind them gradually fell far behind. Although these creatures were challenging to deal with, their speed was probably only on par with ordinary marrow tempering realm martial artists. Ah! Help! Something's wrong. There's something strange. Someone save me. Run! Run! Screams suddenly erupted from behind the 2 of them. While the green monsters couldn't catch up to Chen Fei, they were more than capable of overtaking the herb gatherers and other disciples of the primordial sword sect. Head this way. There's a danger over there. This way. Don't leave me. Don't abandon me. Hide. Quickly hide. We can't outrun them. The cries for help only lasted for a moment before falling silent, leaving a haunting stillness in their wake. Bang! Chen Fei swiftly appeared in front of a disciple, opening his starry night sword to block a green creature's attack. Guo Linchen swung his broadsword, sending another green monster flying. Thunk you, senior brother. Guo the disciple said, still panting heavily in shock. Don't just stand there. Run. Guo Linchen shouted in a low voice. Yes. Yes. The disciple snapped out of his daze and quickly fled down the mountain. As for the green creature that was repelled, it didn't pursue Chen Fei and the others. Instead, it devoured a nearby herb gatherer. Let's go. Guo Linchen gritted his teeth and said to Chen Fei. Chen Fei nodded, gripping Guo Linchen's shoulder, and they continued their descent. However, after running for a few hundred meters, they spotted 2 more green creatures chasing after other disciples of the primordial sword sect. How can there be so many? The others won't be able to escape, Guo Linchen exclaimed. Charging forward to fend off one of the green creatures, Chen Fei used his sword shield to block the other creature's attack. Then, he grabbed the disciple's hand and swiftly moved away. Roar! Without any herb gatherers nearby, or perhaps because they had already been consumed, the 2 green creatures turned their attention to Chen Fei and the others. You all go first, Guo Linchen called out to Chen Fei. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment before grabbing the disciple and continuing their descent. Guo Linchen shouted loudly, channeling his origin connection technique to its fullest extent. His blood and chi surged, his muscles expanded, and he charged forward, slashing open the stomachs of the 2 green creatures. He swiftly turned around and fled as more green creatures approached from a distance. Unfortunately, this tactic only delayed the creatures' recovery time, as such an attack was fatal to humans, but only momentarily hindered the strange creatures. Guo Linchen dashed several hundred meters, catching sight of Chen Fei's figure. At that moment, Chen Fei was fending off 3 green creatures while 3 disciples provided assistance. Go to hell. Guo Linchen's eyes turned bloodshot, and a trickle of blood seeped from the pores on his skin. He charged forward and sent the 3 green creatures flying. In an extremely valiant state, Chen Fei observed Guo Linchen's throat move as he swallowed blood clots, but blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother, take them and go. I'll distract the creatures. Otherwise, Very few will make it back to the Sect 11. Guo Linshan turned to Chen Fei and retrieved a white candle from his pocket. His intention was to lure the creatures away, saving the disciples one by one. But he couldn't save them all. He could only lead the creatures elsewhere, buying enough time for the others to escape. Chen Fei was taken aback. Guo Linshan possessed considerable battle strength, but his movement technique was lacking. If he lured the creatures like this, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Wait for me to catch up, junior brother. Ha ha ha. Guo Linshan laughed heartily, retrieving a lighter to ignite the white candle. A peculiar scent began to fill the air as he charged up the mountain in the opposite direction without hesitation. Senior Guo, the other disciples exclaimed, their gazes fixed on Guo Linshan's actions in disbelief. The creatures that were about to pounce on them abruptly changed course, pursuing Guo Linshan instead. Chen Fei watched Guo Linshan's retreating figure, a profound shock gripping his mind. Why did he cultivate martial arts? Chen Fei had asked himself this question before, and the answer was to avoid being bullied and to live well in this world. Would those who attain success in martial arts help the weak? Chen Fei had never directly confronted this question, perhaps intentionally evading it. However, after witnessing Guo Linshan's selfless actions, the question loomed before him. Did he possess the ability to save others? Should he rescue his friends and family when they were in danger? Chen Fei's previously uncertain eyes gradually grew resolute. He couldn't sacrifice himself for others, but he had the strength to save them. Senior brother Guo, let's go together. Chen Fei caught up with Guo Linshan in an instant. Guo Linshan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. His laughter carried a sense of true happiness. As for why the two of them had to join forces, Guo Linshan's movement technique was slightly weaker, but his combat strength was not lacking. He could assist Chen Fei in fending off attacks from the other side. Chen Fei tightly gripped his sword with his right hand, initiating the circulation of the clear heart formula. His previously anxious heart gradually calmed. The disciples behind them stood in awe as they witnessed Chen Fei and Guo Linshan defying the odds. Their eyes reflected a mixture of shame and admiration. Clang! A green creature materialized silently beside Chen Fei, only to be blocked by his sword and shield. Chen Fei utilized the force to swiftly evade to the other side. The creature, about to pounce again, was already shaken off in a few steps. Bang! Guo Linshan cleaved another green creature, ambushing him with his sword. The two of them divided their efforts. Several green creatures lunged at them, but they were powerless against the duo. Before they could encircle them, Chen Fei had already eluded their grasp, not granting them a second opportunity. Junior brother, let's take a detour. We'll descend the mountain from the other side. Guo Linshan glanced back at the pursuing green creatures. In less than a mile of traveling in the opposite direction, they had encountered over a dozen of them. Now, more than 20 green creatures were hot on their trail. These creatures were solely fixated on the white candle scent. They had completely forsaken the other humans, their sole desire being to pounce on Chen Fei and devour him along with the candle. After consuming the candle, they would flay Chen Fei and his buddy alive. Which way should we go? Chen Fei was unfamiliar with the mountain's paths. He only remembered the nearest downhill route, the one the others were using to escape. This way. There's a large rock up ahead. Guo Linshan pointed to the right. While there were indeed many people descending the mountain, some had to take a roundabout path. With the strange creatures being attracted by the scent, they could utilize these alternate routes and effectively avoid encountering others. All right, Chen Fei nodded. Glancing behind him, the number of green creatures in pursuit was steadily increasing. It might be due to their movement, but these creatures were becoming even more fixated on the white candle they couldn't consume. Undeniably, running fast held significant advantages. If he wanted to leave, he could. If he wanted to stay, he could. If he wanted to fight, he could defeat his adversaries and escape immediately. In an instant, Chen Fei reached the massive rock. His figure flickered, and he leaped onto it. Chapter 89 Spirit Tempering Realm. Chapter 89 Spirit Tempering Realm. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Guo Linshan retrieved an object from his pocket and took a few steps back, aiming it at Chen Fei and the approaching green ghost. Photostone's senior brother. What are you doing? Chen Fei looked at the item in Guo Linshan's hand, surprised and confused about his intentions. Leave some evidence. Junior brother. You're going to contribute this time. Guo Linshan's face lit up with a bright smile. He used the photo stone to capture a picture of Chen Fei holding a sword with one hand, with dozens of green monsters in the background. And most importantly, the white candle. Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh at Guo Linshan's unexpected possession of a photo stone. He had prior knowledge about the limitations of the photo stonino sound, short duration, and slightly blurry images. It was similar to the video stone used during Chen Fei's assessment in the Alchemist Alliance, which only recorded key moments, not the entire process. Furthermore, the photo stone had a limited number of uses before it would break. It was expensive and not durable, making it impractical for frequent use. Otherwise, if it had a longer lifespan, it could potentially spawn a new industry in this world. Let's go. Senior brother Chen Fei glanced at the approaching green specters. After Guo Linshan revealed the photo stone, the atmosphere shifted. Chen Fei, who was initially nervous and fearful, now felt like he was on a vacation. Roar suddenly. A green ghost leaped out and lunged at Chen Fei. With a slight movement of his arm, Chen Fei formed a shield of sword light, blocking the green ghost at a distance. Alright, let's go. Guo Linshan put away the photo stone and laughed heartily. Good. Chen Fei grabbed Guo Linshan's shoulder, and they continued running down the mountain. The number of green monsters chasing them didn't increase much. There were about 40 to 50, indicating that those were probably all there was. As they ran, the green monsters piled up and overlapped, creating a terrifying sight. However, with the white candle in Guo Linshan's hand, which had burned halfway, and Chen Fei's speed, it should last until they reached Immortal Cloud City without a problem. Fortunately, Feng Zipu and the others had managed to hold off the big monster. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have inadvertently attracted a stronger monster with this wave. It wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Lure them directly to Immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei asked in a low voice. Yes. Well, lead them straight there. The city has a protective array formation. Once these creatures approach, they will surely meet their demise. Guo Linshan affirmed, nodding his head. Senior brother, what is a spiritual sword? As they lured the monsters, Chen Fei's mind wandered to the green ridge sword in Feng Zipu's possession. He couldn't help but be intrigued by it, especially after observing Feng Zipu's handling of the sword. Chen Fei glanced at his own long sword, which had already corroded from blocking the green specters. A few more strikes and it would likely become unusable. A spiritual sword is a sword imbued with spirit. Guo Linshan pondered for a moment before providing an explanation. Chen Fei almost stumbled upon hearing Guo Linshan's response. Wasn't that an overly literal explanation? Haha. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. I've only heard Master mention it on occasion. Guo Linshan chuckled. I heard that it's a weapon used exclusively by experts in the spirit tempering realm. For those of us in the body tempering realm, we can't unleash its desired effect. You're familiar with the spirit tempering realm, right? I've heard people mention that after reaching the visceral tempering realm, one can continue to cultivate and break through to reach the spirit tempering realm. Chen Fei nodded, seeking clarification. That's right. The spirit tempering realm is the next stage after the visceral tempering realm. However, the spirit tempering realm is a general term. The subsequent realm after visceral tempering is called the aperture tempering realm. By using our spirit to open the mysterious aperture acupoints in our bodies, we can further stimulate the potential within. Guo Linshan explained with a tinge of yearning. Is Master in the aperture tempering realm? Chen Fei asked in a hushed voice, finding Feng Zipu's strength somewhat peculiar. Feng Zipu's aura didn't differ much from an ordinary visceral tempering realm cultivator, it was just slightly more profound. He used to be. But Master suffered severe injuries, causing his realm to decline. Nevertheless, since his master was in the aperture tempering realm, he retained some of his powers and could control the green ridge sword. Guo Linshan sighed. Chen Fei gained some clarity. Just as he was about to inquire further, a loud sound echoed from a distance of over 10 miles. Despite the distance, the two of them could discern it clearly. They turned their heads and witnessed a sword light soaring into the sky before quickly vanishing. Is that the Green Ridge sword? Chen Fei inquired eagerly. I don't know. It's too far to tell. Kuo Linshan replied, shaking his head. Those creatures have stopped. Chen Fei observed the green monsters in the distance. They had come to a halt, and the white candle's peculiar effects seemed to have ceased. Hiss a low, sharp sound emanated from the mouths of the monsters. Subsequently, they abruptly turned around and rushed up the mountain. The leader must be injured, prompting them to summon the subordinates back. Guo Linshan's eyes sparkled as he extinguished the remaining white candles. Shall we return to the sect now? Chen Fei asked softly. Yes. Let's head back. Guo Linshan nodded. The sect is already aware of the situation here, so help should arrive soon. We'll return and await Master and the others. Sounds good. Chen Fei agreed, and the two of them dashed toward the main gate of the primordial sword sect. Due to the secluded path they had taken down the mountain, it took them an hour to return to the sect. Eldest senior brother is back. Eldest senior brother, junior brother Chen. It's a relief to see you both unharmed. Upon seeing Guo Linshan and Chen Fei, everyone swarmed around, their faces filled with joyful smiles. Escaping the disaster and making it back safely was akin to being reborn for many. They had believed that their lives were doomed, but now they were pleasantly surprised by their survival. Is everyone accounted for? Guo Linshan scanned the crowd, realizing that a few individuals were still missing. The others fell silent upon hearing his question. It had been a considerable amount of time. If those missing hadn't returned by now, it was unlikely they would ever return. Guo Linshan sighed, recognizing that he and Chen Fei had done everything they could. Although the white candle had attracted the monsters, its range was limited, and it couldn't lure all of them at once. Unfortunate encounters with the green monsters might have cost some lives. 2 hours later, Feng Zupu and the others finally arrived. They bore evident injuries, with some even missing an arm. Feng Zupu was drenched in blood, but thankfully, he was safe. Feng Zupu was taken aback by the number of returnees. Dealing with the monsters had proven far more challenging than anticipated, and their defenses had been breached repeatedly. He had intended to give chase, but he found himself entangled with the leader of the monsters. If not for the sect reinforcements arriving in the nick of time, Feng Zupu and his comrades might have perished alongside the creature. Rest for now. We'll discuss everything later. Feng Zupu sighed heavily and retired to his quarters. The others dispersed accordingly. The night was long, and many struggled to find peace in their beds. The following morning, as Chen Fei approached Feng Zupu's courtyard, he was met with an unusual commotion. Voices were raised in a heated argument. Chapter 90 True or False. Chapter 90 True or False. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. He said that he lit the white candle and lured away those strange things. But what I saw were senior brother Guo and junior brother Chen. The two of them went against the flow, and led those evil things away. Wen Ziqian's face turned red as he shouted at Liu Jun. Senior Marshal Brother Wen. Don't be agitated. I just heard it by accident. That senior Marshal Brother Guo even showed off the white candle in his hand. Liu Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Wen Ziqian. Why did he make it seem like he was the one who said those words, and he was just relaying them? Did anyone else see Zai Jindong lighting a white candle on the mountain? A white candle couldn't prove anything. Who knew where you lit it? After everyone returned yesterday, they all said that they did not encounter any more evil things. Even this morning, someone counted the number of herb pickers and found that the number of herb pickers who survived was extremely high, other than some who were injured from running too fast. At least 80 of the herb gatherers had returned. I also saw senior brother Guo and junior brother Chen light the white candle and rush back. What is that Zai Jindong trying to do? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. After they returned, they chatted with each other. They knew that without Chen Fei and the other two's white candles, how many of them could return was completely a matter of luck. Someone has vouched for Zai Jindong. Yuo Jun shook his head. Originally, they were the only ones who had done this herb-picking mission. Later on, because of the incident with the Divine Flame sect, the sect sent another group of people over. The fact that many disciples had survived the bizarre disaster on the mountain yesterday was actually very unexpected. After all, even Feng Xiupu and the others had almost been wiped out. Based on their estimations, the number of disciples who could make it back to the sect alive was extremely few. The result was the exact opposite. Not only did Feng Xiupu's group return, but many of the disciples from the other side also returned. Then, in the early morning, the other disciples said that it was Jai Jindong who had lit the white candle and lured away those strange things, preventing the other disciples and the herb gatherers from being killed by the strange things. The credit this time is indeed not low. It's normal for someone to want to claim it. Someone whispered, "How many monsters did that Jai Jindong say he lured?" Chen Fei walked forward and asked with a smile. "Junior brother Chen, you're here." When everyone saw Chen Fei, they could not help but smile. Now, they all knew that besides Feng Xiupu and the others, Chen Fei and Guo Linchen had contributed the most to their safe return. Under those circumstances, to be able to withstand the pressure and attract the deviant was something that ordinary people really couldn't do. "Yeah. Did Jai Jindong say how many he lured?" Guo Linchen's voice sounded as he slowly walked over. "Senior brother Guo, that Jai Jindong said that he attracted more than a dozen evil creatures and was injured by them." Liu Jun pointed at his shoulder and said, "In this position, Jai Jindong's shoulder was indeed injured. Who doesn't have any injuries on their bodies?" When Ziqian couldn't help but say loudly, "At that time, the entire mountain was filled with evil things, so it was normal for him to be injured. Now, there are quite a few people over there who are vouching for Jai Jindong, saying that they saw him light a white candle to attract the evil spirit. This kind of thing is sometimes hard to explain." Liu Jun shook his head. "No, we have to speak up too. We can't let them take advantage of us for nothing," someone said anxiously. "Yes, let's go too." The others nodded. "Senior brother Guo, do you know this Jai Jindong?" Chen Fei turned to look at Guo Linchen. "I know. His cultivation is about the same as mine, but he's a little arrogant. However, his movement technique is indeed outstanding, which is rare among those of the same level." Guo Linchen recalled for a moment. The most important thing about luring the monsters on the mountain yesterday was that his movement technique was good. Otherwise, if those monsters swarmed him, even an individual at the visceral tempering realm would feel numb. For someone like Chen Fei who had a movement technique and a defensive sword technique like the Starry Night sword, it was much easier than he had imagined for him to sneak around last night. Of course, one had to have the courage first. Even if an ordinary person had movement techniques and sword techniques, they would still run far away. "What are you guys arguing about so early in the morning?" Feng Xiupu appeared outside the courtyard. His face was still a little pale, but he did not seem to have any problems. "Master, yesterday, senior brother Guo and junior brother Chen risked their lives to lure away the strange things. In the end, someone wanted to claim the credit." When Ziqian stepped forward and explained what had happened. After Feng Xiupu heard this, he looked at the two of them in surprise. Yesterday, he had found it strange that the losses of this bizarre disaster were far less than he had imagined. He had wanted to find out the reason today. He did not expect that it was his two most proud disciples who took the risk to light the white candle to attract the evil. When Feng Xiupu and the others saw the two run away yesterday, he had actually thought of lighting a white candle to trap the monsters as well. However, the leader was right in front of him. Lighting the white candle would simply make all the monsters go berserk. If they surrounded and attacked one person, they would probably die immediately. As for using the white candle to lead the head monster, the head was very fast. No one could do this. "You too." Feng Xiupu pointed at Chen Fei and the others, not knowing what to say. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he was also like this. In the end, he was seriously injured, and his cultivation level fell. Feng Xiupu didn't have any regrets. What he thought about the most was that his cultivation level wasn't high enough at that time. Otherwise, things would have turned out differently. However, Feng Xiupu's greatest hope was that when his disciples were in danger, they would try their best to escape. It was also because of this that Feng Xiupu had imparted the Starry Night sword and soul-chasing steps to Chen Fei. But now, he didn't expect that Chen Fei would use the soul-chasing step to join the fray. Feng Xiupu didn't know what to say. Master, when we saw those evil minions being summoned back, how many evil minions did you see? Guo Linshan asked. Guo Linshan did not think that what Jai Jindong said was definitely false. After all, they had the heart to help their fellow disciples. But it did not mean that others did not. Moreover, Jai Jindong indeed had the basic conditions to complete this task. There should be dozens of them. You can ask Qian Lindu. He was in charge of blocking these returning Zai Gui at that time. Feng Xiupu thought for a moment, then glanced over. Feng Xiupu indeed didn't follow up. Master, what should we do about this matter? Should we quickly report senior brother Guo and junior brother Chen's actions? Otherwise, all the credit will go to that Jai Jindong. Wen Ziqian said anxiously. Yes. The two of you come with me. This contribution is indeed significant, since we have done it. There is no need to be humble. Feng Xiupu nodded. A moment later, Feng Xiupu led the way while Chen Fei followed behind as they ran towards the sect's Shanggong Hall. Shanggong Hall was the place where the primordial sword sect rewarded and punished people based on their achievements. When Feng Xiupu and the other two arrived at Shanggong Hall, they discovered that it was quite lively. Chen Fei took a look and found that the few martial veterans who were on the mountain yesterday, except for the one who was seriously injured, were all present. At this moment, they surrounded a few disciples and engaged in a pleasant conversation. That person is Jai Jindong. Guo Linshan glanced at the scene and turned to Chen Fei. Chen Fei suddenly understood. He did not expect Jai Jindong and the others to have already arrived here. Clearly, they wanted to claim the credit for luring away the evil spirits yesterday. Junior brother Fang, you came at the right time. Yesterday, you were still wondering why there were so few people who were injured. Today, you found the reason. Qian Lindu saw Feng Xiupu and pointed at Jai Jindong. He smiled and said, it was all thanks to this disciple who lured the evil things away with the white candle. Otherwise, the disciples would have suffered heavy losses yesterday. I came here because the two of them also used the white candle to lure the evil spirits yesterday. Feng Xiupu said as he led Chen Fei to the front. As soon as Feng Xiupu spoke, the noisy Shanggong Hall suddenly quieted down. Chapter 91 Chapter 91 You Can't Catch Him. Chapter 91 You Can't Catch Him. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Are you implying that Jai Jindong is lying? Qian Lindu frowned, questioning the accusation. I have no need to lie. I truly used the white candle to lure the ghost yesterday. Jai Jindong responded coldly upon hearing Qian Lindu's words. I didn't say that Jai Jindong was lying. I merely mentioned that my two disciples also used the white candle to lure the evil spirits. Feng Xiupu clarified, shaking his head. Claiming false credit is a grave offense. The Shanggong Hall deacon stated in a deep voice. He had believed the matter to be straightforward, but he hadn't expected two groups to come forward. Either one of them was lying, or both sides had indeed encountered trouble. The fact that the number of casualties had decreased yesterday was indisputable. Qian Lindu turned his attention to Chen Fei and the other two, asking, do you have anything to say? Jai Jindong remained silent but approached Chen Fei, examining him closely. Sensing that Chen Fei was only at the bone-tempering realm, Jai Jindong furrowed his brows and turned to Guo Linshan. Guo Linshan, if I recall correctly, movement techniques have never been your strong suit. I doubt you'll be able to lure those creatures away with your technique alone. That's true. The main credit for this goes to junior brother Chen. I only showed him the way. Guo Linshan replied with a smile. His movement technique was indeed mediocre. And if it had been exceptional, he would have been able to lure the evil spirit alone last night without risking Chen Fei's life. Jai Jindong looked at Chen Fei in surprise. If Guo Linshan had claimed that Chen Fei's movement technique had recently improved, Jai Jindong would have believed him. After all, Guo Linshan had always been talented, and his focus had been primarily on the origin connection technique. This was a common practice among inner sect disciples, prioritizing the cultivation of the origin connection technique and treating other techniques as secondary. Once their martial arts realm improved, learning additional techniques became easier from a strategic standpoint. It's me, Chen Fei replied, cupping his hands. How can you prove that? Zai Jindong questioned, doubting Chen Fei's abilities. How do you want me to prove it, and how will you prove yourself? Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Now you're questioning me. Zai Jindong laughed heartily, scanning the surroundings. He pointed to a small bird dozens of meters away from Shanggong Hall and said, Do you see that bird? How long do you think it would take me to catch it? Everyone turned their heads to observe a small bird pecking at bugs on the ground in the open space outside Shanggong Hall. Charging towards it from here would startle the bird, possibly causing it to fly away. Sneaking up and suddenly capturing it would be meaningless. I don't think you can catch that bird. Chen Fei glanced at the bird before returning his gaze to Zai Jindong. I don't think you can either. Guo Linchen chimed in with a loud laugh. Then observe closely and see for yourself if I can catch it. Zai Jindong, filled with anger, laughed back. He narrowed his eyes, surveyed the area outside Shanggong Hall, and with a slight arch of his body, swiftly dashed forward. In just a few steps, Zai Jindong reached the bird. The bird sensed the movement and immediately spread its wings to fly. A smile appeared on Zai Jindong's face as he stretched out his right hand, ready to catch the bird. However, before he could reach it, someone else's hand swiftly grabbed the bird. Zai Jindong was taken aback and turned around, only to find Chen Fei standing there. Zai Jindong was stunned. His right hand instinctively reached out to grab Chen Fei. But with a single motion, Chen Fei vanished from sight. When Zai Jindong looked up again, he saw Chen Fei standing in Shanggong Hall, observing him from a distance. Zai Jindong's eyes widened gradually. Wasn't Chen Fei supposed to be in the bone-tempering realm? How could he possess such incredible speed? It seemed to surpass even the visceral tempering realm. Not only Zai Jindong, but everyone in Shanggong Hall was astonished by Chen Fei's movement technique. While Zai Jindong missed the action, they witnessed every step Chen Fei took, from the moment he set off to catch the bird until he returned. Despite starting earlier and Chen Fei's slight delay, he still arrived at his destination before Zai Jindong. This movement technique completely overshadowed Zai Jindong's abilities. Qian Lindu glanced at Chen Fei and then at Feng Zupu. This disciple was impressive, displaying remarkable skills and movement techniques. However, it was unfortunate that his cultivation level was still relatively low, only at the bone-tempering realm at his age. Feng Zupu remained expressionless. He was already aware of Chen Fei's movement technique, but upon witnessing it again today, he noticed some improvements. Chen Fei released the little bird from his hand and watched as Zai Jindong slowly retreated. Now, do you believe me? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Did you intentionally suppress your cultivation? Zai Jindong stared at Chen Fei, feeling as if he had been toyed with. How could someone in the bone-tempering realm possess such a remarkable movement technique? With the time and effort he spent on that, why didn't he focus on improving his cultivation? Zai Jindong suspected that Chen Fei intentionally suppressed his cultivation just to deceive him. Chen Fei is indeed in the bone-tempering realm, and he didn't suppress his cultivation. Qian Lindu clarified. Zai Jindong turned to Qian Lindu in disbelief, and Qian Lindu confirmed it with a slight nod. Zai Jindong's eyes widened. What kind of monster was Chen Fei? How did he cultivate such a movement technique? Did he manipulate his cultivation time? Feng Zupu didn't seem concerned, allowing his disciple to cultivate in this manner. Various thoughts raced through Zai Jindong's mind, but he had to face one reality. Chen Fei's movement technique was incredibly fast, surpassing his own abilities. If he were to lure the evil, Chen Fei would have a far greater chance of success. The other disciples who had accompanied Zai Jindong to Shanggong Hall were there to testify on his behalf. Yet, they, too, were bewildered and uncertain about what to say. Why did it seem like senior brother Zai had become the imposter? I did use the white candle yesterday to lure the ghost. I didn't lie about it, Zai Jindong exclaimed. Senior brother Zai indeed lit the white candle to attract the evil. We wouldn't dare to fabricate such claims, a disciple softly added. Yes. Yes. We only dared to come forward because we witnessed it ourselves. We are aware of the sect's rules. Marshal Zhang, did Zai Jindong mention how many evils he lured yesterday? Guo Linchen, approaching the Shanggong Hall deacon, asked respectfully. He said there were about a dozen. The Shanggong Hall deacon recalled after a moment. Marshal Qian, do you know how many disciples returned safely yesterday? Guo Linshan asked Qian Lindu. There should have been 50 or 60. But I didn't count them specifically. Qian Lindu replied, puzzled by the question. Guo Linshan smiled and approached Zai Jindong, cupping his hands. You claim to have lured a dozen while junior brother Chen and I lured about 50. The numbers match. You lured 50. Zai Jindong was shocked. He had attracted only a dozen evil creatures, and it was already overwhelming for him. The others present furrowed their brows. If Guo Linshan's claim was true, then the credit for saving so many disciples yesterday should go to Chen Fei and his companions. After all, the difference between 50 and a dozen was substantial. Do you doubt my words? Guo Linshan asked, smiling. Words are not enough. Can you provide evidence? Zai Jindong raised his head slightly. Although his movement technique was inferior to Chen Fei's, it didn't explain the large number of creatures he had attracted. After all, Chen Fei was only in the bone-tempering realm. Apologies. But I do have evidence, Guo Linshan said confidently. From his sleeve, Guo Linshan pulled out a photo stone. He had taken a picture on purpose back then, thinking it would be more convincing if presented to Shanggong Hall, and he happened to have it with him at the moment. Zai Jindong's eyes widened at the sight of the photo stone in Guo Linshan's hand. What was Guo Linshan up to? Why did he carry a photo stone with him? Photo stones were expensive and could store only a limited number of images. Ordinary people wouldn't typically use them. Of course, there were some wealthy individuals who enjoyed capturing embarrassing moments and kept a few stones for personal entertainment. Everyone present stared at Guo Linshan with curiosity and confusion, which made him feel somewhat perplexed. I carry this photo stone because it contains some key techniques of the origin connection technique that Master taught me, Guo Linshan explained, activating the image within the stone. As everyone looked up, they saw Chen Fei holding a long sword. In the flickering light of the white candle, dozens of monsters appeared in the distance, their eerie figures overlapping and sending shivers down people's spines. Approximately 50 of these strange creatures were counted. Zai Jindong turned to Chen Fei and the others in astonishment. How did they manage to do this? The dozen or so monsters from yesterday had nearly overwhelmed him. If not for the timely intervention of Zigui, Zai Jindong might not have survived. It appears they saved your life yesterday, Qian Lindu remarked, observing Zai Jindong. Since Zai Jindong's master had suffered severe injuries, he was absent from the gathering. Initially concerned when Feng Xiupu mentioned that Chen Fei and his companions had also attracted the evil, Qian Lindu now saw that both sides had made the same decision, albeit with Chen Fei and the others displaying exceptional performance. Zai Jindong lowered his head, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Yesterday, Zai Jindong genuinely believed he was the only one who had returned to lure the evil spirits. Given his remarkable movement technique among the many disciples on the mountain, Zai Jindong assumed the credit was rightfully his. At that time, he was genuinely afraid, but when he lit the white candle, only a dozen strange creatures pursued him. After that, there were no more. Upon returning to the sect, Zai Jindong noticed many surviving disciples and herb pickers. Naturally, he assumed it was all due to his efforts. However, Zai Jindong never expected that someone else had also lured the monsters and that there were so many of them. Not only did they attract a large number, but they also recorded it with a photo stone. It was simply unbelievable. The warden of Shanggong Hall smiled, observing the unfolding scene. The situation had taken unexpected turns. Initially, he had suspected a disciple's audacity in claiming undeserved credit. But fortunately, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Chapter 92 Chapter 921 Want to challenge my weakness. Chapter 921 Want to challenge my weakness. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Zai Jindong, although not as outstanding as Chen Fei, was still exceptionally remarkable. Yesterday's situation was truly remarkable for Zai Jindong. He dared to step forward and rely on his movement technique to lure the enemies, saving the lives of other disciples and herb gatherers. Such courage and responsibility would undoubtedly be rewarded by the sect. Even if Zai Jindong hadn't acted, the outcome wouldn't have changed. But the moment Zhai Jindong chose to stand up, the result became inconsequential. Of course, the real credit this time still belonged to Chen Fei and Guo Linshan. Without them, Zhai Jindong would have attracted over 50 strange creatures. With Zhai Jindong's movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been devoured by the evil, which would then continue chasing after the other disciples and herb gatherers. In the end, Zhai Jindong would have died, and no one else would have escaped the dire situation. Zhai Jindong, your brave actions in times of danger are commendable, the Shanggong Hall deacon said in a deep voice. Thank you, Martial Uncle Zhang, Zhai Jindong replied, bowing his head. His previous arrogance had disappeared. A lot had happened that day, and Zhai Jindong was still trying to process it all. Guo Linshan, Chen Fei. Here Chen Fei cupped his hands. Both of you disregarded your own safety at a critical moment and saved many disciples and herb gatherers. According to the sect's rules, Chen Fei will be rewarded with 8,000 contribution points, and Guo Linshan with 5,000 contribution points, the Shanggong Hall deacon announced in a solemn tone. Thank you. Martial Uncle Zhang. Chen Fei and Guo Linshan looked at each other and smiled. No need to thank me. This is the sect's rule. The Shanggong Hall deacon waved his hand. Dismissed. Feng Xiupu looked at his two disciples with a satisfied smile on his face. He was particularly surprised that Guo Linshan had a photographic stone with him. However, Feng Xiupu had forgotten when Guo Linshan had recorded a video of him guiding him on the essentials of the origin connection technique. 2 hours later, at Guo Linshan's house. Brother Guo, do you have any suggestions on how to use contribution points? Chen Fei asked, taking a sip of cold tea. Didn't you ask me about the conditions to access the Sect's Sutra library with your 8 contribution points? You have long surpassed the threshold. You can already use them to exchange for cultivation techniques. If you don't want a cultivation technique, as an alchemist, you can exchange them for pill formulas. Guo Linshan replied with a smile. Apart from the Sutra library, the treasure depository doesn't have a threshold. You can visit it freely. They have various items such as pills and weapons that you can exchange for. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't have a strong desire for cultivation techniques. The most important thing now was to reach the 4th level of the origin connection technique and advance to the marrow tempering realm as soon as possible. However, that didn't diminish Chen Fei's interest in visiting the Sutra library. He wanted to broaden his horizons and see what kinds of cultivation techniques were available. Moreover, if he found a good cultivation technique, he could exchange for it when needed. Previously, he couldn't even enter the Sutra library since his contribution points hadn't reached 1. Oh, by the way, Senior Brother Guo, because we encountered the evil things this time, we haven't completed even half of the mission to obtain the medicinal herbs. Chen Fei suddenly mentioned. Of course. We need to find a way to continue. Guo Linshan replied. His smile vanished, and he spoke with a serious tone. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect doesn't care what happens to us. They only care about the results. They'll probably send the elders to eliminate the evilness on that mountain and continue with the medicinal herb mission. Chen Fei frowned slightly. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was truly overbearing. However, he understood that the sect was an overlord, and strength dictated attitude. Even if he felt dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. So, are we going? No. Let the other disciples go. Guo Linshan patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Junior brother, take this time to focus on cultivating the origin connection technique and reach the marrow tempering realm as soon as possible. Only with a high cultivation level can you ensure your safety. Sometimes, you won't be able to escape just because you want to. Guo Linshan was worried that Chen Fei would rely too heavily on his movement technique and neglect his martial arts realm. Movement techniques could help avoid most troubles, but there were situations where even they wouldn't be enough to save one's life. Don't worry, senior brother. I understand. Chen Fei replied with a smile. He had never slackened in his pursuit of advancing his cultivation realm. 2 hours later, Chen Fei arrived in Immortal Cloud City and met Kai Defeng. Where have you been recently? Why do you look a little worn out? Chen Fei asked. Noticing the dark circles under Kai Defeng's eyes, He seemed unwell compared to when they last met. "I'm fine. Since you weren't around and there were no pills to sell, I wandered around Immortal Cloud City. I even went to the Drunken Red Pavilion a few times." Tisk tisk. It was quite exhausting. Kai Defeng yawned and commented, rubbing his waist as if he couldn't bear it but still wanted to go again. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh. He realized that Kai Defeng had been spending his time indulging in the pleasures of the city. No wonder he looked drained. "Take it easy," Shen Fei advised. "I'm good." Kai Defeng waved it off. "You haven't told me why you're back so early. Did you encounter some trouble while gathering herbs?" "We ran into the Divine Flame Sect and evil," Shen Fei explained. "I suspect the Divine Flame Sect may have orchestrated the calamity as a form of revenge." The Divine Flame Sect. Kai Defeng furrowed his brows, trying to recall where he had heard the name before. After a moment, it clicked in his mind. Ah, the sect that's always at odds with the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. "How did you offend them?" "I don't know. Perhaps it's because we're assisting the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect in herb gathering." Shen Fei shrugged. The Divine Flame Sect was known for their unpredictable actions. It was also possible that someone else had committed some wrongdoing and framed the Divine Flame Sect for it. Regardless, the sect had gained a notorious reputation, and no one would believe their side of the story even if they explained. "Are we still continuing with pill refinement tomorrow?" Kai Defeng asked. He found the Drunken Red Pavilion to be a great place, with delicious food, warm hospitality, and enchanting women. The only drawback was the cost. "Yes. We'll continue refining the eternal floating pill tomorrow. Just bring the medicinal ingredients as usual," Shen Fei confirmed. Kai Defeng nodded. Refining pills on the mountain was inconvenient, so he preferred to do it from the next day onwards. He had earned quite a sum of money recently, so he could afford to relax for a bit. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Chen Fei left the courtyard and headed to a medicine shop. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The shopkeeper approached Chen Fei with enthusiasm. "Do you have any pills that can protect the body's meridians?" Chen Fei inquired. "Certainly, but they are quite expensive," the shopkeeper replied, nodding. "What's the price?" Chen Fei asked curiously. 300 taels each. Roman 2. As the shopkeeper spoke, he walked to a shelf and took out a bottle of pills. Placing it in front of Chen Fei, Chen Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly as he examined the medicinal pills on the counter. He hadn't expected them to be so expensive. "Could you open it so I can smell it?" Chen Fei requested. "Of course." The shopkeeper nodded and opened the stopper of the medicine bottle. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Fei's nostrils twitched as he quickly analyzed the medicinal ingredients that composed the pill. Observing Chen Fei's expression, the shopkeeper couldn't help but smile. "It seems you're knowledgeable in this field. The requirements for the medicinal ingredients used to refine this pill are extremely high, not to mention the supplementary ingredients. Even the main ingredient, Heavenly Star Grass, needs to be matured for over 20 years. Shen Fei nodded. The medicinal fragrance did indeed contain traces of Heavenly Star Grass, and its medicinal properties were potent. He couldn't determine if it had been matured for 20 years, but it had certainly taken a considerable amount of time. "Not many people buy this pill," Shen Fei remarked. "That's true. Most customers opt for pills that enhance their inner strength, such as the Eternal Floating Pill or the Flying Ascent Pill," the shopkeeper confirmed without hiding anything. "All right, you'll take a look," Shen Fei said, but he didn't immediately make the purchase. "You can check other medicine shops as well. My price is already the lowest," the shopkeeper suggested. Aware of Chen Fei's deliberation, Shen Fei didn't respond immediately. He cupped his hands and left the medicine shop. He spent some time visiting several major medicine shops in Immortal Cloud City. The first shopkeeper had been truthful. Their prices were indeed the lowest. In the end, Shen Fei purchased a bottle and decided not to return to the sect immediately. Instead, he chose to stay in a courtyard in Immortal Cloud City. Night fell. "Shall we go together?" Kai Defeng, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at Chen Fei and invited him warmly. That kind of place can be detrimental to one's spirit and willpower. It poses a significant challenge to martial arts cultivation. Chen Fei replied with a serious tone. So Kai Defeng urged. So, I want to confront my weakness. Shen Fei said resolutely. All right, let's go. Kai Defeng laughed heartily. The two of them walked through the bustling streets of Immortal Cloud City until they reached a brightly lit restaurant. The place was filled with people coming and going, and the women at the entrance welcomed guests with a cool demeanor, rather than greeting them with smiles. The women maintained a cold expression, observing the guests' arrival. However, this seemed to further excite the people around, who shamelessly ogled at the enchanting figures of these women, barely containing their eagerness. This is just the entrance. The challenge lies inside, Kai Defeng remarked with a smile as he led Chen Fei into the drunken red pavilion. Young master, this way, please. A soft voice reached their ears. The merrymaking continued, and the warm breeze brought intoxicated tourists and transformed Hangzhou into Banju. 4 hours later, feeling refreshed, Shen Fei returned to his rented courtyard. Failing to confront his weakness, he decided to resume cultivating. He swallowed the meridian-protecting pill he had purchased earlier. The pill dissolved in his mouth, releasing a cool energy that spread throughout his body. Chen Fei closed his eyes and began to vigorously circulate the origin connection technique. Increasing the proficiency of the origin connection technique wasn't something he could achieve in a short period. However, he could improve the proficiency of the meridian-protecting pill. Whether or not he could successfully complete his training would be dependent on how effective this pill was. Chapter 93 Peace and Prosperity. Chapter 93 Peace and Prosperity. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. His inner strength was circulating at a high speed within Chen Fei's body. In the past, he could feel his inner strength rubbing against his meridians. Today, it had become much lighter. Sometimes, it was even barely noticeable. Chen Fei could not help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. One could only say that one got what one paid for. These 300-tail pills were really effective. Chen Fei collected his thoughts and focused all his attention on moving the origin connection technique. As his mind calmed down, the speed of his inner strength circulation increased further, causing Chen Fei's flesh to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. The sky outside had already brightened slightly. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He could not help but smile. In the past, although Chen Fei was very diligent and would often stay up late to cultivate inner strength techniques, his body had its limits. Under normal circumstances, Chen Fei would have to rest and do other things after cultivating for more than 2 hours. It was unprecedented for him to operate the origin connection technique at full power for 6 hours. The key was that after circulating for 6 hours, Chen Fei's meridians were not too uncomfortable. After resting for an hour, he would probably be able to continue cultivating. The cultivation time was almost doubled. Chen Fei muttered to himself. With that level of effect, Chen Fei estimated that he would be dependent on this meridian-protecting pill for a long time. Why don't we go back to the sect to exchange for pill formulas and refine them ourselves in the future? A thought appeared in Chen Fei's mind, but he immediately denied it. The meridian-protecting pill was very good, and its effects were also very good. But the target group was too small. It was not that it was useless for other martial artists, but that many martial artists would not spend this money. After all, things like the eternal floating pill were more useful. 300 taels for one pill was enough to buy 3 flying ascent pills. If Chen Fei went to learn to save money on the meridian-protecting pill, he would probably have no chance to sell it in the future. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients used for the meridian-protecting pill were not cheap, so the profit would probably be less. Now that he was taking a meridian-protecting pill every day, the burden on Chen Fei was actually not great. After all, he could earn more than 1,000 taels every day. It was just that the speed of saving money had slowed down. If he wanted to save 50 taels, he would probably have to delay it a little. An hour later, Kai Defeng returned with a large bag of medicinal herbs in his hands. Chen Fei noticed that Kai Defeng's eyes seemed to be darker than yesterday. Shouldn't you consider abstinence? Chen Fei looked at Kai Defeng with amusement. Chen Fei had to admit that the drunken red pavilion was indeed very good. It allowed Chen Fei, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, to enjoy it for once. It was quite addictive. However, no matter how addicted he wasn't like Kai Defeng, who went there every day. Now, he felt like he was about to collapse. I know. I've spent a lot of money recently. I'll save up for a while before going. Kai Defeng revealed his yellowish teeth and smiled. Chen Fei grinned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of children playing in the courtyard next door. Kai Defeng saw Chen Fei's expression and smiled. A few days ago, a family moved in next door. There were quite a few people, and they even specially visited the neighbors and gave them something. Where did they come from? Chen Fei didn't pay attention yesterday. Now that he heard the sound next door, he could imagine the happy and harmonious scene. He couldn't help but smile. They didn't give me any details. They also fled here from other places. Kai Defeng shook his head and said, I heard that when they came here, they also encountered something evil. That merchant group lost quite a number of people before they managed to get through the crisis. Hearing the word evil, Chen Fei's brows could not help but furrow. He immediately thought of the few evil things he had encountered back then, especially the one he had just experienced 2 days ago. Maybe he was scared. The people next door don't look very good, especially their family head. He looks to be in an especially bad shape. He's probably really scared, Kai Defeng said in a low voice. Chen Fei nodded and raised his head to look at Kai Defeng, asking, have there always been so many evil things in the past? How could there be as many as now? There are so many evil things that even small merchant groups can't leave the city, let alone ordinary people. Kai Defeng sat on a chair and poured a cup of tea for each of them. He continued, just like Pingyang County in the past, there were no monsters on the mountain. In the end, the entire city was swallowed by the monsters. At the end of the day, it was still because the outside world was in turmoil. The more it was like this, the more strange it was. Is there any connection between this? Chen Fei frowned. I don't know, but I've read about it in the books I've read before. When people are in dire straits, the frequency of evil occurrences will greatly increase. If it were peaceful and prosperous, nothing would have happened. He looked at Chen Fei and whispered. Kai Defeng raised his head and finished the tea in his cup. Chen Fei nodded and did not ask any more questions. He went out to eat breakfast with Kai Defeng before returning to the courtyard to begin refining the eternal floating pill. In the next few days, Chen Fei planned to stay in the Immortal Cloud City and return to the sect after completing the third stage of the origin connection technique. The morning passed very quickly. Chen Fei handed the refined medicinal pill to Kai Defeng. By the way, didn't you ask me to pay attention to the Alliance some time ago and see if there are any missions suitable for you? Kai Defeng received the medicinal pill and said suddenly, there's a suitable one. Chen Fei's brows twitched slightly. Because Kai Defeng often went to the Alchemist Alliance to buy medicine bottles, Chen Fei asked Kai Defeng to pay attention to it. This was because the Alchemist Alliance actually still had a mission requirement for the alchemists under them every year. If you still want to stay in the Alliance, you will be given a share of missions every year. If they didn't complete a single mission for 2 consecutive years, they would be expelled from the Alliance. Of course, there were exceptions in some special circumstances. Chen Fei thought that if there were suitable missions, he would complete some. Other than solving the problem with the mission quota, he could also accumulate some contribution points. When needed, they could also exchange for pill formulas. In the Primordial Sword Sect, one could naturally exchange for pill formulas. However, the Primordial Sword Sect was not a pill dose sect after all. There were many pill formulas, especially the unique pill formulas of the Alliance, which they probably did not have. There's a mission to concoct a beauty pill. The requirements are quite high, and a tier 8 alchemist will be given priority. Kai Defeng recalled for a moment. Beauty pill. Chen Fei was a little surprised. This kind of medicinal pill did not have any difficulty in refining. If one had to calculate the standard, it was probably only a little stronger than the vitality pill. Yes, the reward for the beauty pill is quite high. You can go and take a look when you have time. Good. Chen Fei nodded. When Kai Defeng left the house, Chen Fei heard laughter coming from next door. He smiled and walked out of the courtyard. He first went to the medicine shop to buy a few meridian protecting pills. Then Chen Fei went to the Alchemist Alliance. Young master, you haven't been here for a long time. Qin Jinglin looked at Chen Fei and said with some surprise. There was a trace of resentment in her eyes. I've been a little busy recently. Chen Fei grinned, feeling that this woman had not given up on him. Young master, do you need anything? Qin Jinglin bowed slightly. I want to understand a mission. As the two of them talked, they came to the counter. Chen Fei pointed at the mission on the board in front of him and said, Are there any special requirements for this beauty pill mission? Otherwise, most alchemists should be able to handle refining a beauty pill. Young master has good eyes. It is indeed not difficult to refine an ordinary beauty pill. But this time, we are refining a 50-year-old medicinal herb. And because of that, we are more cautious. 50 years? Chen Fei raised his eyebrows. He had not expected this. Because the ingredients used in the usual beauty pill were very ordinary, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the environment in which it grew was all over the mountains and plains. At the same time, because it was easy to refine, the price was also relatively cheap. However, if the age of the herbs increased to 50 years, the effect of the beauty pill would definitely soar. In the end, the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs were very important to the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills. For example, the flying ascent pill had extremely good cultivation effects after a martial artist consumed it. This was because the medicinal herbs needed to be used and it had a minimum age requirement. The meridian protecting pill was the same. It was rare to hear that a 50-year-old herb would be used to refine a beauty pill. But sometimes, as long as there was enough money, many things could become special cases. Then I'll accept this mission. 50 years old herbs were more precious, and the refining method was indeed more precise. However, Chen Fei had already cultivated the recipe of the beauty pill to great completion. Even if you brought over 100-year-old medicinal herb, Chen Fei could still refine it perfectly. Young master, there are quite a number of pill refiners who have accepted this mission. When the time comes, they will probably ask for a competition. Qin Jinglin reminded him. Chen Fei nodded. This mission gave him 500 contribution points, which was quite generous. The content of the mission was not difficult, and it was reasonable to accept many people. Under Qin Jinglin's reluctant gaze, Chen Fei left the alliance and returned to the courtyard he rented. The laughter of the children from next door had disappeared and turned into the sound of reading. Chen Fei didn't mind and returned to his room. The task for the beauty pill was in 3 days. In these few days, Chen Fei's focus was still on the origin connection technique. After spending some time outside, Chen Fei sat down cross-legged and swallowed a meridian protecting pill before starting to cultivate the origin connection technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Chen Fei refined pills in the morning, in the afternoon and evening. Other than his daily cultivation, he spent the rest of his time grinding for proficiency in the 3rd stage of the origin connection technique. Cultivation method origin connection technique stage 3 25,896,000. The proficiency of the 3rd level of the origin connection technique was almost average. Chen Fei would be able to cultivate the technique to perfection in another 4 or 5 days. At that time, he could go to Fengziupu and learn the 4th level of the origin connection technique. Furthermore, he had completed the 3rd stage of the origin connection technique, which would awaken the first characteristic, tremendous strength. At that time, Chen Fei's combat strength would increase by another step. It was this kind of continuous hard work and seeing the results that allowed Chen Fei to keep forging ahead. With the continuous improvement of the origin connection technique, Chen Fei also gradually felt the acceleration of the cultivation technique in the growth of inner strength. The acceleration was not obvious yet, but it was real. Chen Fei was looking forward more and more to how he would speed up his cultivation from the bone-tempering realm to the marrow-tempering realm after reaching the peak of the 4th level of the origin connection technique. Chapter 94 Creepy. Chapter 94 Creepy. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. When the Alliance issued the mission, you should already know that we will conduct an assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can truly accept this mission. In the Zhao family residence in Immortal Cloud City, the Zhao family's butler looked at the dozen or so alchemists below with a smile on his face. Let's begin the assessment. If we don't make the cut, at least we can go back earlier, an old alchemist said in a low voice, and the others echoed. Most alchemists accepted this mission because the mission was simple. The reward was generous, and it wasn't troublesome. In terms of mentality, he naturally wanted to end the battle quickly. Everyone, please come over here. The Zhao family's butler didn't dare to neglect the pill refiners and invited them all to a courtyard. There were already more than 10 pill furnaces neatly placed here, and medicinal herbs were also available. The assessment is very simple. It is to refine the beauty pill. In the end, whoever has the best appearance and medicinal effect of the beauty pill will get this mission, the butler said in a deep voice. None of the alchemists present had any objections. Refining a cauldron of beauty pills was not troublesome at all. Moreover, everything was already prepared here, so it was even simpler. Shen Fei found a spot in the crowd and lit a fire to set up the furnace. Then, he checked the medicinal herbs beside him. He did not find any problems and threw them all into the pill furnace. The pill refiners present were also quite casual in their refining techniques. Although they were not as rough as Chen Fei, they were not far from him. In just a moment, the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of medicine. In less than 15 minutes, Shen Fei opened the lid of the furnace and took out the beauty pill. The servant of the Zhao family quickly went forward and carefully took the pill away, sending it to another courtyard. One by one, the pill refiners refined the beauty pills and sent them to another place. Everyone waited patiently for the result. A moment later, the butler appeared in the courtyard. Thank you, everyone. This mission will be given to Alchemist Chen. The Zhao family's butler looked apologetic to the other alchemists. He clapped his hands, and the Zhao family's servants gave each alchemist a gift box. The items in the gift box weren't expensive, but some of the alchemists looked much better. A moment later, Shen Fei followed the butler to another courtyard, and the sounds of aureoles and coquettishness could be heard from inside. Martial sister, you haven't been here for a while. If it weren't for the beauty pill today, would you still not have come to look for me? Zhao Peixiu said unhappily. I came because I missed you. What does it have to do with the beauty pill if you keep saying that? Then I'll leave. Alright, just take it that I said something wrong. Don't leave. I still have a lot to say to you. Zhao Peixiu hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she saw the butler walk in with a stranger. Miss, Alchemist Chen is here. The butler stepped forward and smiled obsequiously. Then let's begin. I want to eat the pill as soon as it comes out of the furnace. Zhao Peixiu glanced at Chen Fei and urged the butler. Chen Fei glanced at Zhao Peixiu and her friend. They were dignified and beautiful. Even as they were sitting, one could tell that their figures were excellent. Chen Fei only glanced at them for a moment before he lowered his head and stopped looking. However, Chen Fei's nose unconsciously sniffed, and an extremely faint smell of medicine drifted into his nose. After becoming an alchemist, Chen Fei had become much more sensitive to all kinds of smells. It came with the job. The smell he smelled at this moment was an extremely high-grade injury medicine. Chen Fei did not think too much about it. It had nothing to do with him if someone was injured and used injury medicine. This is the 50-year-old medicinal herb. It's quite rare. Yes, I got it by chance. My father wanted to use it to refine other pills. I begged him for a long time before he agreed to let me use it to refine the beauty pill. Zhao Peixiu said proudly. This sounds like him taking advantage of you. There's no need to be polite with me. As long as you come to find me often, you'll be extremely happy. Zhao Peixiu smiled. Chen Fei listened to the conversation between the two ladies and closed his eyes to rest. When all the ingredients were placed in front of him, Chen Fei opened his eyes and started to refine the pill. Zhao Peixiu looked curiously at Chen Fei refining the pill, but she immediately turned her head away in boredom. Refining the pill was completely different from what she had imagined. It was very boring. Chen Fei looked at the pill furnace and felt the changes in the medicinal properties of the herbs in the furnace. He adjusted it from time to time. Compared to the ordinary beauty pill, The medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients changed drastically after 50 years. If one was not careful, the refinement might really fail. Fortunately, Chen Fei was too familiar with the beauty pill. Even if the medicinal properties changed drastically, it was still under Chen Fei's control. The medicinal fragrance began to pervade the courtyard. After 25 minutes, as Chen Fei slapped off the lid of the furnace, the expensive beauty pill was officially refined. Roman 2. Done, senior sister. Come over and take a look. When Zhao Peixiu saw Chen Fei take out the elixir, she couldn't wait to drag her friend along to Chen Fei. The medicinal fragrance was originally permeating the air, but suddenly, 2 wisps of women's faint body fragrance barged into the air. Chen Fei took a deep breath subconsciously. His brows twitched slightly. Why did it feel a little familiar? Miss, the pill has just been out of the furnace. It is best to wait for a moment before taking it. When the butler saw that Zhao Peixiu wanted to take it immediately, he quickly went forward to dissuade her. Otherwise, Zhao Peixiu would probably be scalded later. Then, his position as a butler would probably end. Got it. Zhao Peixiu looked at the 3 beauty pills on the plate, her face full of smiles. She could give the remaining one to her mother later. Alchemist Chen, please follow me. When the butler saw the smile on Zhao Peixiu's face, he understood that she was extremely satisfied. He cupped his hands slightly at Chen Fei and led Chen Fei out of the courtyard. After all, it was Miss Zhao's courtyard. It was better for outsiders to stay away. Sister, why are you looking at the pill refiner? Zhao Peixiu asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just that his refining level is very high. If you need anything in the future, you can look for him. It's not bad. I thought that at most 2 would be produced. I didn't expect there to be 1 more. Zhao Peixiu chuckled. Thank you. Chen Fei cupped his hands at the entrance with the butler's gift of thanks. It's all thanks to Alchemist Chen this time. He'll send someone to the Alliance to complete this mission. The butler said with a smile. Thank you so much. I should be the one thanking you. Chen Fei left the Zhao family mansion and returned to the rented courtyard. Along the way, Chen Fei's brows were tightly furrowed. He kept feeling that the woman he saw in the Zhao family estate just now was familiar, but he just could not remember where he had met her. You're back. Did the mission go smoothly? Kai Defeng saw Chen Fei's frown and couldn't help but ask out of concern. Yes, it's done. Chen Fei nodded. Then why do you look so troubled? Kai Defeng asked, curiously. The mission had already been completed, so why was he still like this? Just now, I saw a person in the Zhao family estate. I felt that she was familiar, but I've never seen that face before. This was what puzzled Chen Fei the most. If he had met her once, he would not have forgotten her, especially when it was a familiar scent. Chen Fei had nothing to hide from Kai Defeng, so he told him all his doubts. You're familiar with the smell. Isn't your impression a little too deep? Kai Defeng couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, it left a deep impression. Chen Fei's words suddenly stopped as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across Chen Fei's mind. Chen Fei finally remembered where he had smelled that scent before. Was it the demoness he met on the mountain that night? Because the 2 parties were very close and the situation was tense, Chen Fei had a very deep impression of Shizukin's taste. He couldn't recall it earlier because Shizukin's appearance had changed. She was completely different from the one he saw that night. At the same time, Chen Fei knew why he was brooding over the person just now. It was because of the smell of the medicine. Subconsciously, Chen Fei connected these things together. It was just that he was stuck for a moment and did not react immediately. However, what puzzled Chen Fei was that when he saw Shizukin that night, Chen Fei was very sure that what he saw was Shizukin's true appearance. As long as Shizukin had disguised herself, Chen Fei would be able to tell. Chen Fei still had this bit of confidence. However, when he saw Shizukin again today, not only did her appearance change, but Chen Fei also did not see any traces of disguise. Is there any other way to change appearances besides disguise technique? Chen Fei raised his head and looked at Kai Defeng. In terms of Jianghu experience, Kai Defeng was indeed much more experienced than Chen Fei. Yes, and there are many ways. Kai Defeng nodded. Who can't see any traces of disguise? Chen Fei asked. so you can't even see the traces of disguise. Kai Defeng frowned slightly. He knew how superb Chen Fei's disguise was. If Chen Fei couldn't see through it, then there were very few ways to change one's appearance. There were very few that could be used. Yes. I can't even tell. Chen Fei nodded. There's one thing that fits what you said. Human skin mask. Kai Defeng muttered to himself for a moment. The refining method was unknown, and the method of wearing it was almost top secret. However, as long as it was used properly, it would completely change its appearance. Roman 2. Human skin mask. Roman 2. Chen Fei thought of Shizukin's flawless appearance. He reckoned that only this kind of thing could do it. If it wasn't for the smell of the golden wound medicine and the faint body fragrance, Chen Fei wouldn't have noticed the problem. No wonder the Divine Flame sect had been unable to eliminate them all. This enemy was completely hidden among the masses. Even the old aristocratic families in Immortal Cloud City would have a hard time uncovering them. Chen Fei thought about his performance in the Zhao family and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The main reason was that when he faced Shizukin, he had used a fake appearance and a different figure. The possibility of being discovered was extremely low. It was best to inform the sect about this matter immediately. However, since she had just returned from the Zhao family, it might be a little dangerous for him to rush back to the sect. To be cautious, she could wait for a day before returning to the sect. Although he couldn't go back physically, he could send the news first. Chen Fei wrote the message and released the carrier pigeon. By the way, I haven't heard the children playing next door for the past 2 days. Did they move, suppressing the restlessness in his heart? Chen Fei asked casually. A child? When has there been a child in the neighboring courtyard? Kai Defeng looked at Chen Fei with a puzzled expression. Chapter 95 Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon. Chapter 95 Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. A chill ran directly from the soles of his feet to Chen Fei's head. This was the Immortal Cloud City. If even this place had an evil presence, then where else could he go and hide in the sect? Chen Fei suddenly grabbed Kai Defeng's hand and dashed out of the courtyard in a flash. He couldn't stay here any longer. No matter what the reason was, Kai Defeng's reaction was not right. It was as if he had been bewitched by a ghost. Kai Defeng looked at Chen Fei's actions in surprise. But he did not resist. He believed that Chen Fei would not hurt him. Chen Fei brought Kai Defeng over the courtyard wall and arrived at the alley. From afar, there were faint sounds of peddlers and people talking. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Chen Fei frowned. The surrounding scene did not seem to be strange. At first, Chen Fei thought that he still needed to use other methods to leave the courtyard. Now, he came out very easily. However, it was not safe to stay here. Chen Fei pulled Kai Defeng and directly went to the main street. People came and went here, which diluted the nervousness in Chen Fei's heart. What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Fei didn't make any other movements and only frowned, Kai Defeng couldn't help but ask, "Do you understand the situation in the courtyard next door?" Chen Fei looked at the dark circles under Kai Defeng's eyes. Could this be caused by something evil? I know a little. Didn't I tell you a few days ago? Kai Defeng felt a little creeped out by Chen Fei. Isn't there a big family next door? How can there be no children? Chen Fei whispered. I don't know. It wasn't good to ask others such a question at that time. Kai Defeng shook his head. How could he ask about the family situation of someone who was not related to him? Those who did not know would think that he was plotting something. Yes. Roman 2. Chen Fei nodded slightly. Suddenly, he felt a little strange. As the clear heart formula circulated at high speed, a trace of unreality floated in Chen Fei's heart. Chen Fei looked at the people around him. Each person was abnormally lively, and he could not see the slightest problem. However, Chen Fei had heard their conversations before. In Chen Fei's memories, these people's actions and conversations had already happened before. It was when Chen Fei came out of the Zhao family manor just now. No, this place is fake. Chen Fei turned his head to look at Kai Defeng. He circulated the clear heart formula to the extreme, and everything around him slowed down. Chen Fei's eyes quickly took in the surrounding scene. Whether it was Kai Defeng, the people around him, or even the surrounding scene, an unreal scene appeared. Roman 2. Break. Roman 2, Chen Fei shouted, and his right hand formed a sword finger, suddenly stabbing forward. Ka-bang. The scene in front of him cracked, and then shattered. The person who appeared in front of Chen Fei was still Kai Defeng. Chen Fei's sword finger stopped when it was still a foot away from Kai Defeng. Kai Defeng was shocked by Chen Fei's actions. He couldn't help but lean back and look at Chen Fei. Chen Fei looked around. In the rented courtyard, the unreal feeling around him had disappeared. Wow, it hurts. The child's crying could be heard, although it was suppressed. Chen Fei heard it immediately. In a flash, Chen Fei jumped over the courtyard wall and landed in the courtyard next door. He saw a little girl who was holding her head in pain. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes and stepped back with his right foot. He appeared in front of the little girl and grabbed her neck. Misunderstanding. Young friend. This is a misunderstanding. A cold palm appeared in front of Chen Fei. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. This was not a palm that a living person should have. This was the hand of a dead person or even a ghost. A dagger appeared in Chen Fei's hand and slashed at the strange hand that had suddenly appeared. Little friend, let's talk things out. We really have no ill intentions. Suddenly, more than 10 palms of the same kind appeared in front of Chen Fei. These palms that contained a cold ore grabbed at Chen Fei's body. Before his palm touched Chen Fei's skin, he felt a stinging pain. Chen Fei frowned. If he insisted on making a move or even use sword 5, he would definitely be able to break through the obstruction of these palms and injure or even kill this little girl. However, Chen Fei would probably be injured later. These cunning hands were not easy to deal with. Not only did they have a strange coldness, but they also carried other toxins. Chen Fei could already smell a trace of fishy sweetness. Bang! Starry Night sword unfurled, and the dagger collided with the cunning hand. Chen Fei used the force to fly backward and came to the courtyard wall. He looked down at the little girl and the old man who suddenly appeared. Grandpa, my head hurts. He's so bad. Grandpa hit him. Si Yin uncovered her head with her hands. Tears hung on her cheeks. She looks like she was just over 10 years old. At this moment, she was looking at Si Yuanhai with tears in her eyes. How many times have I told you not to use your power to affect others? This is not a joke. Si Yuanhai looked at Si Yinen's appearance. Although his heart ached, he still reprimanded her sternly. I was just joking, Si Yinen said unwillingly. And he was so fierce just now. It seemed like he was going to hit me. As Si Yinen spoke, she pointed at Chen Fei with her little finger. Her eyes filled with accusation. What's wrong? Kai Defeng jumped onto the wall and looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. Just now, Kai Defeng wasn't able to react in time. When he came up again, he saw such a scene. Little friend, I'm really sorry. I've doted on her too much and almost caused a disaster. I hope you can forgive me. Si Yuanhai looked at Chen Fei and bowed slightly. Si Yinan looked at her grandfather and pouted. She knew that his grandfather was serious and didn't dare to say anything else. After glancing at Chen Fei, Si Yinan hid behind Si Yuanhai. What happened just now? Chen Fei's expression was solemn. He had actually been silently dragged into an illusion. This was something that Chen Fei had never expected. One had to know that even when facing Shizukin previously, Chen Fei's clear heart formula could resist the temptation of the other party and maintain his consciousness. In the end, he didn't notice anything at all just now. It could not be said that he did not notice at all. The clear heart formula should have already alerted him. Otherwise, Chen Fei would not have subconsciously asked Kai Defeng that question. Chen Fei had probably subconsciously noticed the danger, which was why he had made the follow-up actions and finally broke the illusion. However, too much time had elapsed in between. Sometimes, a battle was just a matter of a second. Just now, in reality, perhaps Chen Fei was only stunned for a moment, but that moment of shock was enough for others to kill Chen Fei. Little friend, can you come down? Allow me to explain to you that we have no ill intentions. Si Yuanhai could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw Chen Fei's guarded appearance. What was this? He had only gone in to do something else. He did not expect his granddaughter to drag someone else into the illusion. However, Si Yuanhai was very surprised that Chen Fei could break through the illusion and almost capture his granddaughter. This was because he sensed that Chen Fei's martial arts realm was only in the bone-tempering realm. Logically speaking, with this cultivation level, no matter what, he should not be able to detect the illusion that Xi Yinan had set up. It could only be said that the immoral cloud city was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. They seemed like they were just ordinary neighbors. But apparently, high-level cultivators were hidden everywhere. If Chen Fei knew what Xi Yuanhai was thinking, he would probably roll his eyes. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. But Chen Fei would probably feel it should be him thinking of that instead and not expecting that his neighbor was actually an expert. Put it this way. Him listening. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment and decided to maintain a safe distance. Although the other party did not seem to have any malicious intentions, Chen Fei did not want to put his safety in the hands of others, especially since the other party had the ability to instantly drag people into an illusion. Chen Fei had to be on guard. Xi Yuanhai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pulled Xi Yinan out from behind and said with a stern expression, "Apologize first. You dragged someone into an illusion for no reason. Even if someone kills you, it's only natural. I've told you many times not to play around like this. If Grandpa had come a little later, you would have died long ago. Understand, Grandpa?" I'm sorry. Xi Yinan looked at Xi Yuanhai's unprecedented sternness, and tears fell one by one. Chen Fei looked at Xi Yinan's tears, which actually condensed into ice balls as they fell to the ground. His eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Kai Defeng was the same. Although he had seen the world, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Don't apologize to me. You have to apologize to someone else. Xi Yuanhai's heart ached, but he knew that he had to make Xi Yinan remember this. The immortal cloud city was not like the small city they used to live in. It could be slightly more presumptuous. There were many experts in the immortal cloud city. It was simply suicide to provoke others. Xi Yuanhai didn't want his granddaughter to lose her life just because she was playing around. That would be the most unjust thing. I'm sorry. Xi Yinan looked at Chen Fei and bowed to apologize. Those who didn't know better would think that Chen Fei was bullying others when they saw this scene. After all, how could a 10-year-old child apologize to an adult? My friend, we truly have no ill intentions. After Xi Yinan apologized, Chen Fei's expression eased a little. Xi Yuanhai looked at Chen Fei and said, "Yinan was born with a different body and can do things that ordinary people can't. She was young and ignorant and often used this to make fun of others. However, she really did not have any ill intentions. I hope that you can forgive her." As Xi Yuanhai spoke, he took out something from his sleeve. Then, a pale, cunning hand appeared and slowly moved the thing in front of Chen Fei. Kai Defeng stared at this bizarre hand, his eyes almost popping out. What kind of technique was this, and why did this palm look so unlike a living person? This is thousand snow bamboo. It can resist illusions to a certain extent when worn. I hope that you'll accept it. Xi Yuanhai whispered. Chen Fei looked at the thousand snow bamboo in the box and hesitated for a moment. He picked up the box with his dagger and cupped his hands at Xi Yuanhai before returning to his courtyard. When Kai Defeng saw this, he also hurriedly jumped back into his courtyard. Grandpa, he's so timid. He doesn't even dare to come down and talk to us. Xi Yinan tugged at the corner of Xi Yuanhai's shirt and whispered, "This is called being cautious. In this world, only cautious people can live longer." Thinking of his thousand snow bamboo, Xi Yuanhai suddenly felt his heart ache. He couldn't help but smack Xi Yinan's butt hard. Oh! Xi Yinan didn't expect his grandfather to hit her. She started crying even louder than before. Chapter 96 Carrying a Blade at Night. Chapter 96 Carrying a Blade at Night. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei listened to the sounds coming from the neighboring courtyard. He used his dagger to pick up thousand snow bamboo and turned to look at Kai Defeng. "I've heard of it, but I've never seen it before." Kai Defeng looked at the thousand snow bamboo in the box and frowned. If it really is the thousand snow bamboo, then its effects are indeed as he said. Moreover, this thousand snow bamboo was extremely precious. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to set eyes on it. Chen Fei nodded and wrapped the entire box with a piece of deerskin. Shen Fei decided to ask Feng Zipu if there were any problems with it after he returned to the sect. At the same time, Shen Fei told Kai Defeng what had happened earlier. This doesn't seem like martial arts. Do you know what it is? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. Whether it was Si Yinen's illusion or Si Yuanhai's dozen or so bizarre hands. Each of them was very different from the martial arts methods he usually saw. This made Chen Fei very curious. Kai Defeng frowned and kept recalling the contents he had read in the book. Then, his eyes lit up slightly. There was a type of person recorded in an ancient book. They were not born to cultivate martial arts. Nor were they able to cultivate martial arts. Instead, they capture the evil beings and seal it into their bodies. The technique's called resisting evil. Resisting evil? Shen Fei was a little shocked. The evil beings and humans were two opposite sides. As long as they touched, one side would die. Now, there was actually someone who could capture the evilness and seal it into his body. This somewhat subverted Chen Fei's understanding. Yes, resisting evil. However, there were many restrictions to this method. Other than the requirements of their natural physique, their lifespan was generally not long. Kai Defeng thought for a moment and said, because of the evil. Yes. Roman too. Kai Defeng nodded and said, that's because they have sealed the evil within their bodies. When they are facing enemies, they will release it. Every time they use it, it places a huge burden on their bodies. Moreover, they did not cultivate martial arts and were actually just ordinary people. How could they withstand such burden? Kai Defeng hesitated for a moment before continuing. I heard that in the end, those monsters will directly break through their bodies and eat their hosts. Shen Fei's brows twitched slightly. This really seemed like a road of no return. However, Shen Fei thought of Si Yinan and Si Yuanhai's condition. They didn't look exhausted at all, especially Si Yuanhai's age. He looked very old, but he didn't look like he was going to collapse. Kai Defeng also thought of the scene he had just seen and couldn't help but smile. What I know is all from books. Either the person who wrote the book only knows a little about it, or his ability to control ghosts has developed even better over the years. Shen Fei nodded and did not dwell on this issue. Shen Fei was thinking more about how to deal with such an enemy in the future. The other party summoned the evil to fight the enemy. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. For example, Shen Fei still had other ways to deal with the technique that Si Yuanhai had just used. However, the method of silently dragging someone else into the illusion was still unsolvable. Chen Fei had relied on the clear heart formula in the past. Although it helped Chen Fei break out of the illusion in the end, it was too slow, and it was obvious that Si Yinen's methods were limited. So Chen Fei saw through her flaws. But what if it was a more powerful practitioner? Would Chen Fei be able to break it so quickly? This clear heart formula is also about to be upgraded. I might be able to gain something when I return to the Sect's Sutra library, Chen Fei thought. As night fell, the courtyard returned to silence. Chen Fei sat cross-legged in his room, continuously circulating the origin connection technique. However, unlike before, when he was fully immersed in cultivation, Chen Fei was still slightly vigilant when he knew that there was a family of resisting evil practitioners living next door, even if they did not show any ill intentions. Last time, Kai Defeng said that he encountered evil things on the way to the Immoral Cloud City. It was just that he did not know if these methods would be effective when faced with a truly evil situation. Chen Fei muttered in his heart. Thoughts spawned in his mind, but it did not affect his cultivation of the cultivation technique. Suddenly, Chen Fei stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes to look outside the house. Just now, Chen Fei felt an aura flash past outside the house. It was very fast, and the aura was extremely faint. It would make people subconsciously think that it was an illusion. Chen Fei frowned slightly. He held the long sword in his hand, opened the door, and looked outside the courtyard. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Chen Fei's courtyard was located in a relatively remote location in the Immoral Cloud City. The streets outside had already quietened down. Therefore, other than the chirping of insects, the entire world seemed extremely quiet. Chen Fei walked out of the house and looked around. There was nothing unusual except for the gentle breeze of the summer night, making people sleepy. Boom! Roman 2. Chen Fei staggered and fell to the ground, letting out a sound of deep sleep. After a moment, two figures appeared in the courtyard and looked at Chen Fei, who was unconscious on the ground. Senior sister. He seems to be just an ordinary pill-concocting master. Bai Lan shot a glance at Chen Fei and used a bit of soul-severing incense. This junior alchemy master, who was only at the bone-tempering realm, was immediately hit. However, the soul-severing incense had a miraculous effect even on those in the visceral tempering realm, so it wasn't strange for it to be like this. Shizukan didn't say anything, but her gaze was fixed on Chen Fei's side profile. Today, at the Xiao family estate, Shizukan felt a sense of familiarity with Chen Fei. Later on, she got someone to investigate and found out that Chen Fei was from the Primordial Sword Sect. When she thought of the Primordial Sword Sect, Shizukan thought of the person she met that night. He was also in the bone-tempering realm, but he had almost killed her. That was the closest Shizukan had ever been to death. She had clearly treated the other party as her prey, but in the end, she had almost been killed by her prey. Shizukan had a deep impression of this matter. After so many days, the wound on her chest had not recovered. Every time she bathed and changed her dressing, Shizukan could not help but grit her teeth. Is he his real appearance? Or is he in disguise? Shizukan turned to look at Bai Lan. She did not know the disguise technique and had always used a human skin mask, so she could not tell if the others had disguised themselves or not. Bai Lan, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Her disguising skills were superb, to the point where she could pass off the real as the fake. It was clear at a glance whether others were using disguising skills or not. True appearance. Bai Lan took a glance and said with a smile. Shizukan recalled the face from that night. It was completely different from the one in front of her, and there were no similarities in the body shape. However, Shizukan wasn't sure if the face she saw was real. Senior sister. What should we do with him now? Do we need to kidnap him and interrogate him? Bai Lan asked. There's no need to ask. Just kill him. Shizukan shook her head and said coldly, although she wasn't sure if it was that person, since he was from the Primordial Sword Sect and was in the bone-tempering realm. With so many coincidences, she should just kill him. As for whether or not she had killed the wrong person, Shizukan did not care about such things. Good. Roman 2. Bai Lan's face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. She flashed in front of Chen Fei and grabbed his neck. When Bai Lan killed someone, she liked that the person's neck was broken. She liked to hear the sound of bones cracking. Very charming. How can you kill people? A crisp voice rang out. Si Yinan had appeared on the courtyard wall at some point. He looked down and said loudly. Chen Fei, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be unconscious, almost vomited blood because of the clash of forces. Just now, he had thought that when Bai Lan got close, he would use this sword. He didn't expect Si Yinan to actually appear. Where did this little girl come from? She's so cute. Bai Lan's hand that was reaching for Chen Fei's neck paused. She raised her head to look at Si Yinan, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Your smile is so bad. You're a bad person. Si Yinan pouted, and her eyes shone with a dazzling silver light. Bai Lan, who was about to rush toward Si Yinan, suddenly stopped in her tracks and slowly closed her eyes. Shizukan looked at Si Yinan in surprise. Then, her eyes shone with a dazzling light. She had actually gotten to meet a resisting, evil practitioner here. The sect had been searching for them, but after searching the surroundings of the immortal Cloud City, they did not find a single one. It was also a long way to go to other cities to search. She did not expect to encounter such a surprise today. As long as she brought this variant back to the sect would definitely reward her greatly. At that time, Shizukan had no hope of breaking through the visceral tempering realm and becoming an expert in the aperture tempering realm. The difference between refining the spirit and refining the body was like heaven and earth. Tisk. Roman 2. Just as Shizukan thought of this, a silver light lit up in the courtyard. Chen Fei, who had been pretending to be unconscious on the ground, had stood up and stabbed Bai Lan's head with his sword. Bai Lan's eyes were tightly shut, and there was no pain on her face. She was completely immersed in the illusion. Shizukan looked at Chen Fei and narrowed her eyes slightly. It was unbelievable that she did not notice Chen Fei's pretense just now. How could a bone-tempering realm cultivator hide his blood essence and force so deeply? First, it was the resisting evil practitioner, and then she discovered Chen Fei's level. Surprises came one after another. You're the person from that night, right? Shizukin stared at Chen Fei. They were both good at pretending. They were both sinister. They were from the same sect. And they had the same cultivation base. With so many coincidences gathered together, it was no longer a coincidence. Can you control her? Chen Fei didn't answer Shizukin's question. Instead, he threw the question at Si Yinan. Bai Lan's cultivation was not weak. She was at the peak of the marrow-tempering realm, which was equivalent to Guo Linchen's realm, but even so, he was killed by Chen Fei's sword just now. Even if Chen Fei had planned for a sneak attack, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. However, with Si Yinan's help, everything became simple. I can't control her. She's too strong. Si Yinan shook her head. And I've already helped you once. You'll just forget about what happened this afternoon. Goodbye. As Si Yinan spoke, she turned around and returned to her courtyard. Chen Fei was stunned. This was considered a brat. Right? How can you leave just like that? You've already helped me kill the other party's people. Aren't you afraid of others taking revenge if you leave like this? Shizukin revealed a cold smile on her face. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Fei. She swung the scimitar in her hand toward Chen Fei's neck. Clang! With a muffled sound, the starry night sword shattered. Chen Fei was hit by a huge force and smashed into the courtyard wall and embedded in it. It really is you. When she saw the starry night sword, the hatred in Shizukin's eyes exploded. Just as she was about to rush forward and kill Chen Fei, a pair of pale hands suddenly appeared and grabbed her ankles. Chapter 97 Both Wounded. Chapter 97 Both Wounded. Translator drag. Boat translation. Editor drag. Boat translation. A layer of ice followed the pale palm and climbed up from Shizukin's ankle. In just a moment, the ice had already reached Shizukin's knee. Shizukin was furious. Just as she was about to use her kai and blood to push away the strange claw, a double image suddenly appeared in front of her. Shizukin saw the sect master walking towards her. Chen Fei, who was embedded in the wall, saw the changes in Shizukin, especially when her eyes began to slowly close. Grandpa, hurry up. She's struggling fiercely. Si Yinan's voice sounded, her tone filled with anxiety. At the same time, a pair of strange claws appeared on Shizukin's neck and slowly tightened. Another strange claw held a sharp blade and flashed from afar. Heading straight for Shizukin's head, Chen Fei used a little strength to pull himself out of the wall. He stepped back with his right foot and appeared in front of Shizukin with his sword. He circulated the clear here formula at full force, and the entire world paused for a moment. Chen Fei's strength started from his toes and extended all the way to his arm. The long sword in his hand stabbed out with all its strength. Sword 5. Clang! A sharp sound of weapons colliding rang out. Chen Fei's long sword stabbed into the scimitar, twisting and breaking inch by inch from the tip of the sword. Bang! Shizukin kicked Chen Fei in the chest, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying back involuntarily and smashed into the wall of the courtyard. The courtyard wall shattered, and Chen Fei appeared in the courtyard next door. Chen Fei didn't dare to delay. He stood up immediately and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale. If Chen Fei hadn't used the Starry Night sword shield's sword theory to deflect the force of this kick, he would probably have vomited more than just blood. His sternum would definitely be destroyed, and his internal organs would probably be crushed by the huge force. The advantage of the visceral tempering realm over the bone tempering realm was too great. It was simply not possible to cross realms just because one wanted to. Shizukin removed the scimitar in front of her face, her expression cold. The claws on his neck and ankles had long been broken, and the ice had also disappeared. If she had not escaped from the illusion in time, Shizukin would have known that she would have died. Twice. Last time, she almost lost her life because she underestimated his enemy. This time, she did not expect the other party to have a helper, and the helper was extremely powerful. It was also because he had brought some treasures with her that she woke up in time. Otherwise, if other visceral tempering realm cultivators came here and faced such a combined attack, their bodies would have long turned cold. Yinan, Yuanhai hugged his granddaughter's body, his eyes filled with anxiety. He had miscalculated. He had only wanted to do Chen Fei a favor. After all, the quality that Chen Fei had displayed previously was worth investing in. At the same time, it could be considered as a kind gesture for Yinan's rashness in the afternoon. In the end, he didn't expect his opponent to be so difficult to deal with. Yinan was knocked unconscious by the impact. "Old man, you better stay quietly at the side. I may still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shizuken looked coldly at Yuanhai, then at Chen Fei, and walked over. As long as Chen Fei dared to run, Shizuken would immediately attack. Back then, on the mountain, she was ambushed by Chen Fei, which was why she was unable to catch up. Now that Shizuken's injuries had mostly recovered, no matter how extraordinary Chen Fei's movement technique was, Shizuken was confident that she could kill Chen Fei in this courtyard. Beads of sweat started to appear on Chen Fei's forehead. Chen Fei wanted to escape. Facing such an opponent, there was nothing shameful about escaping. However, Shizuken's aura had now enveloped Chen Fei. If Chen Fei acted rashly, he would be faced with a storm. However, he did not move. Shizuken walked over step by step. All the space was compressed. In the end, Chen Fei still had to die. Now, it was a question of whether to die early or late. The clear heart formula in Chen Fei's body circulated wildly, forcing his restless heart to calm down. Chen Fei thought of all kinds of possible escape methods, but all of them were denied by Chen Fei himself. The difference between the two was too obvious. Sometimes, it was not possible to rely on some methods to bridge the gap. "Friend, I will use the seal to confine her here. Can you still use that sword attack just now?" Yuanhai's voice appeared in Chen Fei's ear. Chen Fei did not speak. He put the hilt of his sword into his left sleeve. When he pulled it out, a new sword appeared. When Shizuken saw this scene, she could not help but be stunned. What kind of hidden sword technique was this? She had no clue how that was possible. "Seal 1. Yuanhai suddenly shouted and formed a seal with his hands. A dense number of palms suddenly appeared behind him. At a glance, there were no less than 100 of them. A cold aura instantly filled the entire courtyard. In the next moment, these bizarre hands disappeared and appeared around Shizuken. An extremely cold and yin power swept through her entire body. A bit of frost appeared on her forehead. In the next moment, Shizuken's entire body was frozen. Yuanhai's face suddenly aged, and he fell to the ground. Consuming one's lifespan and using the ultimate technique would only be used when one was in a life and death situation. Yuanhai had never thought that there would be so many twists and turns in helping out. It could only be said that although the immortal Cloud City was much safer than other places if they encountered danger, it would also become much bigger. However, at this moment, Yuanhai had no time to regret. From the moment Yinan made her move to the moment Shizuken saw Yinan's gaze, Yuanhai knew that he didn't have many options left. Either Shizuken died, or their family continued to flee for their lives. Chen Fei took a deep breath and appeared in front of Shizuken in a flash. The sword in his hand was thrust forward inch by inch. The blade of the sword flashed with a sword light. The veins on Chen Fei's forehead popped out, and the flesh on his right arm trembled. His skin could not restrain the intense strength of his muscles, and cracks began to appear on his skin. Blood began to seep out of the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei seemed to have turned into a bloody man, which was a shocking sight. Sword 6. It was beyond the limits of his current body, in contrast to Sword 5's desperation. Sword 6 was already a sword that Chen Fei had used his life to deliver. Ka. Sensing the danger, the ice on Shizuken's body trembled violently. A layer of faint light bloomed from Shizuken's head, and the ice melted as if it had met the scorching sun. Shizuken looked at Chen Fei, her pupils turning black. Chen Fei circulated his clear heart technique to the extreme to resist Shizuken's temptation. However, The foundation of Sword 6 was the extreme control of the body by the clear heart formula. At this moment, the clear heart formula was being disturbed by an external force. If it was only Sword 5, Qianfei could still use it. However, the extreme of Sword 6 made the sword move tremble. Qianfei gritted his teeth and realized that he could no longer control the sword move in his hand. The power gathered on the blade also made the blade emit a sound of being overwhelmed. The ice on Shizukin's body was still melting. The faint light suddenly appeared in front of Qianfei. Qianfei lost track of Shizukin. Qianfei cursed in his heart. He had just met Shizukin a few days ago. How could she be so difficult to deal with if the other party was like this back then? Qianfei would not even have had the chance to injure Shizukin. Recalling what had just happened, Qianfei suspected that Shizukin had a treasure on her. Boom! Qianfei relied on the memory of the environment from the clear heart formula to stab the long sword in his hand. A loud explosion sounded, and Qianfei's vision returned to normal. He found that the long sword in his hand had been broken again, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Shizukin's right arm and shoulder blade had disappeared. She was leaning against the wall with blood all over her body. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Qianfei and the other two. His arm was completely blown off. Even if she could reattach it, his strength would be greatly affected. She might even have to close the door to the aperture refinement realm and never have any hope of breaking through. Qianfei was just about to step forward and end Shizukin when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing. The burden of Sword 6 was too great for Qianfei now. It was so great that Qianfei was almost at the end of his rope. In particular, Qianfei's sword moves became unstable due to the influence of the technique, which made things worse for him. I'll remember you guys. I'll never forget this matter. Shizukin stood up shakily. A faint light was flowing around her wound. The big wound was no longer bleeding. Shizukin waved her left hand, and the severed arm flew toward her. Shizukin caught the severed arm and glared at Qianfei and the others with resentment. She was about to leave first. Little junior brother, where are you? One suddenly, a voice came from outside. Qianfei's expression changed. It was Guo Linshan's voice. Senior brother Guo. I'm here. One Qianfei shouted loudly. Qianfei had never thought that Guo Linshan would actually come here. Although Qianfei had sent a carrier pigeon back during the day, the carrier pigeon did not record Qianfei's residence. Qianfei did not expect Guo Linshan to come looking for him. Shizukin's face was already pale. When she heard Guo Linshan shout, despair appeared in her eyes. It was already the middle of the night, but the other party still had helpers. Shizukin didn't dare to delay any further. The faint light swirled wildly as Shizukin sprinted out of the courtyard. Senior Guo, stop her. Qianfei did not have the ability to chase after him, so he could only shout at the moment. Guo Linshan was a little confused, but when he saw someone rushing out, he still went forward to stop the person. When he saw that it was a one-armed beauty, he could not help but be stunned. What was going on? Senior brother Guo. She's the demoness from the Divine Flame sect. Be careful. Qianfei's voice continued to be heard. Guo Linshan's expression turned grave. He looked at Shizukin with a serious expression. The faint light emitted from Shizukin's body made Guo Linshan feel a huge threat. Let me go. Don't force me to take you with me to the grave. 11 Shizukin looked at Guo Linshan coldly. Only a fool would let you go. 1. Guo Linshan shouted loudly. His body expanded slightly as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Shizukin. He swept his broadsword horizontally and smashed it onto the scimitar that Shizukin was blocking. In the next moment, Shizukin crashed through the wall and landed in the courtyard, unconscious. Guo Linshan blinked his eyes. He had thought that it would be a tragic battle where both sides would perish together. He did not expect it to be resolved so easily. When Qianfei saw the result, his heart relaxed. He could not help but fall to the ground. He finally managed to save his friend. Chapter 98 Receival Bead. Chapter 98 Receival Bead. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Shizukin had been bluffing just now. She had deliberately displayed the threat of the faint light. If he had met someone else, he might have really held back. Unfortunately, Shizukin met Guo Linshan. Guo Linshan wasn't even afraid of holding a white candle to attract the ghost. So how would he retreat when he encountered a heavily injured Shizuken? Guo Linshan first destroyed Shizuken's denshin with one palm, turning her into an ordinary person, and then tied her up. While he was tying Shizuken up, he noticed that a jade pendant in Shizuken's arms was flickering slightly. Guo Linshan quickly took it off and began to control Shizuken with all kinds of force according to what he knew, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Junior brother, what's going on? After busying himself for a while, Guo Linshan came to Chen Fei and handed the jade pendant to him. He asked with some doubt. Senior brother Guo, it wasn't master who sent you to find me. Chen Fei also looked at Guo Linshan in confusion. No, master hasn't been in the sect for the past 2 days. I'm happy that I've broken through to the visceral tempering realm, so I came to look for you. Junior brother. Guo Linshan scratched his head. He had heard of Chen Fei's residence in the Immortal Cloud City before, but he had forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. He only remembered the approximate location. Today, he had walked around several times and shouted all the way before he finally found it. Chen Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Guo Linshan, so he was here to share his joy. Fortunately, Guo Linshan had come. Otherwise, Shizuken would have escaped again today, based on the enmity between the two sides today. If Shizuken had been able to leave this place, the future would be an endless battle. The key was that Chen Fei's strength was far inferior to Shizuken's. With Si Yuanhai's help, both sides suffered heavy losses. If Chen Fei were to face Shizuken alone, he would not be so lucky. After all, Shizuken's movement technique was much better than Chen Fei's under normal circumstances. Chen Fei would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. He would probably have to stay in the primordial sword sect forever unless he broke through to the visceral tempering realm one day. Senior brother, you saved my life today. Chen Fei sat on the ground and looked at Guo Linshan with a smile. There's no need for thanks between us. Guo Linshan couldn't help but laugh. From the day Chen Fei was willing to go together to lure the evil, the two of them had truly become friends through life and death. It was precisely because of this that Guo Linshan could not wait to share it with Chen Fei when he had just broken through to the visceral tempering realm. In the end, he did not expect that he would actually help Chen Fei get rid of Shizuken. It was really heaven's will. After tidying up the messy courtyard, Si Yuanhai's family helped him back to rest. Chen Fei also returned to his own courtyard and woke up the unconscious Kai Defeng at the same time. Guo Linshan watched over Shizuken. Although Shizuken's cultivation had been crippled, he still did not dare to be careless. He was especially worried that Shizuken would commit suicide. Then he would suffer a loss. Chen Fei took the medicine and spent the entire night circulating his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. The origin connection technique was worthy of being an inner sect cultivation technique of the primordial sword sect. Not only was it helpful for cultivation, but it was also very effective for healing. Chen Fei's body was originally on the verge of collapse. After a night of healing, his injuries actually stabilized directly. According to this trend, Chen Fei would probably be able to recover completely in another 2 to 3 days without any side effects. The night sky broke, and the sun rose. Just as Chen Fei and the others were considering whether to send Shizuken back to the sect or wait for someone from the sect to come, a knock sounded on the door. Master. Guo Linshan went up to open the door and shouted in surprise when he saw who it was. When Guo Linshan came out yesterday, Feng Xiupu wasn't in the sect. Moreover, he had gone out for a few days. Feng Xiupu nodded and walked into the courtyard. Chen Fei quickly stood up and bowed to Feng Xiupu. Feng Xiupu nodded. He glanced at the chaotic scene in the courtyard and Chen Fei's seriously injured appearance. He frowned slightly and said, Looks like I'm a step too late. Master, it's not too late. We've caught that demoness. Guo Linshan closed the door of the courtyard and said excitedly. Caught. Feng Xiupu was slightly surprised. The main reason was that with Chen Fei's current appearance of having no combat power, his injuries must have been even more serious last night. In this situation, it was already fortunate that he was not killed. From the information that Chen Fei had sent over, that person was in the visceral tempering realm. With Chen Fei's bone-tempering realm cultivation, no matter how heaven-defying he was, he would probably run when he saw someone. Fortunately, the neighbors next door helped. Chen Fei sighed and briefly explained the matter. Feng Xiupu was somewhat surprised when he heard of the techniques Si Yuanhai displayed. It was obvious that this kind of person was really hard to see on normal days. Take me to see the people from the Divine Flame sect, Feng Xiupu said in a deep voice. This morning, Feng Xiupu only saw Chen Fei's letter after returning to the sect and immediately rushed over. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreparable consequences. They arrived at her room. Shizuken was tied up and thrown on the ground. At this moment, Shizuken had already woken up. When she heard the sound, there was no other movement. She just stared blankly into the distance. With her cultivation crippled and now tied up here, Shizuken's fate was already set. As such, she had no interest in anything in the outside world. In fact, she only wanted to die. Unfortunately, Shizuken was controlled by Guo Linshan's force and couldn't even die. Guo Linshan's chaotic operation had actually taken effect. Master, how should we deal with this demoness? Chen Fei turned to look at Feng Xiupu. He'll take her directly to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Feng Xiupu muttered to himself for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. The Divine Flame sect was powerful. They had been able to contend with the Immortal Cloud Sword sect for so many years without being wiped out. It was beyond imagination that they were difficult to deal with. There was no need for the Primordial Sword sect to take responsibility for this matter. Otherwise, if the Divine Flame sect set its sights on the Primordial Sword sect, the Primordial Sword sect would suffer heavy losses. Now because many people from other places had gone to the Immortal Cloud City, the Primordial Sword sect had also obtained the opportunity to develop. The Primordial Sword sect naturally did not hope that, at this time, there would be such trouble knocking on their doors. Keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone else, or you'll only get yourself into trouble, Feng Xiupu warned. Don't worry, Master, Chen Fei nodded. If they encountered a behemoth like the Divine Flame sect, they would naturally avoid it if they could. Be careful. Feng Xiupu nodded and grabbed Shizuken, who was on the ground. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Feng Xiupu wanted to throw this trouble to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, and at the same time, he wanted to get some benefits back. The Immortal Cloud Sword sect was never stingy. Chen Fei's strength was still too weak. He was at the Bone Tempering realm. If he encountered someone at the Visceral Tempering realm, he would definitely be in danger. Now that the world was in chaos, Feng Xiupu decided to get something good for Chen Fei from the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. After Feng Xiupu left, Chen Fei and the others talked for a while. At the same time, they also agreed with Si Yuanhai and decided to move out of their current residence. There had been quite a commotion here last night. If someone investigated carefully, they might still find some clues. Shizuken had already been interrogated by Si Yinen's illusion technique in the middle of the night. They found out that Shizuken had come here on a whim and didn't report it to the higher-ups. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, for safety reasons, it was better to leave this place and rent a new place. He made Kai Defeng change his appearance and find a rentor to rent 2 courtyards. Because it was closer to the center of the Immortal Cloud City, it cost a lot. Fortunately, Chen Fei still had some money left. At the same time, to thank Si Yuanhai for helping him last night, Chen Fei paid all the money. We should pay for the rent ourselves. Si Yuanhai looked at Chen Fei and said, if it wasn't for Senior last night, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded. This bit of money is nothing. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out the 1,000 snow bamboo and handed it to Si Yuanhai. Senior, please take this back. There's no reason to take back a gift that has been given out. You should keep this well. Si Yuanhai smiled and waved his hand. The two of them pushed each other for a while, and in the end, Chen Fei accepted it. If he continued to be polite, it would be rude. He had spent quite a bit of the silver he had saved up, but Chen Fei had already decided that he would return to the sect in a few days to exchange for the pill formula of the Flying Ascent pill. Previously, Chen Fei actually had his own ideas, and relied on his own efforts to restore the pill formula of the flying ascent pill. The man's damned desire for victory and sense of accomplishment made Chen Fei quite persistent about this matter. However, there were obviously many places where he needed money. Chen Fei decided to be more sincere and exchange for the pill formula of the flying ascent pill before starting to sell it. However, the amount of flying ascent pills sold was definitely incomparable to the eternal floating pills. It was not because there were few people buying it, nor was it because the price was high. It was because Chen Fei might not be able to collect enough medicinal herbs in the future as he did now. There were many ways to obtain the medicinal herbs for the eternal floating pill because they were all herbs of ordinary age. However, the flying ascent pill had a minimum requirement for the age of the medicinal ingredients. For example, the meridian protecting pill required 20 years of main ingredients. As for the flying ascent pill, the lowest requirement was for the main ingredient to be 10 years old. The other supplementary ingredients also had age restrictions, but unlike the main ingredient, which required 10 years, it was precisely because of the age restriction of the medicinal ingredients that the price of the flying ascent pill was so expensive. After that, he would have to test Kai Defeng's ability to purchase medicinal ingredients or find a way from the Alchemist Alliance. However, no matter what, to Chen Fei, there were only advantages and no disadvantages to exchanging for the pill formula of the flying ascent pill. At most, it would not be as satisfying as deducing it himself. After recuperating in the Immortal Cloud City for 5 days, everything was peaceful. Chen Fei's injuries had already healed. At the same time, he had not stopped cultivating the third level of the origin connection technique. However, due to the burden of his injuries, he still lacked some proficiency. Chen Fei had originally wanted to cultivate the third stage of the origin connection art to perfection before returning to the sect. However, Feng Xiupu had sent a message that he had already settled Shizukin's matter and had summoned Chen Fei and the other two back. The two of them did not delay. After rushing back to the mountain gate, they arrived directly in front of Feng Xiupu's courtyard. Master, disciple requests an audience. Guo Linchen stepped forward and shouted, "Come in." Feng Xiupu's voice rang out. Chen Fei and the others entered the courtyard and found Feng Xiupu sitting in front of a stone table, fiddling with a yellow bead. "Take it." Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei and gently sent the pearl to Chen Fei. Chen Fei subconsciously caught it and looked at Feng Xiupu in confusion. "Receival bead." Feng Xiupu picked up the teacup on the stone table and took a sip before smiling. "You're quite lucky this time to have obtained this item from the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. It should be of great help to your cultivation. This is good stuff." Junior brother Guo Linchen was pleasantly surprised. Chen Fei couldn't help but look at the bead in his hand. Its appearance was ordinary, like a clay bead that a naughty child had pinched out. Chapter 99 Understanding Spiritual Artifacts. Chapter 99 Understanding Spiritual Artifacts. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Master, what is this receival be used for? Chen Fei raised his head to look at Feng Xiupu and asked in confusion. It helps to absorb the heaven-earth vital energy. Feng Xiupu put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Chen Fei with a smile. Martial artists in the body-tempering realm usually extract their inner strength from food and pills. However, in reality, there is vital Kai in this world. Aperture refinement realm warriors could use their aperture acupoints to absorb vital energy and strengthen their bodies. Vital energy. Aperture acupoints. Chen Fei looked at the bead in his hand and said in surprise, "This bead is equivalent to the human body's acupuncture points. The function is similar, but the effect is less than 10 or even lower." Feng Xiupu shook his head. "Even so, this receival bead is already very good. At the very least, it can allow body-tempering realm martial artists to sense the existence of heaven-earth vital energy in advance. It will be of some help when they cultivate to the aperture refinement realm in the future." "That's right, junior brother. In our sect, not many people below the legacy disciples have this thing," Guo Linchen said with a smile. "Then senior brother, you if it wasn't for Guo Linchen, Shizukin would definitely have run away. Guo Linchen would also have a share of the credit." "I have one too. Master gave it to me." Guo Linshan smiled and took out a receival bead from his bosom. The receival bead could help absorb vital energy. To a martial artist in the body refinement realm, it was a treasure that could speed up the improvement of their cultivation. Feng Zupu was in the aperture tempering state back then, but he was injured and fell. The receival bead had no effect on Feng Zupu. I had to spend some time with the deacon of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect before I was able to exchange for a receival bead. Feng Zupu thought back to the scene from a few days ago and couldn't help but shake his head. In front of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, the primordial sword sect was inferior. Is this thing difficult to refine? Chen Fei asked curiously. Not many people in the sect actually had one. Even Feng Zupu had to grind for a few days before he could exchange for one at the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. It's rare both inside and outside the sect. However, in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, this receival bead was the standard issue of their outstanding inner sect disciples. Feng Zupu said in a low voice. Standard issue. Chen Fei's eyes could not help but widen slightly as he said, "Isn't this receival bead a spiritual tool?" In Chen Fei's opinion, this kind of thing that could help absorb the heaven-earth vital energy was something that ordinary things could not do. Only the rumored spirit tool could do it. But now, Feng Zupu actually said that many disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had a receival bead as a standard issue no matter how generous the Immortal Cloud Sword sect was. They couldn't give everyone a spiritual weapon. If that was the case, then the gap between the sects was too big. It's not a spiritual tool. It only has a portion of its abilities. Feng Zupu smiled. This receival bead is a fruit core left behind by a spirit tree in the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Therefore, it was not surprising that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect could produce this every year. Fruit core. Chen Fei felt that he had received a lot of information today. This thing was actually the core of a tree. If the core of the fruit had such an effect, then what would the flesh look like? What would happen after eating it? Don't even think about it. Although this receival bead isn't rare among the inner sect disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, its fruit isn't something that just anyone can eat. Guo Linshan saw Chen Fei's expression and knew what Chen Fei was thinking. He could not help but smile and pat Chen Fei's shoulder. Since it's a fruit core, can we plant it? Chen Fei raised his head and asked. Many people have thought about it and tried it, but it didn't work. Feng Zupu shook his head and whispered. Many people are envious of that spiritual tree. The strength of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect is partly due to this spiritual tree. However, the spiritual tree is very finicky and has very high environmental requirements. We can't provide such a place. Also, this fruit core had been refined, and its vitality had long been severed. Chen Fei nodded in realization. He rubbed the receival bead and felt some of the patterns on the surface of the receival bead. It was indeed a wooden touch. Wearing the receival bead will have a certain effect. But if you want to unleash its full potential, it's best to learn the universal method of this spirit tool. As Feng Zupu spoke, he took out a secret manual from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei took it curiously and found that the name of the secret manual was called Spirit Tool Comprehension. By the way, Master, do I need to use a special technique to control the jade pendant that I obtained from that demoness? Chen Fei suddenly thought of the jade pendant on Shizukin's body. He had been studying it with Guo Linshan for the past few days, but they had not found anything, whether it was his inner strength or something else. The jade pendant flickered for a moment that night before dimming, as if it had become an ordinary piece of jade. Chen Fei originally wanted to give this jade pendant to Guo Linshan, but Guo Linshan refused it no matter what. So it was still in Chen Fei's hands. This is a half-spirit ear. It should be a remnant of a failed attempt to refine a spirit weapon. True spirit weapons could only be fully activated by those at the aperture tempering state. Those at the aperture tempering state would usually have to consume their lifespan to activate them. Feng Zupu glanced at the jade pendant and said regretfully, Master, how about this 1,000 snow bamboo? It was a rare opportunity. Chen Fei took out another box. It was a gift from Si Yuanhai. It's a little useful for defending against mental attacks. Feng Zupu took a look and nodded. In the future, if you want to refine a spirit weapon, you can also use it as an auxiliary material. It can be considered a pretty good spirit material. Chen Fei nodded. Compared to the J pendant and the receival bead, although the thousand snow bamboo had limited uses, it could still be used in the future. Junior brother, if other people in the visceral tempering realm see your current wealth, they will probably have evil intentions. Guo Linshan winked at Chen Fei. Yes, Linshan's words are reasonable. These things should not be revealed in front of outsiders to avoid unnecessary trouble. Feng Ziupu nodded and specially instructed. I understand. Chen Fei laughed. He wasn't stupid. This was obviously not something that an ordinary body-tempering realm cultivator should have. Usually, he would definitely hide it well. Why would he show it off everywhere? Was he tired of living? Be careful when you go out these days. Feng Ziupu nodded and turned to Guo Linshan. You've already broken through to the visceral tempering realm. After adjusting yourself for the next few months, you can try to challenge the true inheritance. Sounds good, Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. Whether or not he could obtain the true inheritance was related to the upper limit of his martial arts in the future, so he had to be careful. How's your cultivation? Feng Ziupu looked at Chen Fei. Due to my injuries, I've been delayed a little. However, I should be able to cultivate the third stage of the origin connection technique to perfection tomorrow. Chen Fei estimated the progress and said in a low voice. Feng Ziupu's hand that was holding the teacup paused for a moment before he calmly put it down. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he said, your cultivation is not bad. Come and find me tomorrow when your cultivation is complete. Thank you. Master Chen Fei cupped his hands and smiled. Guo Linshan was grinning from ear to ear when he heard Chen Fei's progress in his cultivation method. Guo Linshan almost choked on his own saliva. Guo Linshan felt as if time had gone out of control. He clearly remembered that the last time Feng Ziupu had imparted the third stage of the origin connection technique to Chen Fei was clearly 10 days ago. In other words, Chen Fei only spent about 10 days to cultivate the third level of the origin connection technique to perfection. The time taken to cultivate it to perfection was not much different from the time taken to cultivate the second level. What kind of monstrous speed was this? Guo Linshan remembered that he had spent a very long time to cultivate the third level of the origin connection technique to perfection. Could it be that the origin connection technique in the sect had actually changed to a different version? That was why there was such a huge difference in everyone's cultivation speed. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei and the others left Feng Ziupu's courtyard. Feng Ziupu watched as the two of them left, and a smile finally appeared on his tense face. He felt a little uncomfortable just now. The comprehension ability that Chen Fei displayed was already stronger than ordinary legacy disciples. When legacy disciples cultivated ordinary cultivation techniques, their speed was very fast. However, the real difference between legacy disciples and ordinary disciples was actually the cultivation speed of those high-level cultivation techniques. The higher the level, the more it reflected the differences between people. It wasn't obvious if the level was low. If Chen Fei could still maintain this level of comprehension when it came to high-grade cultivation techniques, then Chen Fei's future achievements would be worth looking forward to. As for the difference in his innate ability, he might be able to make up for it in the future. However, Chen Fei's current cultivation was too low, so all of this had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, a genius who hadn't matured would not be a genius, but a fallen meteor. Chen Fei said goodbye to Guo Linshan and walked towards the sutra library inside the sect. On this trip back to the sect, other than learning the origin connection technique, the most important thing was to visit the sutra library. Not only was it the pill formula for the flying ascent pill, but Chen Fei also wanted to find a cultivation technique that could strengthen his mental defense. The clear heart formula was very good, and it had helped Chen Fei withstand several crises. However, the current defense of the clear heart formula could no longer keep up with the strength of the enemy's attacks. Just Xi Yinan's illusion alone made Chen Fei very wary. This was only a child around the age of 10. Although it was because of his physique that he was not comparable to ordinary people, the two of them were now friends and not enemies. However, Chen Fei had to make some preparations. Moreover, he might encounter even more powerful mental attacks in the future. Thus, there was absolutely no harm in strengthening this aspect. The only thing he didn't know was if there were any cultivation techniques in this area in the Sect's Sutra library for Chen Fei to learn. After passing through a few mountain paths, they met some fellow disciples on the way. Both parties cupped their hands in greeting. Chen Fei also asked for directions. Finally, after some time, he saw a pavilion on a hill. It was quiet in front of the pavilion, but 100 meters away from the pavilion, there was a crowd. If you can't buy it, it's your loss. 1,000 yuan hand. You deserve it if you can't beat him. You have to run fast. Let your enemies always shout behind you as they chase you from 1,000 miles away. Just as he approached, Chen Fei heard the peddler's cries, which made him a little stunned. Chapter 100 Heart Origin Technique. Chapter 100 Heart Origin Technique. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei walked in front of a stall and found that there were all kinds of cultivation technique manuals on it. Seeing this scene, the scene of Kai Defke selling cultivation technique manuals in Pinyin County suddenly appeared in Chen Fei's mind. Senior brother, what do you want? The stall owner was extremely enthusiastic. Is this the Sutra library? Chen Fei pointed at the pavilion in the distance. Yes. This is the Sutra library. The stall owner looked at Chen Fei's puzzled expression and couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time senior brother has come to the Sutra library. Right, our secret manuals are all obtained from the outside, so they are different from those in the Sutra library. Moreover, we accept silver taels here, or bartering is also possible. Chen Fei nodded but still asked curiously. The sect allows you to set up a stall like this. I don't know about last time, but when I came here, this place was already like this. The stall owner was not old either. He scratched his head and said, Senior brother, have you been to the treasure depository? There are also stalls outside there, but they sell all kinds of weapons and sundries. Chen Fei was somewhat enlightened. It seemed that the sect did not specially open up a market, so they simply set up stalls in front of the two pavilions as the disciples wished. Senior brother, do you want to take a look at the secret manuals? Although the ones here are not as good as the ones in the Sutra library, they are cheaper and easier to learn. The stall owner pushed a secret manual at the stall. Roman 2. Is there anything that can strengthen one's mental defense? Chen Fei asked with an attitude of giving it a try. Yes. Senior brother, take a look at this one. The stall owner rummaged through the stall and took out a secret manual and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei took it and flipped through it. After a moment, he closed the secret manual and muttered to himself. There was only half a secret manual, but he could still see something. The effect was similar to the clear heart formula that Chen Fei was currently using. When cultivated to perfection, one could see through illusions to a certain extent and would not be easily tempted by strange things. If he had come across such a secret manual before coming to the immortal Cloud City, Chen Fei would have bought it without hesitation. Although it overlapped with the clear heart formula, it would be more powerful after fusing with it. But now, he was in the primordial sword sect, and such a secret manual was somewhat useless unless there was no better choice in the Sutra library. Roman 2. How much? Chen Fei asked. Roman 2. 500 taels. The stall owner said with a smile. Chen Fei nodded and returned the secret manual. Roman 2. Senior brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. If you think it's expensive, you can make a price. Seeing that Chen Fei was about to leave, the stall owner hurriedly said. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This tactic was so familiar. If he really bargained later, the stall owner would probably agree immediately. Chen Fei did not say anything. He waved his hand and walked into the Sutra library without looking at the other stalls. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the noise outside disappeared. There were many people in the Sutra library, but no one made a sound. It was extremely quiet. It was very similar to the library that Chen Fei saw in his previous life. Rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged. The bookshelves were not filled with real secret manuals, but detailed introductions to secret cultivation techniques. If you wanted to get the real secret manual, you had to go to this side of the door. There was a counter there. After the managing disciple registered you, the real secret manual would be handed to you. The Sutra library was divided into 4 areas: movement techniques, sword techniques, inner strength, and miscellaneous techniques. There were very few people in the inner strength area. The power of the origin connection technique was extraordinary, and it was connected to the other techniques of the primordial sword sect. Very few disciples would change their cultivation. Most disciples would stay in the sword technique and movement technique area. The master of each inner sect disciple could only teach a few movement techniques and sword techniques permitted by the sect. Not everything that the master knew could be taught. Thus, if one discovered that the cultivation technique was not compatible with one's body, one would have to go to the sutra library to look for it. This way, the importance of contribution points could be maintained. As for some disciples, they came here purely to broaden their horizons and did not necessarily have to exchange for any cultivation techniques. Shen Fei skipped the other areas and arrived at the miscellaneous arts area. There were many secret manuals here, other than sword techniques. All the weapon techniques were placed here. Of course, there were also pill recipes, refining techniques, and even zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They were all quite complicated. Chen Fei first went to the pill formula corner and took down the pill formula of the flying ascent pill. Taking a look at the price, 2 contribution points. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The price was much lower than he had imagined. The only thing was that the things learned here were not allowed to be spread without permission. If they were discovered, the consequences would be quite serious. After briefly reading the introduction of the flying ascent pill and finding that it was similar to what Chen Fei knew, Chen Fei put the book back. Chen Fei thought for a moment and found the formula for the meridian protecting pill. 1 contribution points. The price was still acceptable, just like what Chen Fei had planned. Time was a little tight now, so this kind of pill, with a small audience and medicinal ingredients that were hard to find, was not suitable for Chen Fei for the time being. Putting the book back, Chen Fei began to search for cultivation techniques that could strengthen his mind. After looking around, the bookshelf was too big. Chen Fei asked a fellow disciple and found a bookshelf in the corner. Chen Fei stepped forward to take a look, and his face could not help but reveal a trace of joy. There was actually more than half a bookshelf here that was filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals related to the mind. Originally, Chen Fei was worried that it would be difficult to obtain a book. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the foundation of the primordial sword sect. This was completely caused by Chen Fei's lack of knowledge. After all, he had just come from a small place where all the secret manuals were tightly sealed. Chen Fei began to flip through the first book in the upper right corner. He planned to check every single one of the mind's secret manuals here and finally determine what he needed. 2 hours passed quietly. The introduction of the 2 secret manuals left in Chen Fei's hands made him hesitate. The reason for his hesitation was very simple. He liked both books, but he did not have enough contribution points. Chen Fei could only choose one book to exchange. Heart Origin Technique. It was also known as the Heart Monkey Mantra, which could subdue one's body like how one would subdue an ape, constantly beating and unable to calm down. If one was successful in cultivation, they could remain calm at all times and clearly capture every thought in their body. It was similar to the clear heart formula, but the Heart Origin Technique was even more powerful. When cultivated to perfection, the Heart Origin Technique could use the power of one's thoughts to strengthen one's mind in preparation for the aperture tempering realm. Cultivating the aperture required a strong mind to be able to use it to measure the aperture points and open them. If one's mind was lacking, they wouldn't even be able to measure it, let alone open it. 500 contribution points. Chen Fei did not find this price too expensive. Instead, he felt that it was worth it. After all, if he could strengthen his mind now, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort when he cultivated to the aperture tempering state in the future. The only thing was that this cultivation technique was more of a gradual path. Even if he cultivated it to perfection, it would not be able to increase Chen Fei's ability to resist mental attacks. It required time, just like the growth of inner strength. Heart locking technique. Through a special method, one could compress one's mind. Although the total amount of his mind remained the same, The density of his mind had increased by quite a bit. Thus, his defense against mind attacks had naturally increased by quite a bit. Furthermore, as he cultivated to the later stages, due to the increase in the purity of his mind essence, he would be able to control it with ease. The only drawback was that it was extremely difficult to compress. It was difficult even to compress inner strength, let alone control one's mind. As a result, the difficulty of cultivating this heart-locking technique was similar to the heart origin technique, but it was much harder to get started. The heart origin technique was not easy to learn, but it was easier in comparison to the other. Heart-locking technique required 5 contribution points, if possible. Shen Fei hopes to exchange for both books. At that time, his mental capacity would increase again, and he would not let go of the purity. When he was preparing to measure his acupoints in the future, he would definitely be able to do it with ease. Unfortunately, he was short of points. Reality did not allow Chen Fei to have both, so he could only choose one first. To a certain extent, the clear heart formula can actually see through illusions. If I can increase my mental capacity, I might be able to increase the effects of the clear heart formula. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment before choosing the heart origin technique. He wanted to strengthen his mind first. After all, it would be more beneficial for the future. As for the heart-locking technique's ability to compress the mind, he could only wait until he had more contribution points. After making up his mind, Chen Fei came to the counter of the Sutra Depository. Exchange for the Flying Ascent Pill and the heart origin technique. Chen Fei handed over his waste token. The managing disciple glanced at Chen Fei. The two items were worth 7,500 contribution points. Most of the disciples in the visceral tempering realm would find it difficult to obtain so many contribution points. He did not expect that this bone tempering realm disciple in front of him would actually have so many contribution points. The managing disciple didn't ask much, nor did he give any reminders. He deducted the contribution points recorded in the waste token in a business-like manner, and at the same time, he asked someone to bring Chen Fei to a room. There were 2 secret manuals on the table. They were the recipe for the Flying Ascent Pill and the heart origin technique. What Chen Fei needed to do now was to copy the cultivation technique and take it away. In the future, if Chen Fei's cultivation method was discovered, a secret manual of this level might be leaked. At that time, Chen Fei's cultivation might be abolished, and he might be expelled from the sect. Therefore, most people would destroy the secret manual after they finished cultivating. 2 hours later, Chen Fei left the sutra library and returned to his room. Roman 2. Discovered pill formula. Do you want to spend 1,000 taels of silver to simplify the pill formula? The pill formula for the Flying Ascent Pill is being simplified. Simplification was successful. The recipe for the Flying Ascent Pill GT, the recipe for the Eternal Floating Pill. The result of this simplified version was not surprising. Chen Fei looked at the heart origin technique. After spending an hour trying out the heart origin technique, the results were still considered smooth. After all, he had the foundation of the clear heart formula. Cultivation method beginner heart origin technique 12,000. 11. Fuse clear heart formula and the heart origin technique. 11. Discovered the tranquil origin technique. Do you want to spend 5,000 taels of silver to simplify the tranquil origin technique? The tranquil origin technique is being simplified. The simplified version was successful. Tranquil origin technique GT tranquil heart technique. Cultivation method tranquil origin technique mastery 23,565,000. Chen Fei looked at the information displayed on the interface. Not only had the simplified version cost a lot more, but after the fusion, the proficiency had also undergone a huge change. Just the proficiency of the master level required 5 points. Fortunately, the difficulty of cultivation did not affect Chen Fei much after he simplified it. It was just the length of time spent. The matter of the cultivation technique was not over yet. Chen Fei took out the spirit tool comprehension that he had just obtained today. After spending an hour, Chen Fei finished reading the spirit tool comprehension. Chen Fei tried to operate it, but it was extremely obscure and failed immediately. Chen Fei was not in a hurry. He calmly spent more than 2 hours and finally succeeded in circulating it in his mind. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Characteristic Awakening. Chapter 101 Characteristic Awakening. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Cultivation Method Spiritual Tool Comprehension 13,000. As long as it's related to the mind, it's really much more difficult. The proficiency requirements are all different. Shen Fei looked at the interface and gave the order to simplify. Spiritual Tool Comprehension. Simplification was successful. Spiritual Tool Comprehension GT Painting Visualization Diagram. Shen Fei couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Spiritual Tool Comprehension was actually to use one's mind to copy a visualization picture. Now that he had simplified it, it had become a drawing. When had Shen Fei ever been timid about his speed? However, Shen Fei was still unable to farm proficiency points for Spirit Tool Comprehension. He was only a little bit away from completing the 3rd level of the Origin Connection technique. Shen Fei had to cultivate the Origin Connection technique first before doing anything else. After all, he still had to learn the 4th level of the Origin Connection technique tomorrow. Shen Fei opened his mouth and consumed a meridian protecting pill. In just a moment, a cool energy spread throughout his body. His inner strength began to circulate in the circulation road of the Origin Connection technique and began to surge in his meridians. His bones and muscles trembled, and his muscles tensed. This state lasted for more than 4 hours before it slowly stopped. Shen Fei opened his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. He had perfected the 3rd level of the Origin Connection technique. Shen Fei stood up and stood in the room. A longbow instantly appeared in Shen Fei's hand. The force in his body moved, and a force that was far more powerful than usual suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's body. Tremendous strength. Shen Fei held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. The longbow that required a lot of strength to draw was now easily drawn. Shen Fei began to draw the bow and then relax quickly. After dozens of times, Shen Fei did not feel tired at all, and the surging power in his body showed no signs of exhaustion. According to the records of the cultivation technique, once the awakening of the tremendous strength characteristic was activated, it could last for 15 minutes. During this period of time, as long as he didn't use too much strength, it wouldn't cause his strength to weaken. This bow is a little weak. When the time comes, I can prepare a stronger bow in the space grid. Shen Fei had a smile on his face. With the appearance of the tremendous strength characteristic, the increase in Shen Fei's combat strength became very obvious. However, this was far from over. There were still the 4th and 5th stages of the Origin Connection technique. The 5th stage could awaken the iron bones, which was another powerful characteristic. There were still 2 half-spirit weapons. As long as Shen Fei maxed out his proficiency in the understanding of spirit weapons, he would be able to use these 2 half-spirit weapons. Thinking of this, Shen Fei put away the bow and came to the desk. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones here for a long time. Besides the disciples of the primordial sword sect, many ordinary people and warriors with low cultivation levels served the disciples. Shen Fei ground the ink for a while and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did he have to use ink? He could have just used water. Thinking of this, Shen Fei took the brush, dipped it in the water beside him, and began to draw a pattern on the paper. As a martial artist and a martial artist who wielded swords, Shen Fei's hand was very steady. Thus, Shen Fei drew out the pattern required by the Spirit Tool Comprehension in one stroke. Spiritual Tool Comprehension 1. Shen Fei looked at the notification on the interface and smiled. The method was feasible. Then there was nothing much to say for the rest of the time. He just needed to put his head down and get to it. Shen Fei didn't sleep the entire night. He kept drawing pictures and even used a few basins of water. Shen Fei only stopped when the sun rose in the morning. Shen Fei stretched his body lazily, and his muscles and bones made cracking sounds. This kind of all-nighter was slightly more tiring than cultivating inner strength techniques. However, for the current Shen Fei, it was not too much of a problem for him to persist for a few days. At most, he would find some time to catch up on his sleep, and his body would recover. In the future, as Shen Fei's cultivation realm increased, his endurance would become stronger and stronger. It was estimated that there would not be much of a problem even if he stayed up all night. Cultivation method spiritual tool comprehension proficiency 587,910,000. It was still early, and Kai Defeng had not arrived yet. Chen Fei put away his pen and paper, took out the receival bead from his bosom, and placed it in front of his eyes. Shan Fei did not feel much of the so-called vital Kai after carrying the receival bead with him the entire day yesterday. At most, he would feel that the place where the receival bead was placed would have a trace of imperceptible coolness. However, Chen Fei did not feel that the trace of vital Kai was helpful to his body. However, on the interface, the growth of his inner strength had indeed increased a little. This was not a lot, but it should still have some effect over the years. Chen Fei looked at the receival bead and quickly visualized the totem in his mind. In the next moment, the entire receival bead underwent a huge change in Chen Fei's eyes. The earthen yellow color had long disappeared. Instead, it had turned into a huge halo that trapped Chen Fei within. Chen Fei looked around and realized that the furnishings in the room had long disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a misty area. The fog surrounded the surroundings, and Chen Fei could not see far away. Chen Fei lowered his head to look at himself and realized that he had not changed much. He was still the same as before. Is this place in my mind, or am I imagining it? Chen Fei was a little puzzled, but he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind because, at just that moment, Chen Fei felt a sense of fatigue in his mind. One had to know that after staying up for an entire night, Chen Fei did not feel much. However, in just a short period of time, his mind was exhausted. Retract, Chen Fei shouted in a low voice. The pattern in his mind flashed, and the light circle surrounding his body trembled slightly. The surrounding fog was attracted, and threads of it were pulled into the light circle. As soon as the mist, or vital Kai, entered Chen Fei's body, the origin connection technique in his body began to circulate automatically. Swallowing the mist, a feeling of floating appeared in Chen Fei's heart. The feeling of absorbing vital Kai actually made Chen Fei's body feel happy. Normally, when one cultivated inner strength, although it was not uncomfortable, at most, one would feel a sense of fulfillment. He had never felt such an addictive feeling before. At the same time, Chen Fei's gradually exhausted mind also received some relief. His mind was still being consumed, but the rate of consumption was beginning to slow down. If Chen Fei could only last for 15 minutes just now, then with the absorption of vital Kai, he should be able to last a little longer. In this feeling that seemed to last until the end of time, time passed in the blink of an eye. A tearing feeling suddenly came from his mind and dragged Chen Fei into reality. Chen Fei's face was slightly pale, his body was not feeling unwell, and his mind was aching. Clearly, he had overused his mind. As the saying goes, there is no day and night in caves. Those with truly profound cultivation levels can probably live just by absorbing vital Kai. Chen Fei's stomach, which had been a little hungry in the morning, now felt full. It was probably the effect of the vital Kai. Chen Fei subconsciously looked at the interface. When he saw the information about the bone tempering realm on the interface, his eyes could not help but widen slightly. In less than 15 minutes just now, Chen Fei's inner strength cultivation actually directly increased by 300 points. What kind of concept was this? Chen Fei usually swallowed 7 eternal floating pills a day. Coupled with the increase in inner strength that came with the circulation of the origin connection technique, his cultivation base only increased by 200 points in a day. In less than 15 minutes, the absorption of vital Kai had directly caught up and surpassed the cultivation growth that Chen Fei had obtained every day. According to Chen Fei's original estimation, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the marrow tempering realm within a year as he continued to cultivate the origin connection technique. If the effects of the 4th and 5th stages of the origin connection technique were obvious, the time would be shortened, but it would still take 7 or 8 months. But now, the appearance of the receival bead had directly shortened this time by half. Chen Fei could break through to the marrow tempering realm within 3 to 4 months. No, it could be a little earlier. The spirit tool comprehension was only at the master level. As long as Chen Fei cultivated this technique to great completion, he would definitely consume less mental energy to control the receival bead. In turn, the time he used the receival bead would be extended. Moreover, Chen Fei had a cultivation technique, the tranquil origin technique, which was a cultivation technique that specialized in strengthening the mind. As he cultivated, Chen Fei would continue to control the receival bead for a longer period of time. The only problem now was that this receival bead didn't seem to be very useful. Chen Fei looked at the receival bead in his hand. It had gone from its original earthen yellow color to now being wrinkled as if it had lost its moisture content. Clearly, there was a limit to the usage of the receival bead. Now, he had to wait for the receival bead to recover on its own. Thinking back to what Feng Xiupu had said, the receival bead had less than 10 of its effect on the aperture points. Chen Fei let out a regretful sigh. If he could have more receival beads on hand and use them in turn, Chen Fei's cultivation would be able to usher in a burst of power if he had enough mental strength. Unfortunately, Chen Fei only had one receival bead, and no one would lend it to him because everyone needed it. After an hour, Chen Fei's headache was slightly relieved. Chen Fei did not waste any time and continued to draw the pattern. Since he knew the effects of the receival bead, Chen Fei had no reason to be lazy. He naturally spent every bit of time first cultivating the spirit tool comprehension to great completion. At that time, he would use the receival bead to its limit every day. According to his estimation, he would be able to break through to the marrow tempering realm in 3 to 4 months. There was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Fei was drawing non-stop when a knock on the door pulled him back. Chen Fei looked up at the sky outside the window and knew that Kai Defeng had arrived. Opening the door, Chen Fei looked at Kai Defeng, who was outside the door, and suddenly frowned slightly. What's wrong? Kai Defeng held the medicine packet and looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. Why did your complexion become worse? Did you go to the drunken red pavilion again? A few days ago, Chen Fei had been busy healing his injuries. Moreover, they had seen each other every day, so he didn't feel anything. But today, after a day, Chen Fei immediately realized something was wrong with Kai Defeng's condition. No matter how much he strolled around the drunken red pavilion, a martial artist in the bone-tempering realm would not have become so weak. Kai Defeng's current aura gave Chen Fei the feeling that he was not even as strong as a martial artist in the body-tempering realm. He was too weak. I was panting hard just running back here. I even specially took a break just now. Kai Defeng also felt that something was strange. He didn't pay attention to it just now. Now that Chen Fei reminded him, he also realized that something was wrong. As for the drunken red pavilion, Kai Defeng had not been there for a few days. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Furnace Chapter 102 Furnace Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation Do you have any other discomforter? Chen Fei looked at Kai Defeng and asked. Other than feeling a little weaker physically, everything else is actually fine. In fact, my spirit is even better than before. The only thing is that sometimes I want to go to the drunken red pavilion. Kai Defeng thought for a moment and said. Chen Fei frowned slightly. From the symptoms alone, it did not seem like there was any problem. It was just a manifestation of excessive indulgence. However, Kai Defeng's current physical condition was not completely explainable. You went to the drunken red pavilion to find the same person? Chen Fei asked. Yes, Kai Defeng nodded. Thinking of that enchanting figure. Kai Defeng grinned. Do you think there's a possibility that you've been used as a furnace? Chen Fei thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen such a record somewhere, but he could not remember it for a moment. However, Kai Defeng's current state was very similar to this one. However, if he was used as a furnace, the effect would be even more exaggerated. He might be crippled after 1 or 2 times. Kai Defeng could now run and jump, and he could still think about his lower body, but it didn't feel like it. Furnace. Kai Defeng's expression changed slightly, and he said, Drunken Red Pavilion is a place for business. How dare they do such a thing? You didn't die immediately inside, so what's there to be afraid of? Chen Fei said in a low voice. Even if you go and cause trouble like this, they probably wouldn't admit to anything. It's more likely that others will think that you are not good at it. Kai Defeng's face darkened. How could someone say that he was incapable if he used this reason to make a fuss? Others would probably laugh at him, and there would be no other outcome. If it was really the drunken red pavilion, I reckon that they would treat you like this because they feel that you have no one to rely on. Kai Defeng had quite a bit of money. For a business like the drunken red pavilion, they would naturally not show mercy when they encountered a fat lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, with Kai Defeng's symptoms, it's hard to say that the drunken red pavilion caused it. Then I won't go in the future. Kai Defeng didn't think of making a scene. It didn't have much meaning. And he couldn't make a scene. To be able to open such a shop in the immortal Cloud City, the background of the drunken red pavilion must be shocking. Kai Defeng was at the bone-tempering realm, and many of the guards in the drunken red house had higher cultivation levels than Kai Defeng. If they really went to make a scene, they would either be thrown out or captured in secret. No matter what, if Kai Defeng went to the drunken red pavilion like this, he would not be able to obtain any good results. You haven't been there for a few days, but your complexion is getting worse. I'm afraid it won't be resolved simply by not going. Shen Fei looked at Kai Defeng's dark circles that were already completely prominent. He thought for a moment and said, "Go find Senior Guo and ask him if he has any ideas." In the primordial sword sect, Shen Fei could only look for Guo Linshan. As for Feng Xiupu, Shen Fei's own matters were still manageable, but Kai Defeng's matter was, after all, separated by a person. They came to Guo Linshan's house. Guo Linshan was surprised to sack them. Guo Linshan was quite familiar with Kai Defeng. After all, they had stayed together in the immortal Cloud City a few days ago. "What's wrong in the house?" Guo Linshan poured a cup of tea for the two of them. He might have been used as a furnace. Shen Fei pointed at Kai Defeng and briefly explained the situation. Kai Defeng smiled awkwardly. This kind of thing was not pleasant to hear, especially when he was used as a furnace by the people of the drunken red pavilion. It was somewhat embarrassing. After listening to Shen Fei's explanation, Guo Linshan raised his eyebrows slightly. He used his strength to examine Kai Defeng's body and indeed found signs of his life force being exhausted. If this trend was not stopped, Kai Defeng might become old beyond recognition in a few months. "Is there a way to treat it?" Seeing Guo Linshan's expression, Kai Defeng asked nervously. He did not have to worry about money living in such a prosperous place like the immortal Cloud City now that he was helping Shen Fei. Under the circumstances of not pursuing martial arts cultivation, Kai Defeng could be said to be living quite comfortably. If he were to tell him at this time that such good days would never come again, Kai Defeng would truly be reluctant. It's a little difficult. If you try to resolve it forcefully, your cultivation will probably fall directly to the body-tempering realm. Guo Linshan thought about it for a moment. Although Guo Linshan was not good at medicine, Kai Defeng's condition was not an illness. Instead, he was under the influence of a secret technique. If he didn't follow the routine and forcefully removed it, Kai Defeng wouldn't die, but the losses would be a little heavy. Kai Defeng's expression changed slightly. He had no expectations for his martial cultivation, but he did not want his cultivation to drop by one level. Sither. This meant that one's essence, spirit, and soul would be damaged. Moreover, in order to cultivate to the bone-tempering realm back then, he had to endure countless hardships. "Are you going to look for the people from the drunken red pavilion?" Shen Fei asked. "Yes. It's best to find that person and discuss it with her. Then, there won't be any problems." Guo Linshan nodded. Shen Fei turned to look at Kai Defeng. Kai Defeng also exchanged glances with Shen Fei. "Her name is Bai Xinghui." Kai Defeng couldn't help but sigh. After all, it was just a one-night stand. He didn't expect it to be this serious. "Let's go. I'll accompany you. I hope to spend some money to resolve this matter," Guo Linshan said with a smile. He was a visceral tempering realm martial artist, and he was also an inner sect disciple of the primordial sword sect. His status held some weight, and he hoped that it would have some effect. "Thank you." Senior brother Shen Fei cupped his hands. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Guo." Kai Defeng wanted to bow and salute, but Guo Linshan held him up. "We haven't finished our business yet. Moreover, there's no need for this between us." Guo Linchen waved his hand and said with a smile. Chen Fei and the other two did not delay and immediately set off for the immortal Cloud City. Oh right. Junior brother. Have you reached the peak of the third stage of the origin connection technique on the way? Guo Linchen suddenly asked. Yes. I completed my cultivation last night and awakened the great strength characteristic. Chen Fei nodded. Guo Linchen nodded with envy in his eyes. Anyone would be envious of his comprehension ability. The key was that Chen Fei was very diligent. Guo Linchen had been stimulated by Chen Fei recently, so he worked especially hard in his cultivation. It's best if you activate the tremendous strength characteristic once a day. The more it was used, the longer the duration of the tremendous strength characteristic would be. Guo Linchen shared his experience. All characteristics like this. Chen Fei thought of the special state of the tranquil heart technique. Almost. If you use it more often, your body will remember that state. It was said that there was someone in the sect who could maintain the state of iron bones at all times without weakening. Guo Linchen nodded. Chen Fei's brows twitched slightly. Who could actually do this? Chen Fei thought of the feeling when he activated tremendous strength yesterday, as well as the characteristics of the tranquil heart techniques. It seemed that when he used them, the two had a commonality. However, he needed to study it quietly or ask Feng Xiupu directly. Feng Xiupu should know something. After all, he was an aperture tempering state expert back then. The three of them ran at full speed, and soon, they arrived at the Drunken Red Pavilion. Compared to the bright lights and heavy traffic at night, the Drunken Red Pavilion was relatively deserted during the day. Many customers were probably still asleep and were still in their sweet dreams. During the day, the Drunken Red Pavilion was also open as usual. At night, they exchanged cups and drank wine, singing and dancing. During the day, they drank tea and listened to music. We are looking for a lady. After taking a scat and serving tea, Guo Linchen turned to look at the maid. This kind of thing was to get straight to the point and find the main person. May I know who you were looking for? Bai Xinghui. Is she here? Kai Defeng took out 5 taels of silver and pushed it in front of the maid. Yes. I will go and call Sister Bai over for you. The maid kept this silver without leaving a trace, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. A moment later, a maid brought a woman over. She was a middle-aged woman, and her charm was still there, even though she did not look young. Her figure and appearance were still first class. Chen Fei glanced at her. Kai Defeng had good taste. Oh, it's you. I've missed you for a long time. Bai Xinghui's eyes lit up when she saw Kai Defeng. She naturally sat beside him and snuggled into his embrace. She picked up a grape from the table, peeled it, and put it into Kai Defeng's mouth. Kai Defeng naturally opened his mouth and swallowed the grape. Only then did he realize what he was here for today, and his face could not help but darken. Aren't the grapes sweet? Then I'll pour some sweet tea for you. Bai Xinghui saw Kai Defeng's expression and couldn't help but smile. She poured a cup of tea into her mouth, and then, without any hesitation, she was about to kiss Kai Defeng's mouth. Chen Fei was stunned as he watched from the side. Good heavens! Forget Kai Defeng. If it were any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. The key was that Bai Xinghui's actions, gestures, language, and expressions were all too natural and intimate. It was as if Kai Defeng was the only person in Bai Xinghui's world who could withstand this. One have something to ask you. Kai Defeng swallowed his saliva and avoided Bai Xinghui's head as he spoke with a solemn expression. Yes. Bai Xinghui twisted her body as if she didn't have any bones. She was so alluring that people couldn't help but want to embrace her and dote on her. Bai Xinghui looked at Kai Defeng lovingly. She wanted Kai Defeng to drink this sweet tea. There was even a hint of desire in her eyes. I'm talking business with you. It was as if a surge of desire rushed straight to his head. Kai Defeng closed his eyes and opened them again, suppressing this desire. Kai Defeng was not a pervert, let alone now that he knew that there was something wrong with his body. Although Bai Xinghui's appearance made people drool, Kai Defeng still relied on his willpower to resist. Moreover, that sudden desire just now was definitely not normal. Oh, what do you want to talk to me about? Seeing Kai Defeng's firm attitude, Bai Xinghui swallowed the tea in her mouth. However, She seemed to drink too quickly, and a little tea flowed out of her mouth, making her drool. Am I being treated as a furnace by you? Kai Defeng looked at Bai Xinghui and asked. Master, that's not funny at all. Bai Xinghui covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. She glanced at Kai Defeng and said, I'm just an ordinary woman. How can I treat you as a furnace? Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Reincarnation of a Powerful Being. Chapter 103 Reincarnation of a Powerful Being. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Ever since Brother Kai came here, there has been a problem with his body. Guo Linshan spoke up. Let's not talk about the other matters for now. As long as Miss Bai is willing to undo the secret technique, everything can be discussed. Sir, there are many things that you shouldn't say. Bai Xinghui sat up straight and smiled at Guo Linshan. I don't understand what you're saying. If this is why you're here for me, I'm afraid I can't help you. I've spent a lot of money to look for you a few times, and I've never been stingy with my rewards. Even if we don't have any feelings for each other and treat it as a transaction, you can't harm me like this. Kai Defeng looked at Bai Xinghui and said in a deep voice. He came to the drunken red pavilion to spend money to buy happiness. He had had a good time, but such a terrible thing had happened. Miss Bai, once you undo the secret technique, we will treat everything as if nothing ever happened. Guo Linshan said. There was no point in pursuing it. The right path was to resolve the matter. Moreover, the drunken red pavilion had a powerful background. Since the losses were not great, it would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Master, are you threatening me? Bai Xinghui laughed and clapped her hands. A few figures appeared behind her. Bai Xinghui looked at Guo Linshan and the others and smiled. If you're here to find happiness, I'm willing to serve you wholeheartedly. But if you're here to cause trouble, then forgive me for asking others for help. Guo Linshan looked at the people behind Bai Xinghui. They were all at the marrow tempering realm, so Guo Linshan didn't care about their strength. However, if they really fought later, they would not be marrow tempering realm martial artists. Miss Bai, we came here today to discuss. If you have any conditions, you can actually state them. Chen Fei frowned slightly. A place like the drunken red pavilion only sought money. As long as he had enough money, the problem should be solved. After all, Kai Defeng did not have anything that attracted people's attention. In the end, he was just an ordinary bone-tempering martial artist. Moreover, he was a middle-aged man who had no hope of advancing on the path of martial arts. In this situation, what else could he be interested in other than the money of the late wind? Ha ha! Bai Xinghui covered her mouth and chuckled. She glanced at Chen Fei and then turned to Kai Defeng. What conditions can I have? I just hope that you can come here every day. As Bai Xinghui spoke, she caressed Kai Defeng's face with her slender hands and said, I'm sure you still like me. If you feel uncomfortable, you can share your worries with me. Okay. Following Bai Xinghui's words, Kai Defeng's eyes slowly turned bloodshot. His body trembled slightly as if he had an instinctive urge to pounce on Bai Xinghui. Bai Xinghui smiled even more happily when she saw Kai Defeng suppressing his urges. The more Bai Xinghui laughed, the more Kai Defeng's body trembled. Miss Bai, this is a little too much. Guo Linshan snorted coldly. A stream of energy pierced into Kai Defeng's body, and Kai Defeng's trembling body instantly calmed down. Kai Defeng leaned back in his chair and panted heavily. Just now, Kai Defeng thought that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just a little bit more. That kind of attack that was completely controlled by his body's instincts would have broken through all of Kai Defeng's defenses. It seems that you don't need my company. Then forgive me for taking my leave first. Bai Xinghui smiled and bowed to Chen Fei and the other two before leaving. The few guards coldly glanced at Chen Fei and the others before disappearing from their spots. It seems that she plans to string you along for the rest of her life. Guo Linshan looked at Kai Defeng and could not help but sigh. No matter what she said just now, Bai Xinghui didn't reveal anything. It was obvious that she was prepared so that you wouldn't be able to hold anything against her. Furthermore, Bai Xinghui had already figured out Kai Defeng's background. It was completely impossible. She wanted to completely devour him, so she definitely wouldn't let you die. How would she earn money if you died? To put it nicely, It was a long-term meal ticket. If you don't like it, it's robbery. It's fine. I'd rather have my cultivation fall than be manipulated by her. Kai Defeng's face was somewhat pale. Since it couldn't be resolved peacefully, then he might as well do it the hard way. Kai Defeng considered himself to be an experienced person who hunted wild geese all day long. He never thought that one day he would be pecked in the eye by a wild goose. It could only be said that in a place like the immortal Cloud City, Kai Defeng had somewhat let down his guard, which was why he had silently fallen into the trap. Shen Fei frowned. He had just come to spend money to seek pleasure, but others had actually set him up. Why was there danger everywhere? If you can raise your cultivation to the marrow tempering realm, you won't have to fear the secret technique, Guo Linshan said in a low voice. Bai Xinghui's cultivation level was not high, and someone in the marrow refining realm could easily remove the secret technique she planted. Kai Defeng laughed bitterly. He was now a middle-aged man, and he had broken through to the bone tempering realm by chance. Now that his body was on the decline, it was easier said than done to advance to the next level in his martial arts realm. Is Bai Xinghui the only one who can remove this technique? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. Normally, yes. However, if an aperture refinement expert was willing to help, they could use the power of the spirit tempering technique to dispel this technique easily. Guo Linshan thought for a moment and said, cultivating the aperture required the power of the mind to measure and develop the aperture points. The power of the mind was extremely pure and refined. It could even find the illusory existence of the aperture points. It was simply too easy to use it to solve a secret technique. However, if they had a relationship with a cultivator in that state, they would not need to go through Bai Xinghui. As long as they mentioned it, Drunken Red Pavilion would have to give them some face. So there was no need to go through so much trouble. Of course, the Primordial Sword Sect had aperture tempering stage cultivators. But how could those elders help an outsider? If Feng Ziupa's cultivation level hadn't fallen, he would have been able to do it. However, now that his cultivation had regressed back to the visceral tempering realm, his mental strength had also shrunk, and he only retained a bit of the strength of the aperture tempering realm. If he wanted to help Kai Defeng remove the secret technique, he would probably have to expend an enormous amount of energy. Is there anything specific things to take note of? Chen Fei suddenly asked. Chen Fei thought about it. Although Chen Fei was limited by his cultivation, the amount and quality of his mind power were very ordinary, but because of the tranquil heart technique and the spirit tool comprehension, Chen Fei was actually quite flexible when controlling the power of his mind. This was especially true for the spirit tool comprehension technique. It was to train the power of the mind and then use those half-spirit tools. After cultivating the spirit tool comprehension to the proficient level, Chen Fei's control over the power of the mind was already much stronger than before. If he cultivated this technique to great completion, perhaps he could resolve this. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. Could it be that Chen Fei still wanted to do it himself? Chen Fei didn't say anything. He called the two of them to leave the Drunken Red Pavilion. The three of them returned to the courtyard they rented. Chen Fei took out the receival bead when they entered the room. Guo Linshan took a look at the receival bead, and his eyes could not help but slowly widen. Guo Linshan was all too familiar with the shriveled appearance of the receival bead. It was a sign that the receival bead's power was almost exhausted. However, after a day, the receival pearl would automatically absorb vital Kai and recover. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Chen Fei had just obtained the secret manual of spirit tool comprehension yesterday. Then, he had mastered it that night and used the receival bead. How could he have exhausted the receival bead to such an extent? What kind of learning speed was this? What kind of comprehension was this? Guo Linshan had always overestimated Chen Fei's comprehension ability, but Chen Fei had given him a great shock time and time again. How could a true disciple have such comprehension if the disciples of the Primordial Sword Sect were so exaggerated? The Primordial Sword Sect would surpass the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Junior brother, do you sometimes have strange thoughts in your head? Or do you realize that you're a very powerful person in your dreams? Guo Linshan suddenly asked mysteriously. What do you mean? Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan strangely. What did he mean by dreaming that he was a very powerful person? Chen Fei often dreamed of his previous life. That's right. I suspect that you're the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Ha ha ha. Guo Linshan laughed at the end of his sentence. There was no other meaning. He was simply shocked by Chen Fei's talent. And then he had such a strange idea. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth twitched. What kind of idea was this? That immortal cloud sword sect did not accept you. It's really... Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei. He felt pity for Chen Fei. But at the same time, he felt a strange sense of relief. The conditions of the immortal cloud sword sect were undoubtedly much better than those of the primordial sword sect. For example, they had the standard issue receival bead, as well as many other good things that the primordial sword sect did not have. Based on Guo Linshan's observation of Chen Fei's comprehension ability, if he could start from the immortal cloud sword sect, it wouldn't take long for Chen Fei to shine. The starting point of the primordial sword sect was undoubtedly much lower, and the amount they could give was also much less. However, Guo Linshan was very happy that Chen Fei had entered the primordial sword sect. This meant that there might be a top expert in the primordial sword sect in the future who could carry the entire primordial sword sect forward. Moreover, only Feng Zhipu knew about Chen Fei's comprehension ability. As long as he kept it a secret, Chen Fei would be able to grow as quickly as possible while he was still weak. He would not have to worry about dying halfway. Senior brother Guo, let's get down to business. How do I use my mind power to undo this secret technique? Chen Fei asked in a low voice. I don't know the exact method either. The general process is to use your core soul energy to sense the secret technique, and then remove it. Guo Linshan gestured. Kai Defeng looked at Guo Linshan. It was like he had said something without saying anything. Chen Fei also looked at Guo Linshan with the same gaze. Ha ha ha. I'll give it a try first. My mental strength has been quite good recently. Feeling a little awkward under the gazes of Chen Fei and the other two, Guo Linshan let Kai Defeng sit properly, and then placed a hand on Kai Defeng's wrist. Kai Defeng felt an external force circulating in his body, and finally stopping at his abdomen as if it was searching for something. A moment later, Guo Linshan's forehead began to sweat. After some time, Guo Linshan opened his eyes, his face pale. I found it. It's probably at this location. The force is too rough and can only be solved by force. However, my core soul energy isn't precise enough, so I can only vaguely see the segments and can't unravel them. Guo Linshan said tersely. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Essence Kai Invigorating the Body. Chapter 104 Essence Kai Invigorating the Body. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei's brows twitched slightly. He stepped forward curiously and placed his hand on Kai Defeng's wrist. In his mind, he followed the method of spirit tool comprehension and mobilized his mental strength. Together with his own strength, he entered Kai Defeng's body. Very soon, Shen Fci discovered a seed-shaped force in Kai Defeng's abdomen. This kind of force was not his own, but at this moment, it was deeply entangled with the surrounding flesh and even Kai Defeng's own force. Under the vision of the core soul energy, this seed seemed quite exquisite. It was really impossible to cut off the connection between the seed and Kai Defeng by relying on force without any special methods. If he were to cut it head-on, Kai Defeng's strength and physical body would be greatly damaged. It was as Guo Linshan had estimated. He would directly drop a realm, and his physical body would even be inferior to an ordinary body tempering realm. However, if it was not dealt with, this seed would still continue to absorb Kai blood and force to strengthen itself. It was equivalent to a slow death. From what had happened in the Drunken Red Pavilion, this seed was completely under Bai Xinghui's control. If the other party had the intention to kill Kai Defeng, they just had to make the seed explode, and Kai Defeng would either die or be crippled. Impressive. A moment later, Chen Fei opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. This seed was really powerful. Just looking at its structure, the level of the secret technique was probably not low. It was unknown if this was Bai Xinghui's personal doing, or if all the women in the Drunken Red Pavilion knew how to do this, and then decided who to plant the seed in. How is it? Guo Linshan asked. I can't untie it either. Chen Fei shook his head. and Kai Defeng's expression darkened. This feeling of being controlled by someone and by a prostitute, no less, was really terrible. The key was that the other party was clearly trying to eat up every bit of value on him. He'll just force it out. It's just a drop in realm. In any case, I don't have any ambition in martial arts. Kai Defeng forced a smile. Don't worry. He'll try again in a few days. Chen Fei smiled and waved his hand. You can also go next door to look for Senior C later. Perhaps he can help you with his methods. Kai Defeng's eyes couldn't help but light up with the mysterious nature of the resisting evil lineage. Perhaps there really was a way to remove it. At the thought of this, Kai Defeng thanked Chen Fei and rushed out. Kai Defeng didn't go next door immediately. Instead, he went to the street to buy some presents, especially snacks that children love to eat, before he paid a visit. An hour later, Kai Defeng returned. His face was no longer as gloomy as before. Is it solved? Guo Linshan looked at Kai Defeng's expression and asked in surprise. Was this evil resistor so skilled in using his core soul energy? I didn't. But old master used a secret technique to seal this thing. Kai Defeng said with a smile. How long can it last? Chen Fei asked curiously. It was very difficult to maintain something like a seal in the human body. 3 months. You can look for old master C again after 3 months. But then it can only be sealed for 2 months then. It will become more and more difficult to seal in the future. Guo Linshan nodded. This seal was a temporary solution. Old Master C said that if it really doesn't work in the end, he can help remove this seed. My cultivation will still regress, but he should be able to stabilize it at the initial stage of the bone-tempering realm. Kai Defeng grinned. As long as he didn't completely fall into the body-tempering realm, Kai Defeng felt that he could still accept it. That's great. It seems that you will be fine in the short term. I will practice my mind power for the next few days and see if there is any other way. Chen Fei also smiled. This matter was more than half resolved. However, that was only half of it. The culprit, Bai Xinghui, was still safe and sound in the drunken red pavilion. This feeling of suffering a loss in silence and not being able to get back at it was too terrible. Most importantly, Bai Xinghui was usually active in the immortal Cloud City, and she would always have a few guards by her side. It was very difficult to kidnap someone on the street, and the impact would be extremely bad. Drunken Red Pavilion would probably send their best fighters. After all, they had touched their young lady, and it was in the immortal Cloud City. If the Drunken Red Pavilion did not react, the others would probably look down on them. At that time, the Drunken Red Pavilion would operate at full force even if it was just to intimidate them. Therefore, logically speaking, this matter could only be taken as a lesson and swallowed back. Chen Fei ground his teeth. He thought about the seed in Kai Defeng's body and had an idea in his mind. However, he could not implement it now. He needed to have the ability to control his own core soul energy more precisely. Kai Defeng stayed in the immortal Cloud City while Chen Fei and Guo Linshan returned to the primordial sword sect. Master, disciple requests an audience. Chen Fei came to the courtyard of Feng Xiupu and cupped his hands. Come in. Feng Xiupu was in the courtyard. When he saw Chen Fei enter, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Have you finished cultivating the 3rd stage of the origin connection technique? Yes. I've cultivated it to perfection. Chen Fei nodded and activated the characteristics huge strength. Chen Fei's figure slightly expanded, and his muscles looked even colder and more stylish. Good. Feng Xiupu laughed loudly when he saw Chen Fei activate the special characteristics of his cultivation technique. Although Chen Fei had said that he would be able to cultivate the 3rd level of the origin connection technique to perfection today, Feng Xiupu was still somewhat uncertain about the specifics. It was just that it was too fast, so fast that it was somewhat unreal. Come over here. I'll explain to you the cultivation method for the 4th stage of the origin connection technique. Feng Xiupu waved his hand, and Chen Fei hurriedly sat on the stone chair. After spending nearly 4 hours, Feng Xiupu was worried that Chen Fei might have missed out on something. So he repeated the 4th stage of the origin connection technique twice before stopping. If you have any questions, you can raise them now, Feng Xiupu said patiently. I have no more doubts. Thank you. Master. For imparting strength, Chen Fei stood up and bowed. Cultivation method origin connection technique stage 4 112,000. The proficiency requirement was doubled compared to the third level. However, with a meridian protecting pill, Chen Fei would be able to cultivate the fourth level to perfection in about 10 days. At that time, he would be able to look forward to seeing how the fourth level of the origin connection technique would help his inner strength cultivation. Feng Zipu smiled and waved his hand, signaling Chen Fei to sit down again. Martial arts cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat, Feng Zipu warned, mainly because he was afraid that the young man would become complacent. I understand. Chen Fei nodded. He recalled what Guo Linshan had said about the characteristics and quickly asked Feng Zipu, Master, the characteristics obtained from our cultivation techniques have a time limit. According to senior brother Guo, some people could ignore this restriction and keep using the characteristic. This was equivalent to turning an active skill into a passive skill. There was no need to activate it, and a casual attack would be a skill. It was simply a bloody profit. Those in the body tempering realm can't do this. At most, they can extend the time. If you want to do what you said, you have to reach the aperture tempering realm. Feng Zipu shook his head and said, the aperture tempering realm can rely on the mental energy to solidify the characteristics into the apertures. Chen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It could really be like this. However, it was too early for Chen Fei to involve his apertures. After you've familiarized yourself with the spirit tool comprehension technique, you can use your mental strength a little. In the future, if you encounter danger and want to extend the duration of the characteristic, you can consider adding his mental power. Feng Zipu looked at Chen Fei with a serious expression. However, you must remember not to use this method unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will easily hurt your mind. If your mind were injured, it would be extremely difficult for you to break through to the aperture tempering realm in the future. As Feng Zipu spoke, he taught Chen Fei some tricks. Chen Fei learned it in one go. Feng Zipu didn't want to mention this method, but sometimes, people would inevitably encounter danger, even fatal danger. At that time, it was undoubtedly a little pedantic to consider the future. At this moment, having a desperate move was much better than waiting for death to arrive. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei left Feng Zipu's courtyard and returned to his own house. First, he refined all the medicinal herbs that Kai Defeng had sent over in the morning into the eternal floating pill. At the same time, he also increased his proficiency in the flying ascent pill by quite a bit. Following that, Chen Fei swallowed the meridian protecting pill and frantically cultivated the origin connection technique. After 6 hours, Chen Fei took advantage of the break to start drawing the pattern of the spirit tool comprehension. Apart from eating and defecating, he did not rest for even a moment. From the evening until the next morning, when Kai Defeng came to visit, he finally stopped. Seeing Kai Defeng again, Kai Defeng's expression became much better, and the dark circles under his eyes also returned to normal. After handing over some medicinal pills and herbs, Chen Fei walked around the sect. After relieving himself, he returned to his room and began to cultivate. This kind of non-stop cultivation continued for 3 days and 3 nights until spirit tool comprehension was officially cultivated to great completion. Chen Fei held the receival bead in his hand, and the visualization image in his mind flashed slightly. The receival bead turned into a circle of light and surrounded Chen Fei. Chen Fei's mind moved, and the vital energy outside the light circle instantly surged over, rushing into Chen Fei's body. The circle of light formed by the receival pearl shattered, and the scene around Chen Fei returned to normal. Chen Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to anything else. At this moment, he was frantically circulating the origin connection technique, refining the vital energy in his body one by one, turning it into his own inner strength. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked at the interface. A smile appeared on his face. His inner strength increased by more than 500 points. The price he paid was that he had used up more than half of his core soul energy. And at the same time, the receival bead seemed to have turned into a withered wood bead. Chen Fei had used the spirit tool comprehension at the consummate level and circulated it at full force, instantly activating the receival bead's greatest ability, relying on a siphoning effect. He absorbed an additional portion of vital energy back. The receival bead wasn't damaged, and Chen Fei absorbed a portion of the vital energy. The consumption of his mental energy was also very little, which was a huge gain. The increase in inner strength was proof of this. However, there should be a limit to this kind of vital energy infusion. Chen Fei had recently sensed that his foundation was probably a little weak. After all, he was only in the bone-tempering realm, so his body was not strong enough. Early the next morning, Kai Defeng arrived as scheduled. "Do you want revenge?" Chen Fei asked with a smile. "Revenge for what?" By Xinghui. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Spare me. Chapter 105. Spare me. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Kai Defeng was slightly startled. He then shook his head and said, "Forget it. We can't afford to offend the drunken red pavilion. It's not worth it to throw you in for this matter." Kai Defeng was still aware of the drunken red pavilion's existence. He had already decided to let this matter go. "I didn't ask you to beat her to death on the street." Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Although this method of revenge was the most direct, the consequences were also the most serious. It's not realistic to kidnap her. Kai Defeng thought that Chen Fei was planning to change his appearance and snatch the person back. However, the commotion was still too big and could easily lead to other consequences. No, Chen Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was he thinking from such a perspective if he really wanted to use this method to take revenge? He wouldn't have to wait for so many days. "Then how do you plan to take revenge?" Kai Defeng asked doubtfully. "Using this." As Chen Fei spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his pocket. It was the half-spirit artifact he had obtained from Shizuken. "How do I use it?" Kai Defeng recognized this jade pendant. Back then, he had seen Chen Fei and Guo Linshan study it, but they didn't seem to be able to figure it out. "Turn the seed in your body around. But before that, we have to return to Immortal Cloud City first and get Old Master C to undo the seal in your body. Only then can I modify the seed." Reversal and seal. Kai Defeng frowned slightly, but he did not refuse. Although the duration of the seal would be shortened if the seal was removed and sealed again, Kai Defeng still chose to believe in Chen Fei. After spending so much time together, they had this bit of trust. After spending an hour, the two of them arrived at Si Yuanhai's courtyard in Immortal Cloud City. Si Yinan was reading aloud from a book, but her gaze would occasionally glance at Chen Fei and the other man. Her dark eyes were rolling around, and no one knew what she was planning. It's not difficult to undo the seal. However, you might feel a little pain after it's undone. The seed will instantly absorb your blood essence and force. Si Yuanhai whispered. Kai Defeng was stunned for a moment, but he still nodded his head. That seed specialized in absorbing these things. After sealing it for a few days, it did not absorb anything. If he suddenly unsealed it, it had to suck him with all its might. Chen Fei stood at the side, stroking the jade pendant in his hand. According to Chen Fei's original plan, he would wait until he had perfected his spirit tool comprehension. Then he would start to use his core soul energy to try to undo the seed in Kai Defeng's body. The success rate might not be high, but if he tried a few more times, there might be a chance. No matter how bad it was, it could also be used to train one's mental strength. In the end, after exploring the function of this jade pendant for the past few days, Chen Fei actually discovered the extraordinary part of this jade pendant. This half-spirit jade pendant could distort reality to a certain extent according to one's thoughts, allowing one to achieve what one wanted. When Chen Fei discovered this, he was shocked. There was actually such a half-spirit weapon. However, as Chen Fei delved deeper into the research, he realized that this degree of distortion of reality was a little small, and the scope was also a little narrow. It wasn't like if you wished for a soybean on the jade pendant, the soybean would appear in front of you. It wasn't a way to change reality. Instead, the raw soybeans would be placed in front of you. If you activated the jade pendant and wanted a cooked soybean, then the original raw soybean would turn into a cooked soybean. It sounded a little useless. After all, It was too easy to cook raw soybeans. However, if the jade pendant's ability were used on a human body and modified in a small area, that little difference would be unbelievable. The first thing Chen Fei thought of was to increase the growth of his inner strength. However, it was a pity that Chen Fei did not execute such a general command. He did not know whether it was because the range was too wide or the jade pendant's ability was limited. He even wasted Chen Fei's mental strength. Then, Chen Fei wanted to obtain the vital energy, but the jade pendant still did not respond. In the end, after countless experiments, Chen Fei finally understood the true operation process of this jade pendant. That is, the scope of the modification order you give can't be too large. Because if it's too large, the jade pendant doesn't have this ability. For example, Shizuken used this jade pendant to melt the ice, stop the bleeding, and blind Chen Fei. They were all relatively simple commands, so they could be completed. In the end, Chen Fei chose to strengthen the toughness of some of his meridians when he circulated the origin connection technique. When Chen Fei's mental power was exhausted, those meridians would return to their original state. In the end, Chen Fei discovered that this change was only temporary. When his core soul energy was exhausted, he would still be the same as before. While Chen Fei was thinking, Si Yuan Hai had already slapped Kai Defeng's abdomen. Kai Defeng's facial features twisted as if there were worms in his stomach, forcefully tearing at his flesh and blood. In just a moment, Kai Defeng was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, this situation did not last long and slowly disappeared. Kai Defeng's face was pale, and he looked like he was suffering from a loss in both Kai and blood. Kai Defeng shakily walked to a chair at the side and sat down. He took a few deep breaths before he gradually calmed down. At that moment, Kai Defeng thought that his stomach was punctured. That feeling was too uncomfortable. Let's begin. Kai Defeng wiped the sweat off his forehead. He turned to look at Chen Fei. Good. Chen Fei nodded and came in front of Kai Defeng. The visualization diagram of the spirit tool comprehension flashed in his mind, and the jade pendant in his hand emitted a faint light. Chen Fei grabbed Kai Defeng's wrist, and the faint light of the jade pendant rushed into Kai Defeng's body. Under the vision of the core soul energy, Chen Fei saw the seed in an instant. Compared to a few days ago, the seed was now a little bigger. The blood essence and force flowed within it, and Chen Fei could actually see some of the structures within it more clearly. By relying on this secret technique, if Bai Xinghui continued to have sex with Kai Defeng, she would be able to absorb the energy within the seed and convert it into her own resources. Chen Fei did not delay. He activated the faint light and wrapped the seed up. If Chen Fei willed it, he would have some confidence in moving this seed out of Kai Defeng's body. But if he really did this, it would be too easy on Bai Xinghui. Reversal. As he gave the command to the jade pendant, the faint light trembled. Under the effect of the faint light, the seed in Kai Defeng's body changed its structure slightly in a way that Chen Fei could not understand. The power of the jade pendant was that you only needed to give a general command without really knowing how to modify it. If the jade pendant could do it, it could achieve it. If you can't, then even if you exhaust your mental strength, the jade pendant still won't be able to do it. Fortunately, the seed in Kai Defeng's body could be modified. In just a moment, the faint light stopped trembling, which meant that the modification was completed. However, Chen Fei's core soul energy was still being consumed because he still needed to maintain this modification. Once his core soul energy was exhausted, the modification would return to its original state. Chen Fei used 80 of his core soul energy to stimulate the jade pendant's faint light and let it stay within Kai Defeng's body. Let's go find Bai Xinghui. Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked at Kai Defeng with a smile. Kai Defeng looked at Chen Fei with some doubt and said, "Why are you looking for her? Do what you usually do with her." Chen Fei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What do they usually do?" A tender voice sounded. Si Yinan put down the book in her hand and asked curiously, "Children shouldn't get involved in adult matters." Kai Defeng's old face couldn't help but turn red. "I don't want to hear it. It's just that you guys are too loud and are disturbing my study." Si Yinan pursed her lips and glared at Kai Defeng. She ran into the house to express her dissatisfaction. "Go quickly. The power of this jade pendant can only last for an hour, Shen Fei urged. An hour is not enough. Kai Defeng stood up and noticed something different. The discomfort he felt just now was quickly being alleviated. He estimated that in a moment, he would be able to return to the state before he was sealed. You should go quickly. Shen Fei couldn't help but scold him jokingly. At this time, he was still showing off. Kai Defeng revealed his yellow front teeth. His figure flashed as he ran in the direction of the drunken red pavilion. Chen Fei chatted with Cu and Hai for a while before returning to his courtyard to wait for Kai Defeng to return. On the other side, Kai Defeng's feet were running as fast as the wind. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already reached the drunken red pavilion. Sir, please come in. Seeing Kai Defeng's impatient appearance, the servant girl of the drunken red pavilion couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This kind of impatient guest was rare in the drunken red pavilion. Bai Xinghui. I'm looking for Bai Xinghui. Kai Defeng took a deep breath and directly called out. Sister Bai is here. Please have a cup of tea first. The maid smiled. There's no need to shout. As Kai Defeng spoke, he directly took out 5 taels of silver and placed them in the hands of the maidservant. The smile on the maid's face grew wider as she brought Kai Defeng to Bai Xinghui's room. Sister Bai. There's a guest. Bai Xinghui. It's me. Kai Defeng directly interrupted the maid's words and then pushed open the door and walked in. Master, you finally came to find me. Bai Xinghui was lying lazily on the bed. When she saw Kai Defeng, she couldn't help but smile triumphantly. In the end, he still came back. Bai Xinghui waved her hand at the maid, who obediently retreated and closed the door. Master, do you want to drink some wine? I'll serve you well. Bai Xinghui was just about to get up when Kai Defeng pounced on her and pinned her onto the bed. The maid outside the door did not leave. Instead, she waited at the side. If there was any need, she could deal with it in time. However, before she could receive any other orders, she heard a loud noise coming from inside the room. Master, don't be anxious. You can take it slow. Slow down. You're tearing my clothes. You're hurting me. Master, spare my life. An hour later, Kai Defeng walked out of the house in high spirits. He looked as if he had become a few years younger, and the aura on his body was even approaching the peak of the bone-tempering realm. The maid curiously peeked into the room. Bai Xinghui was sprawled on the bed like soft mud. Her expression was haggard, as if she had aged by a year or two. However, there was a satisfied smile on her face. Chapter 106 Rude and Unreasonable. Chapter 106 Rude and Unreasonable. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Shen Fei was thinking in the courtyard about how to make better use of the function of the jade pendant. Although strengthening a portion of his meridians would allow his proficiency in the origin connection technique to increase even faster, Shen Fei wanted to directly absorb vital energy. After all, this was the most practical. The jade pendant's ability is not enough to just recreate another receival bead. I wonder if it can add some power to the receival bead to increase its ability a little. Shen Fei was rubbing his chin and thinking about the details when he saw Kai Defeng return with a smug look on his face. How is it? Shen Fei asked curiously. It's just a woman. How difficult can it be? Kai Defeng laughed loudly and continued. I've already gotten her to undo the secret technique. If she didn't, I'm afraid she won't be able to get out of bed for a few days. Kai Defeng was boasting. If he was not worried that someone would die and incur the wrath of the drunken red pavilion, Kai Defeng would have been even more ruthless. Now, not only had Kai Defeng removed the hidden danger in his body, but he had also sucked back a lot of vital energy. He had even taken another step forward, and there was hope for him to break through to the marrow-tempering realm. Shen Fei also noticed the change in Kai Defeng's aura. From the beginning, he was on the verge of dropping his cultivation level, but now, he actually had hope of breaking through. It was truly a world of difference. Shen Fei was a little envious. However, this kind of essence was somewhat impure, so Shen Fei couldn't really use this method. Kai Defeng certainly didn't care if it was pure or not. If he could break through to the marrow-tempering realm, it would be a huge gain. In the future, It's better not to go to the drunken red pavilion. Let's end this matter here, Shen Fei whispered. He had taught Bai Xinghui a lesson, and allowed Kai Defeng to benefit from the vital energy that she had worked so hard to obtain. This could be considered as letting this matter go. I know. I'm already satisfied with this. Kai Defeng nodded. He understood this. Now that things had turned out this way, it had already far exceeded his expectations. What else could he be unhappy about? In the afternoon, Shen Fei drank some wine with Kai Defeng before returning to the primordial sword sect. With Kai Defeng's matter settled, Shen Fei resumed his daily cultivation state. Now that everything was developing in a good direction, Shen Fei naturally had no reason to slack off. Bang! On the way back to the sect, Shen Fei had just stepped over a hill when a loud boom came. Shen Fei looked up and saw two people fighting. From the looks of it, both of them were marrow-tempering martial artists. One of them was much stronger and currently had the upper hand. However, if he wanted to truly win, it would probably take a lot of time. Shen Fei took a glance and did not meddle in other people's business. He planned to take a detour. Shen Fei had already seen this kind of fight a few times on this road. Every time Shen Fei heard the sound, he would avoid it far away to avoid any trouble. That friend. Don't leave yet. Help me capture this person, and I will definitely reward you handsomely. Shen Dingyan's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Fei. He's a murderer and a robber. He might kill you too. The other person's expression contorted as he shouted. Nonsense. When I capture you later, I'll tear your mouth apart first. Shen Dingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone in his eyes. The two of you can resolve your own matters. I have no intention of participating. Shen Fei threw down these words, turned around, and ran into the distance. Shen Fei didn't believe that he would thank him heavily. Even if he did, Shen Fei would not stay. You're a disciple of the primordial sword sect, right? Shen Dingyan looked at the direction Shen Fei ran in and Shen Fei's clothes. He could not help but shout. I'm a disciple of the immortal cloud sword sect. This person insulted my sect, so I hope you can help me. You're talking nonsense, another person cursed. Shen Fei's figure paused for a moment, but he did not stop or reply. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Shen Fei heard the explosion behind him and frowned. He did not expect to meet a disciple of the immortal cloud sword sect. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to get involved and get into trouble. After returning to the sect, Shen Fei first finished refining the eternal floating pill. Then, as usual, he began to cultivate the origin connection technique. 6 hours later, Shen Fei's mental strength had already recovered by half. Shen Fei began to experiment with the coordination between the jade pendant and the receival bead. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the room, Shen Fei activated his spirit tool comprehension and activated the receival bead and the jade pendant at the same time. The faint light from the jade pendant was added to the receival bead. In the next moment, a suction force pulled the surrounding vital energy. The circle of light on the receival bead shattered, and the jade pendant's faint light also disappeared. Shen Fei endured the pain in his head and circulated the origin connection technique with all his might. After a full 15 minutes, Shen Fei's slightly trembling body finally stopped. Opening his eyes, Shen Fei's eyes were filled with joy. It was a success. After a period of experimentation, Shen Fei had finally combined the functions of the two half-spirit weapons. Shen Fei looked at the message on the panel and could not help but laugh out loud. His inner strength had increased by more than 700 points. Compared to the original 500 points of inner strength that he had gained from using the receival bead alone, it had increased by almost half. Coupled with the pills and the support of the origin connection technique, Shen Fei's inner strength growth in a day exceeded 1,000 points. Even if the other conditions remained unchanged, Shen Fei could break through to the marrow-tempering realm in less than 2 months. It had not been long since he had broken through to the bone-tempering realm in Apricot Fen City. The originally planned time of more than a year was now completely compressed. The path of martial arts is still very long. I still have to continue working hard. Shen Fei sat down cross-legged again and began to cultivate the tranquil origin technique. Mind power was related to the future of the aperture tempering realm. Even now, If his mind power were strong enough, it would give Chen Fei more time to control the jade pendant. When his mental strength grew, Chen Fei could use the jade pendant to continue to stabilize his meridians. He would not be like now, where all his mental strength was used to guide vital energy. You're getting married. Early the next morning, Kai Defeng delivered the medicinal herbs. The first thing he said when he saw Chen Fei stunned him. Yeah. After so many years, it's time to find someone to be with. Kai Defeng said with a smile. Where are you going to find one? Kai Defeng was actually already over 50 years old. It was just that the foundation of a martial artist made him look quite young. At this time, it was quite normal to want to find someone to live together. You've seen her before, Kai Defeng said mysteriously. I've seen her before. Chen Fei's brows twitched slightly. Looking at Kai Defeng's rather smug appearance, a thought flashed through his mind. He looked at Kai Defeng with widened eyes. Bai Xinghui, Chen Fei asked with some uncertainty. Haha, what are you thinking? Kai Defeng laughed proudly. Chen Fei wiped his forehead. A few days ago, the two of them were like fire and water. If they were going to become a family all of a sudden, that would be too strange. Chen Fei even suspected that Bai Xinghui was plotting something, or that Drunken Red Pavilion was plotting something. Then who is it? It's Lan who came with the Immortal Cloud Merchant Band. Do you remember? Kai Defeng said with a smile. Chen Fei thought back and had a slight impression. But the two of them did not expect to be able to contact each other. We set up 2 tables at the Drunken Immortal restaurant this afternoon. Come drink with us, Kai Defeng invited. Good. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. He knew that Kai Defeng was a little scared of the Drunken Red Pavilion, so he might as well find someone to live with. Ha ha ha. Let's go find Brother Guo again. Seeing Chen Fei agree, Kai Defeng laughed loudly. The two of them came to Guo Linchen's house, but after knocking on the door, they didn't see him. Chen Fei asked around and found out that Guo Linchen had gone into seclusion to consolidate his foundation and prepare for the true inheritance. The two of them rushed to the Immortal Cloud City. Chen Fei met Lan Yunjai in a private room of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Compared to the time when she was in the convoy, Lan Yunjai looked much better now. After all, she was exposed to the wind and the sun. Although she couldn't be compared to Bai Xinghui, she was still pretty. Kai Defeng did not hold a grand banquet because he did not know many people in the Immortal Cloud City, other than Si Yuanhai and a few others. Kai Defeng only had some friends he had made when he set up his stall, as well as Lan Yunchai's family. He did not do any etiquette. Kai Defeng got married for the sake of living. Kai Defeng did not care about the red tape, and Lan Yunjai naturally did the same. The banquet lasted for an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. Chen Fei found a seat by the window in the Drunken Immortal restaurant and ordered a pot of tea. He watched the people coming and going below. He did not cultivate today, but Chen Fei felt a long-lost sense of ease. One for tension and one for relaxation. The path of literature and martial arts. It seems that I have to take a break sometimes. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea, Chen Fei leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes slightly. Listening to the zither music, Chen Fei felt as if he was floating in the clouds. His entire body and mind calmed down. The origin connection technique in his body began to circulate automatically, unlike his usual rapid and vigorous advance. At this moment, there was only a calm and unhurried aura permeating the surroundings. It's him. On the street, Shen Dingyan saw Chen Fei, who was taking a nap in Drunken Immortal restaurant, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Shen. What's wrong? Zhu Yuansha asked curiously when he saw Shen Dingyan stop in his tracks. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I wanted to kill someone? But that thief escaped. Zhu Yuanshan thought for a moment before nodding his head. That matter had made Shen Dingyan extremely furious. At that time, a disciple of the primordial sword sect passed by and could have reached out to deal with the thief. In the end, he ignored my request and caused that thief to escape, Shen Dingyan said as he walked towards the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The disciples of the primordial sword sect are too ignorant. A small sect is really not good. Zhu Yuansha nodded in agreement. If I see that disciple of the primordial sword sect, do you think I should have a good talk with him? Shen Dingyan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhu Yuanshan. Of course. That thief escaped. That disciple of the primordial sword sect is at least half at fault, Zu Yuanshan said with certainty. Just half. It's all that primordial sword sect disciple's fault. If he was willing to stay, wouldn't everything be fine? Zu Yuanshan thought for a moment and changed his words. I think so too. As Shen Dingyan spoke, he came to the second floor and walked in front of Chen Fei. Suddenly, he slapped Chen Fei. Chen Fei opened his eyes and leaned back. Shen Dingyan's palm swept past Shen Fei's eyes. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Listening to the Thunder in the Silence. Chapter 107 Listening to the Thunder in the Silence. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Bang! Shen Dingyan's palm hit the windowsill, shattering it instantly and sending splinters everywhere. The manager of the Drunken Immortal restaurant heard the commotion and hurried over. However, when he saw the clothes of the Shen Dingyan Immortal Cloud Sword Sect disciples, he quickly retreated. The Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was the true overlord in the surrounding areas of Immortal Cloud City, and its disciples naturally enjoyed all kinds of privileges. If it was someone else who had destroyed something in a restaurant like this, they would definitely demand compensation. However, when facing the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, it was entirely up to the other party's mood. You dodged quite quickly. Shen Dingyan retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. He looked down at Chen Fei and said, "Do you still remember me?" Chen Fei saw Shen Dingyan's attire at a glance. They were from the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. He then looked at Shen Dingyan's face and recognized him as the person he had met on the road a few days ago. He didn't expect that after so many days, the other party would still hold on to this matter. "I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me?" Zu Yuanshan sized up Chen Fei from head to toe, seeing that he was actually only at the bone-tempering realm despite his age. He could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Zu Yuanshan was also in the bone-tempering realm, but he was only in his teens this year. If he really reached Chen Fei's age, he would probably have already reached the visceral tempering realm, no matter how one looked at it. Chen Fei's aptitude was an inferior existence. I have no obligation to help others when they are fighting. Chen Fei stood up and frowned. Looks like you remember. Shen Dingyan stared at Chen Fei, then suddenly slammed his palm on the table and shouted, I was capturing a member of the Divine Flame sect. You saw it, but you pretended not to see it and turned around to leave, causing that disciple to escape. I think you must be involved with the people from the Divine Flame sect. That's why you're like this. Senior brother Shen is right. Otherwise, why would he turn a blind eye to the people of the Divine Flame sect? Zu Yuanshan said loudly. When the players who were standing far away heard the conversation between Shen Dingyan and the other two, they suddenly realized what was going on and started discussing. The Divine Flame sect was an evil sect in the Immortal Cloud City, and everyone hated it. This disciple of the Primordial Sword sect actually turned around and left after seeing this. It was indeed a little inappropriate. I didn't know that he was a disciple of the Divine Flame sect. And you didn't say anything about it either. Shen Fei shook his head. Are you saying that I'm framing you? Shen Dingyan laughed softly, his eyes filled with malice. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Shen Fei looked at the two of them and turned around to leave. He was already restraining himself. If he continued, there would be no result. Did I let you go? Shen Dingyan suddenly grabbed at Chen Fei's neck. Shen Fei clenched his fist and finally released it. His figure flashed and dodged Shen Dingyan's grab. We're not done. Do you want to run away with a guilty conscience? Zu Yuanshan blocked the stairway. What do you want? Chen Fei stared at Shen Dingyan. What do I want? Shen Dingyan laughed out loud and pointed at Chen Fei. I suspect that you are a spy from the Divine Flame sect, hiding in the Primordial Sword sect. Follow me now. Or don't blame me for being rude. Surrender, Zu Yuanshan shouted. Shen Fei did not say anything else. He looked at the window beside him and leaned forward. Shen Dingyan subconsciously reached out to stop him, but he realized that Chen Fei had already jumped down from another window. He's from the Divine Flame sect. Kill him. Shen Dingyan shouted and stepped back with his right foot. He disappeared from the spot and followed closely behind Chen Fei. Zu Yuanshan hurriedly followed, but after a short moment, he had no choice but to stop. He looked at his senior brother and Shen Fei from afar, disappearing from his sight. Instead of improving your cultivation, you're actually spending your energy on your movement technique. Seeing that he couldn't keep up, Zu Yuanshun said somewhat fiercely. Zu Yuanshun didn't go anywhere else and returned to the drunk and immoral restaurant to wait for Shen Dingyan's return. As far as Zu Yuanshun was concerned, Shen Dingyan wanting to capture Chen Fei was merely a matter of a moment's effort. Even if Chen Fei's movement technique was extraordinary, the outcome would not change. On the roof, Shen Fei's feet would occasionally tap on the tiles. His entire person was like a big bird, gliding and leaping forward. He had already used the soul-chasing step to the extreme, but he was unable to shake off Shen Dingyan. Shen Fei turned around to take a look. The distance between him and Shen Dingyan was actually slowly shrinking. Shen Fei frowned. His movement technique could be said to be an outstanding existence among the marrow-tempering realm disciples of the primordial sword sect. Shen Fei could even compare to those at the visceral tempering realm. However, any marrow-tempering realm disciple from the immortal cloud sword sect could faintly surpass him in terms of movement techniques. Although it was mainly due to cultivation that Shen Fei was unable to display the profundity of his movement techniques fully, he could tell the prowess of the immortal cloud sword sect. Shen Fei had witnessed the power of the Divine Flame sect. It was such a sect, but they only dared to hide, afraid that the immortal cloud sword sect would catch them. You can't escape. Shen Dingyan was at the back, staring at Shen Fei. The distance between the two of them had shortened from 50 to 60 meters to less than 20 meters. Fleetfoot. The force flowed between Shen Fei's feet in a strange way. Shen Fei's body suddenly became light. And then he dashed out. Compared to before, he was several times faster. Is this what you rely on? Shen Dingyan laughed out loud. His feet swelled up slightly, and the tiles under his feet shattered. Shen Dingyan did not fall behind, and he was still snapping at Chen Fei's heels. Chen Fei sensed the aura behind him, and his expression was solemn. The movement technique that had always been successful in the past was finally not so useful now. Chen Fei wanted to take out his bow and arrow, but with Shen Dingyan's current movement technique, the arrow would not be able to stop him. Chen Fei landed on the ground from the roof and dashed out of the city gate. Shen Dingyan followed closely behind. The distance between the two continued to close. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Fei's speed suddenly decreased. Shen Dingyan jumped over Chen Fei and blocked his path. Shen Fei had no choice but to stop. Go on. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Shen Dingyan looked down at Chen Fei, the malice in his eyes unconcealed. We don't have that much enmity between us. Shen Fei took a deep breath and looked at Shen Dingyan. Whether or not there's enmity, it's up to me to decide, not you. Shen Dingyan laughed loudly and pointed at Chen Fei with his index finger. He said mockingly, just now in the restaurant, if you had let me hit you a few times, I would've let this matter go after I vent my anger. You actually dared to dodge and even dared to run in the end. Since you've done these things, you have to pay the price. Understand? Shen Fei did not say anything else. He raised the sword in his hand and stared at Shen Dingyan. You still want to resist, ha ha ha. Then I'll let you see how big the gap between us is. Shen Dingyan laughed maniacally. The blade in his hand moved, and a thunderclap sounded. Shen Dingyan's sword had already arrived in front of Chen Fei. When the thunder sounded, Shen Fei's mind suddenly went blank. However, he immediately activated the Tranquil Origin technique and recovered in an instant. The Starry Night sword and shield spread out, and the sword light formed a sword shield in front of Shen Dingyan. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Fei slid back a few steps before stabilizing his body. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and traces of electricity actually circulated on the blade for a moment before dissipating. Thunderbolt sword. Shen Fei had heard of this technique in Pingyang County back then, and he had even learned the astonishing symbol art. Shen Fei did not expect that he would witness the complete version of the Thunderbolt sword under such circumstances. A thunderbolt pierced through the long river. How majestic and domineering was it? If it wasn't for the Tranquil Origin technique or the Starry Night sword shield, Shen Fei would have died from that sword attack. If it were any other sect's marrow empering cultivator, they would probably only die. Not bad. It seems that the disciples of the primordial sword sect aren't completely useless. Shen Dingyan's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Fei block his sword. The Starry Knight's sword and shield were especially stunning. However, it was just stunning. If Chen Fei's cultivation had reached the marrow tempering realm, he might have had a chance of escaping. However, it was impossible for a mere bone tempering realm martial artist to escape his grasp. Boom! Another thunderous sound rang out, so loud it could deter the demons and monsters. Shen Dingyan's longsword glowed with a faint blue light as he unleashed his sword form and enveloped Chen Fei within it. Tremendous strength. Chen Fei's body expanded slightly, and a surge of power rose within his body. The Starry Knight sword shield began to cover his entire body, blocking all of Shen Dingyan's sword moves. However, after only 10 moves, Shen Fei's figure involuntarily retreated. Shen Fei was immune to the Thunderbolt sword and the sound of thunder, but the Thunderbolt force and the blade made Chen Fei's body somewhat unable to withstand it. Although Chen Fei could block some of the attacks due to tremendous strength, the penetration and paralysis of the lightning force was gradually devouring Chen Fei's agility. After another 10 moves, Chen Fei's muscles would stiffen, causing him to be unable to use the Starry Knight sword normally. At that time, Chen Fei would end up with Shen Dingyan slashing his head with his sword. The turtle sword is not bad, but how many more of my swords can you block? Shen Dingyan looked at Chen Fei with a sneer. The sword force had already gathered in Chen Fei's body. In a moment, it would explode naturally. At that time, Chen Fei's life and death would be in his hands. A mere bone-tempering realm artist, one from the primordial sword sect no less, actually dared to extend his claws at him. He was simply foolish to the extreme. 5 moves. 6 moves. 7 moves. Chen Fei felt his body stiffen. In 2 more moves, the Starry Knight sword would start to crack. Shen Dingyan's face was already filled with a sinister smile, but the longsword in his hand was still steady, without the slightest impatience or aggression. Blind deaf. The jade pendant in Chen Fei's arm suddenly lit up. Just as Shen Dingyan was about to use his sword move, his vision suddenly turned dark. At the same time, he could not hear any sound. The entire world seemed to have abandoned him. Shen Dingyan's originally steady sword move suddenly became a little chaotic, just like Shen Dingyan's heart. Tranquil origin technique. The entire world suddenly stopped. Chen Fei looked at Shen Dingyan's sword move and saw a gap. Sword 6. Shen Fei's shoes split, and the force was transmitted to Chen Fei's long sword from below. His skin was cracking, revealing his blood-red muscles. Countless blood spots seeped out from his pores. Chen Fei's long sword burst out with a dazzling light. It knocked away Shen Dingyan's sword attack and stabbed into Shen Dingyan's chest. Boom! The ground behind Shen Dingyan was blasted into a deep pit. Shen Fei slowly withdrew the sword in his hand. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 You're in trouble. Chapter 108 You're in trouble. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. As the dust settled, Shen Dingyan's eyes and ears had already returned to normal. At this moment, Shen Dingyan was staring blankly at his chest. The bowl-sized wound pierced through his chest, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was going to die. And he was going to die at the hands of a bone-tempering disciple of the primordial sword sect. How ridiculous and ridiculous was that just now? He was clearly about to pick up Chen Fei. But how could this happen now? Chen Fei swallowed the blood in his throat and stared at Shen Dingyan. Sword 6 was a desperate move for the current Chen Fei. If the enemy did not die, Chen Fei would not be able to resist anymore. And when he used Sword 6 in a state of great strength, Chen Fei's body was directly on the verge of collapse. The faint light of the jade pendant began to envelop Chen Fei, suppressing his injuries and preventing them from worsening. Although he did not have much strength left to fight, Chen Fei was still in a state of alert. This was because one would never know what trump cards one's enemy would have. Just like how Shen Dingyan did not expect that Chen Fei could actually blind and deafen him, turning the situation around. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would not be able to escape or win this battle. Chen Fei would have died without a doubt. There would be no other luck. Shen Dingyan's mouth trembled. He wanted to raise his right hand, but his eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. He was an inner sect disciple of the immortal cloud sword sect and had a bright future ahead of him. He was unwilling to die here. Bang! Shen Dingyan's entire body flipped backward and crashed onto the ground, completely dead. Phew! Seeing Shen Dingyan die, Shen Fei fell to the ground. A wave of exhaustion almost instantly drowned Chen Fei. This battle was even more dangerous than the battle with Shizukin in the courtyard, because this time, no one came to help Chen Fei. Shen Fei could only choose to rely on himself. After panting for a while, Shen Fei struggled to stand up. He came to Shen Dingyan's side and began to search for useful things on Shen Dingyan. A moment later, a smile appeared on Chen Fei's face as a receival bead appeared in his hand. Shen Dingyan carried this half-spirit tool with him as expected. Chen Fei did not stop and continued to search. After a dozen breaths, Chen Fei slowly stood up. There were a few more silver notes in his hand, but he did not find anything else. There were no cultivation techniques or secret manuals. Shen Dingyan did not have any other half-spirit tools other than the receival bead. However, this was normal. After all, a half-spirit tool was extremely precious. Although Shen Dingyan was a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, he was still only at the Marrow Tempering Realm. If the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect in the Marrow Tempering Realm had several half-spirit weapons, the chasm would just simply be too big. Although the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was an overlord, spirit tools and half-spirit tools were still rare. Otherwise, Chen Fei wouldn't have been able to kill Shen Dingyan so easily and would have just been waiting to be killed. Chen Fei panted a few times and drew a picture next to the pit that had exploded. This totem was the symbol of the Divine Flame sect. Many times, after the Divine Flame sect committed a crime, they would leave this pattern at the scene. Of course, no one knew how many things the Divine Flame sect had done. Anyway, the Divine Flame sect did not deny it. Chen Fei carried Shen Dingyan's corpse. Shen Dingyan's sword wound was too obvious. It would be a hidden danger if he stayed here. He had to destroy the corpse and remove Chen Fei from this matter. 2 hours later, Chen Fei returned to the primordial sword sect covered in blood and arrived outside the courtyard of Feng Ziupu. Disciple Chen Fei requests an audience with Master Chen Fei shouted. Feng Ziupu was writing in his study when he heard Chen Fei's weak voice. His figure flashed out of the courtyard and saw Chen Fei's miserable state. What happened? Feng Ziupu appeared in front of Chen Fei in a flash and grabbed his shoulder, sending his inner strength into his body to check on his injuries. I met a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and was beaten up. Chen Fei laughed weakly. After dealing with Shen Dingyan's body, Chen Fei was thinking about how to get out of this matter. In Immortal Cloud City, many people saw Chen Fei and Shen Dingyan getting into a conflict. What stood out was that there was another disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. In that situation, Chen Fei wanted to avoid conflict with Shen Dingyan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it was an impossible situation. However, Shen Dingyan had forced Chen Fei into a corner, and Chen Fei had no other choice. In the end, it ended up like that. Chen Fei originally thought about whether he should tell Feng Ziupu the truth, but in the end, he decided to turn it into another version. He was beaten up by Shen Dingyan and escaped with difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't trust Feng Ziupu, but Chen Fei instinctively wanted to protect himself more. Moreover, judging from the strength of both parties, the greatest possibility was that Chen Fei would not be able to resist after Shen Dingyan beat him up. To be able to escape back, Chen Fei's movement technique must really be impressive. Otherwise, it was probably not something that could be resolved with a beating. Why would a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect beat you up? Feng Ziupu flew into a rage, his hair fluttering in the wind. We met halfway that day. Chen Fei explained the sequence of events, and the more Feng Ziupu listened, the darker his expression became. This disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect was simply too much. So, after a person rushed up from behind and fought with that person, you finally escaped? Feng Ziupu asked in a low voice after hearing Chen Fei's explanation. Yes. Chen Fei nodded and said, that disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect has an impressive movement technique. Although I've learned the soul chasing step, I still can't shake him off. 9 truths and 1 falsehood were the hardest lies to expose. Feng Xiupu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Follow me to find the elder on duty and report this matter. How dare he say that you are a remnant of the Divine Flame sect? If you don't explain this matter clearly, there will be endless trouble." Good Chen Fei nodded. Feng Xiupu brought Chen Fei to the sect's elder on duty, Wu Guanyin, and told him what had happened. How dare a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect be so rude? Wu Guanyin listened to Feng Pa's description, especially when he saw Chen Fei's miserable state. He had been beaten to such a state, especially the scorch marks on his arms. It was obvious that they were caused by the Thunderbolt sword. Elder, I'm worried that something might happen to the disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, and Chen Fei will be the one to blame, Feng Xiupu said in a low voice. Yes, that makes sense. We will send someone to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect to protest. Why are they bullying the disciples of our primordial sword sect like this? Wu Guanyin thought for a moment and comforted Feng Xiupu. Feng Xiupu sighed slightly. It seemed that this was all he could do. As a transcendent power, the only thing the primordial sword sect could do was protest. After all, Chen Fei was only injured now. He did not lose an arm or a leg. In essence, it was not considered a major injury. This beating could only be passively admitted. At most, it was a personal grudge. Within the Immortal Cloud City, Zhu Yuanchun was waiting for Shen Dingyan to return in boredom. 2 hours had passed, but Shen Dingyan still hadn't returned. Zhu Yuanchun even ordered a table full of food and wine. However, when Shen Dingyan was still nowhere to be seen in the 2nd hour, Zhu Yuanchun felt that something was amiss. After such a long time, if they had caught up, they would have finished fighting long ago and would have returned by now. If he didn't catch up, he should have come back earlier. No matter what, it wouldn't have dragged on for 4 hours. Zhu Yuanchun felt uneasy in his heart and hurriedly chased out of the city. After searching for almost 2 hours, he finally saw a pit. The soil at the edge of the pit looked like it had just been blasted open, and there were blood stains around it. Zhu Yuanchun even saw the fragments of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect disciples' clothing on the ground. Something happened. Zhu Yuanchun's face was slightly pale, and he didn't dare to delay running towards the sect. Although this did not necessarily mean that something had happened to Shen Dingyan. He had not returned for such a long time. With all these factors, the possibility of something happening was too high. Within the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, what did you say Dingyan is missing? Hong Yuanfeng's eyes widened, and the powerful aura of the aperture tempering realm spread out in all directions. Although it wasn't directed at Zhu Yuanchun, it still caused Zhu Yuanchun's face to turn pale. I had followed senior brother to Immortal Cloud City today. Zhu Yuanchun recounted everything that happened today in full detail. He didn't dare to add fuel to the fire and told him everything he had seen and heard. Afraid that he would bear any responsibility, he chased a bone-tempering realm disciple of primordial sword sect outside of the city. Hong Yuanfeng saw Zhu Yuanchun stutter as he spoke and withdrew his imposing manner. Go and investigate the identity of that disciple of the primordial sword sect, and then get the others to look for Dingyan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse, Hong Yuanfeng said in a deep voice. Yes, I will do it now. Zhu Yuanchun heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to leave. 15 minutes later, more than 10 figures leaped out of the gate of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect and rushed out of the city. This search lasted for an entire day. Afterward, the Immortal Cloud Sword sect sent out dozens of outer sect disciples. But in the end, they still couldn't find Shen Dingyan's whereabouts. It was as if Shen Dingyan had disappeared. Master, that disciple of the primordial sword sect is called Chen Fei. Yesterday, the primordial sword sect sent people to protest, saying that we bullied their disciples at will. Zhu Yuanchun stood below and said in a low voice, Dingyan went missing, but that Chen Fei returned safely. HMPH Hong Yuanfeng sneered. Tell the primordial sword sect to bring that Chen Fei to our Immortal Cloud Sword sect. We have something to ask him. Yes, I will do it now. Zhu Yuanchun bowed and took his leave. Master, Dingyan's disappearance should have nothing to do with Chen Fei. He's only at the bone-tempering realm. Judging from the traces outside the city, it might have been the work of the remnants of the Divine Flame sect. Someone whispered. Dingian's disappearance is closely related to Chen Fei. It would be fine if Dingian had returned in the end. But if he didn't, how could we let Chen Fei be? Hong Yuanfang's eyes were suffused with a cold light. Primordial Sword Sect. Chen Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the origin connection technique to heal his injuries. Perhaps it was because of the enlightenment he had experienced in the restaurant, but his proficiency in the fourth stage of the origin connection technique had soared by a large margin in just a short while yesterday. Now, he was almost at the level of perfection. Chen Fei, your issue has blown up. Come out. The door was kicked open and a group of people rushed in. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 Decisive and Firm. Chapter 109 Decisive and Firm. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Fei opened his eyes and looked at the people who rushed in. The leader was dressed in the uniform of the sect's law enforcement hall. Trespassing into this disciple's residence will be punished by the sect's rules. Chen Fei stood up and looked at them with a slight frown. The first reaction he had was that the Immortal Cloud Sword sect had come to retaliate. It was just that Chen Fei did not expect that the first to rush in was actually someone from the law enforcement hall. Wu Guanyan had said yesterday that he would seek justice for Chen Fei, and now he wanted to arrest him. You're related to the disappearance of the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Come with us. When Zhu Hanzhan heard Chen Fei's words, he sneered. Since when did the people of the law enforcement hall care about this sect rule? They were the people who enforced the law. Whenever they encountered trouble, they would always break in. A disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect is missing. And you want our sect's law enforcement hall to arrest me? Are you the law enforcement hall of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect? Chen Fei looked at Zhu Hanzhan. How dare you say such words? Zhu Hanzhan seemed to have his tail stepped on. He instantly flew into a rage. His figure flashed and arrived in front of Chen Fei. He grabbed at Chen Fei's neck. Zhu Hanzhan wanted to teach Chen Fei a lesson now that a mere bone-tempering realm disciple was so bold. He wanted Chen Fei to understand that some words could not be spoken carelessly. Stop. Guo Linshan's figure had appeared outside the door at some point. Seeing Zhu Hanzhan's attack, he roared and slashed his sword at Zhu Hanzhan's back. Stop. Attacking a disciple of the law enforcement hall is an additional crime. When the others saw Guo Linshan draw his sword, they were all shocked. But it was too late to stop him. Zhu Hanzhan felt an attack coming from behind him. He frowned and dodged Guo Linshan's sword. Guo Linshan, how dare you? Zhu Hanzhan stood in the corner of the room and stared at Guo Linshan. Do you know what you are doing? How dare you obstruct the law enforcement hall? Do you want to make a trip to the law enforcement hall? Why did you capture Chen Fei for no reason? Guo Linshan stood in front and protected Chen Fei behind him. Guo Linshan was at Fengziupus when he came out of seclusion. He heard about Chen Fei and rushed over. Then, he saw the scene in front of him. Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan and was a little touched. In this sect, Chen Fei's greatest gain should be meeting Guo Linshan and Feng Ziupu. Chen Fei is a major suspect in the disappearance of the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. If there's no problem, you'll naturally be able to come back. Zhu Hanzhan felt Guo Linshan's powerful aura. He really did not have much confidence in taking Guo Linshan down by force. Moreover, Zhu Hanzhan knew that Guo Linshan was preparing to challenge the true inheritance. If he succeeded, Guo Linshan's status would change greatly. What does the disappearance of the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect have to do with us? Does Elder Wu know about this? Guo Linshan said loudly. This is Elder Zhang's order. Guo Linshan, don't make a mistake, Zhu Hanzhan said in a deep voice. Guo Linshan frowned slightly. Zhang Benyuan was a famous elder in the Primordial Sword sect who was biased toward the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. Sometimes, he was much more active in carrying out the orders of the Immortal Cloud Sword sect than in his own sect. If it was Zhang Benyuan's order, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Junior brother Chen is the victim. He was beaten up by the Sword of the Immortal Cloud sect to ask him to go to the Sword of the Immortal Cloud sect. Aren't you sending him to his death? If there's to be an inquiry, let it be in our sect. We definitely won't go to the Immortal Cloud Sword sect, Guo Linshan shouted. If he really went to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, Shen Fei probably wouldn't be able to return. If he was lucky enough to come back, he would probably be crippled. You don't have the final say in this matter. Kuo Linshan, I'm warning you for the last time. Get out of the way. Zhu Hanzhong shouted coldly. The other disciples of the law enforcement hall drew their swords and pointed them at Guo Linshan. As soon as the order was given, they were about to attack, obstructing the law enforcement hall's work. Even if he was killed by the swords in the end, the sect rules allowed it. This matter hasn't been decided yet. It's impossible to send him to the Celestial Cloud Sword Sect. A voice rang out, and Feng Ziupa's figure appeared outside. Zhu Hanzhong's eyes narrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before putting away the sword in his hand. Zhu Hanzhong could still be a little more forceful against Guo Linshan, but he had no confidence in dealing with Feng Ziupu. Back then, Feng Ziupu was at the Aperture Tempering Realm. Even though his cultivation had fallen, he was still not comparable to an ordinary visceral tempering realm martial artist. Even if all the disciples of the law enforcement hall swarmed up, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few strikes from Feng Ziupu. Then let's go to the law enforcement hall first. Today, Shen Fei must go to the law enforcement hall's prison. Zhu Hanzhong took a step back. Go find Elder Wu. He'll accompany Shen Fei to the law enforcement hall. Feng Ziupu turned to Guo Linshan and said. Guo Linshan nodded and ran up the mountain. The group of people slowly arrived at the law enforcement hall. The main reason was that Feng Ziupu was walking very slowly on purpose. Zhu Hanzhong did not dare to get angry and could only endure it. When the group arrived at the law enforcement hall, they found that the door was tightly shut, and intense quarrels could be heard from within. Master, Elder Wu is already here. Guo Linshan ran to Feng Ziupu's side and whispered. Feng Ziupu nodded. This was the reason why he had walked so slowly just now. He could suppress Zhu Hanzhong, but he definitely could not suppress Zhang Benyuan. If it was before his cultivation had fallen, it would still be fine. However, it was impossible for him to withstand it now. Little junior brother, it will be fine. Elder Wu will not let you go to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Guo Linshan looked at Shen Fei and comforted him. Shen Fei nodded and looked at the law enforcement hall. Inside the law enforcement hall, Zhang Benyuan, you kidnapped your own disciple to curry favor with the Celestial Cloud Sword Sect. How dare you think of such a thing? Aren't you ashamed? Wu Guanyin shouted. Wu Guanyin was furious when he heard Guo Linshan coming to talk about this. His disciple had been bullied by the people of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, and he couldn't help to seek justice. After all, the difference in strength was indeed huge. But now, not only were they unable to seek justice, he even wanted to detain their disciple and bring him to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect for interrogation. Was there any justice left? Wasn't this bullying too much? Shen Fei is already a suspect. Moreover, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect did not say that Shen Fei is the murderer. They just want to understand the situation. Zhang Benyuan looked at Wu Guanyin and said slowly, if it's my disciple who went missing and implicated the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, I will ask the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect to come and ask what happened. Is the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect just casually asking? Don't you know what kind of character that old fellow Hong Yuanfeng has? If Shen Fei entered the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, he would be crippled at the very least, and his life would be in danger at the very least. Wu Guanyin stared at Zhang Benyuan and said, I will never allow such a thing to happen. Although our sect is weak, we still have to have a backbone. Otherwise, how can you make your disciples work together? It's not that exaggerated. With so many eyes watching, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect won't go too far. As long as Shen Fei is innocent, his life would not be in danger. Zhang Benyuan waved his hand casually. He's not your subordinate, so you don't care. Right? Wu Guanyin said angrily. Elder Wu, what are you talking about? I just don't want the sect to have a conflict with the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. I am just asking a disciple to go over and answer a few questions. How big of a deal could it be? Zhang Benyuan said as he wiped away the smile on his face. This is the end of the matter. The disappearance of the disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect had nothing to do with Shen Fei. Shen Fei had even been beaten up by the other party. I will not allow Chen Fei to go to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Wu Guanyin took a deep breath and said firmly, I am an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. If there are any disciples who endanger the safety of the Primordial Sword Sect, I must deal with them. This is the authority granted to me by the sect, Zhang Benyuan said in a deep voice. Even if you bring this matter to the sect master, Chen Fei will still not go over. Otherwise, you can take me to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect together with him. I want to see how the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect interrogates our disciples. Wu Guanyin threw down a sentence and broke open the door of the law enforcement hall with a palm. When he saw Chen Fei and the others, he waved his hand and said, Come with me. You don't have to stay here. Elder Wu. This. Zhu Hanzhong saw Zhang Benyuan's gaze and quickly went forward to stop him. However, when he saw Wu Guanyin's expression, he could not say anything else. Wu Guanyin was clearly in a state of fury. If he were to stop them now, he would probably end up like him at the gate of the law enforcement hall. Chen Fei and the others followed Wu Guanyin to a large hall. Wu Guanyin was no longer angry, but his expression was a little forlorn. Thank you, Elder, for helping me out. Chen Fei stepped forward and bowed. This matter is not over yet. I understand Hong Yuanfeng's character. He will continue to put pressure on us until you are sent to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. Wu Guanyin said in a low voice. This was the situation one would encounter when facing an overlord faction. But there was no other good method. That was because you were weaker than them. And being weak in this world meant that you would be bullied and bullied. In fact, as long as someone said a word, a bunch of people would eagerly attack. Does the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect think that Chen Fei, who was only at the bone-tempering realm, can kill their marrow-tempering realm disciple? Feng Xiupu frowned. Of course, the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect doesn't think so, but Hong Yuanfeng is a person who will vent his anger on others as he pleases. Wu Guanyin's expression did not look good when Hong Yuanfeng was mentioned several times. Then what should we do? The sect wouldn't really hand over junior brother. Right? Guo Linchen said worriedly. I won't allow such a thing to happen. He'll explain this matter to the sect master and even the Grand Elder. Wu Guanyin said in a deep voice. Thank you. Elder Chen Fei cupped his hands. Elder Wu, little junior brother is a level 8 alchemist of the Alchemist Alliance. Is this identity useful? Guo Linchen racked his brain and suddenly remembered Chen Fei's other identity, a tier 8 alchemist. Are you an alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance? Wu Guanyin looked at Chen Fei in surprise. Of course. The Alchemist Alliance wouldn't fight the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect head-on. Moreover, the current Alliance Master was still the peak master of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect's Pill Peak, Wai Xingshan. However, from what Wu Guanyin knew, this Pill Peak master did not seem to have a good relationship with Hong Yuanfeng. Once there were too many people in a place, there would be groups and factions, and there would be conflicts. For example, Wu Guanyin and Zhang Benyuan, and the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect were naturally the same. Should he try to use his identity as an alchemist to seek help from the Alchemist Alliance? Chapter 110. Chapter 110 Give an explanation. Chapter 110 Give an explanation. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Immortal Cloud City, Alchemy Alliance. Master Y, a tier 8 alchemist, is asking for help from the Alliance. Wai Xingshan happened to be in the Alliance today. A deacon came up and said respectfully, someone is bullying us alchemists. Wai Xingshan was slightly surprised. Ever since he took charge of the Alchemist Alliance, such a thing rarely happened, let alone reporting to him. Yes. The warden nodded and glanced at Wai Xingshan's expression. This pill refiner said that Hong Yuanfeng of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect framed him for killing a disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and is now going to kidnap him to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. The deacon didn't want to report this matter, but this involved the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and the Primordial Sword Sect, as well as their alliance as alchemists. Under such circumstances, if he didn't report this matter clearly, he would be more responsible if something happened. Wai Xingshan frowned, especially when he heard Hong Yuanfeng's name. Have you found out what exactly happened? Wai Xingshan said in a deep voice. It has been investigated. The deacon did not dare to be negligent and told him everything he knew. The situation was actually very simple. It was just that the more forces involved, the more complicated it became. Hong Yuanfeng thinks that a marrow-tempering realm disciple of the immortal cloud sword sect would be killed by a bone-tempering realm disciple of the primordial star sword sect, and that the bone-tempering realm disciple escaped unscathed. After hearing what had happened, Wei Xingchen snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Was this a message to the outside world? Had the immortal cloud sword sect fallen? I heard that there was a picture of the divine flame sect found at the scene, the deacon said in a low voice, making things difficult for a bone-tempering realm alchemist. That Chen Dingian is indeed worthy of being Hong Yuanfeng's disciple. Wei Xingchen was displeased. As a hegemon, they should be able to dominate the world with their imposing manner. They could bully others, but in the end, they would lose their own people. It was simply embarrassing. Send a message to the sect not to make things difficult for this pill refiner. If they have the ability, find the real murderer, Wei Xingchen said in a deep voice. Will do. The warden nodded, cupped his hands, and left. Wei Xingchen looked at the book in his hand. The more he read, the less interesting it became. He slammed the table hard, his expression full of dissatisfaction. Primordial Sword Sect. Chen Fei was currently in a guest room in Feng Zipa's courtyard. He was worried that the law enforcement hall would act first and report later, so Feng Zipu simply let Chen Fei stay here for the time being. The origin connection technique circulated within Chen Fei's body, healing his injuries. The force that was slowly moving suddenly trembled. Then, it began to travel through the meridians with a strange frequency. Chen Fei's internal injuries began to recover rapidly, and his recovery speed increased by a large margin. Chen Fei did not stop circulating his inner strength. He only stopped after circulating it for 2 hours. Opening his eyes, Chen Fei felt a warm feeling in his body, and his expression was a little surprised. Looking at the interface again, Chen Fei revealed a look of realization. The fourth level of the origin connection technique has indeed changed again. Chen Fei muttered to himself. It was hard to say what this change was like. Chen Fei only felt that he had become more relaxed, as if a burden had been removed. Chen Fei continued to look at the plate. Other than the fourth stage of the origin connection technique, there seemed to be no changes. No. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly as he looked at his own realm. Realm Bone Tempering Realm 4,731,099,336. Originally, he needed 100 experience points to break through to the Tempering Realm. However, now, the number of 100 had shrunk by a few hundred points. Is this the fourth stage of the origin opening technique helping me break through? Chen Fei was both surprised and delighted. The difficulty had really been lowered. Based on this trend, he reckoned that the limit would be lowered every time he circulated the origin connection technique. On the other hand, Chen Fei could still consume medicinal pills and absorb vital energy, as usual, every day. By adding and deducting the two, the time needed for a breakthrough was instantly reduced by a large margin. And this is only the fourth stage of the origin connection technique. The fifth stage of the origin connection technique will definitely be of similar help to the marrow tempering realm. Chen Fei couldn't help but clench his fists. It was really uncomfortable to have a low cultivation level. When facing someone with a higher cultivation level than him, it was fine for a rogue cultivator. But for a disciple of a large sect like the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, a cultivation level higher than him was immeasurably high. It was too difficult to cross realms and fight. Almost impossible. Let's recuperate first. After this matter is over, we can cultivate properly. Chen Fei thought to himself. He sat down cross-legged again. Chen Fei was already a little impatient for his future cultivation. The next morning, Zhu Hanzhong and the people from the law enforcement hall were knocking on the door again. What are you doing here? Feng Zipu looked at Zhu Hanzhong and frowned. I only need junior brother Chen to cooperate with me on one matter. Don't worry. There's no need to go anywhere else. Zhu Hanzhong looked at Chen Fei and said with a smile. How Chen Fei took a step forward and looked at Zhu Hanzhong. Junior brother Chen, don't be nervous. With a smile on his face, Zhu Hanzhong took out a tree branch the length of a pinky. Feng Zipa's brows twitched when he saw the branch. But he didn't stop it. Chen Fei looked at the tree branch and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Before he could figure out where this familiarity came from, he suddenly felt the receival bead in his arms tremble and fly out. Chen Fei subconsciously grabbed the receival bead in the air and realized that the suction force was coming from the branch in Zhu Hanzhong's hand. That branch of the spirit tree. Only now did Chen Fei understand where the sense of familiarity came from. It was clearly one with the receival bead. The only thing that Chen Fei did not expect was that the receival bead was actually still linked to the main branch. Receival bead. Junior brother Chen, are you going to explain the origin of this bead? Zhu Hanzhong's expression became excited as he stared at Chen Fei. The other members of the law enforcement hall drew their swords and pointed them at Chen Fei. I gave him this bead. Is there a problem? Feng Zipa's calm voice rang out as he looked at Zhu Hanzhong expressionlessly. Marshal Uncle Feng, you've already given that receival bead to Guo Linshan. How could you give Chen Fei any more? Zhu Hanzhong sneered. Did you not ask the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect about it before coming here? Feng Zipu looked at Zhu Zhang and shook his head slightly. I just got a new one recently. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect and ask. Zhu Hanzhong's mouth was agape, not knowing how to respond. If what Feng Zipu said was false, then this kind of lie would be exposed at the last moment and would be meaningless. In other words, Feng Zipu had really given this receival bead to Chen Fei, and was not the one Shen Dingyan had. Zhu Hanzhong was a little unwilling. He injected his core soul energy into the tree branch and sensed the movements around him. As they were of the same origin, this mysterious connection was difficult to isolate, especially at such a close distance. If there was a second receival bead nearby, Zhu Hanzhong would be able to sense it no matter how deep it was hidden. Unfortunately, other than the one in Chen Fei's hand that was struggling, there was no second receival bead. Let's go. Zhu Hanzhong cupped his hands at Feng Zipu. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. Even now, he could still feel his cheeks hurting. Let's go back. We'll know what will happen in the next 2 days. Feng Zipu sighed, the helplessness in his heart almost written on his face. Chen Fei nodded and followed behind Feng Zipu. Master, I've perfected the 4th stage of the origin connection technique. Chen Fei whispered as he walked into the courtyard. 4th level is already at perfection. Feng Zipu looked at Chen Fei in surprise. Hadn't it only been a few days last time? He had only spent a few days to cultivate the 3rd stage of the origin connection technique to perfection. Why was it that the 4th stage had only taken a few days as well? That day in the restaurant. In a daze, I realized that the 4th level of the cultivation technique was almost perfect. Chen Fei told him about what happened that day. It's similar to enlightenment. If no one disturbs you, your gains will be even greater. When Feng Zipu thought of Shen Dingyan, he became even angrier. Everything was caused by this disciple of the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect. He had gone missing too well. He'll teach you the 5th stage of the origin connection technique. Cultivate well, and don't be disturbed by the outside world. Everything else is fake, but your own strength will not deceive or abandon you, Feng Zipu said earnestly. I understand. Chen Fei nodded. 4 hours later, Zipu had finished explaining the 5th stage of the origin connection technique. Not only did he explain the technique, but he even explained some of the small tricks of its operation in detail. Thank you, Master, for imparting the cultivation technique. Chen Fei stood up and bowed seriously. Cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time, Feng Zipu said in a deep voice. The two of them exchanged a few more words before Chen Fei returned to his room. What Chen Fei needed to do the most now was to heal the injuries in his body first. Due to the 4th stage of the origin connection technique, his injuries, which should have taken a few days to recover, would probably be completely healed in the next 2 days. The only thing that Chen Fei was worried about was when this matter with Shen Dingyan would truly end. The 2nd day was calm. At noon on the 3rd day, Wu Guanyin suddenly came to Feng Zipu's courtyard. Elder Wu, what are you doing? Feng Zipu looked at Wu Guanyin in surprise. Elder Wu. Chen Fei cupped his hands and said, you don't have to go to the Immortal Cloud Sword Sect, but I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the sect for a while. Wu Guanyin looked at Chen and sighed. Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. These words didn't sound like he was going to expel him from the sect. What does the sect plan to do? Feng Zupu asked with a frown. Let Chen Fei go to the strange wind realm. That side just happens to be lacking manpower now. And it's also a good time for Chen Fei to hide. Wu Guanyin said in a low voice. The sect wants a martial artist and the bone-tempering realm to go to the strange wind realm. Are you trying to kill him? Feng Zipa's emotions were stirred. We have to give the immortal cloud sword sect an explanation. Wu Guanyin sighed and said. This is already the best result. If you want to blame someone, blame us for being too weak. We have to consider the mood of the immortal cloud sword sect. Feng Zipa's agitated emotions immediately calmed down. That's right. The weak should understand the emotions of the strong. A few days later Chen Fei said. 10 days. Wu Guanyin looked at Chen Fei and found that he was very calm. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes as he said. You have to leave within 10 days. Before that, you can make more preparations. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.